Welcome back, horror lovers. Tonight, did you know that a lot of you who watch my videos aren't subscribed yet? I'd really appreciate it if you could hit that subscribe button. And don't forget to like the video and leave a comment below. Your interaction really helps the channel grow and allows more people to see my content. Thanks so much for your support. Alright, let me get this straight. I refuse to admit that I'm a bully. I'm not. Sure, I've done some things I'm not proud of, but overall, I'd say I'm a pretty decent guy. Back in high school, yeah, I used to joke around a lot. I regret it now, big time. It made me popular, it helped me get girls. But now I'm completely lost, rethinking all those choices after one stupid joke blew up my entire life. So, you probably want to know what happened. It all started in my advanced Spanish class. There was this girl, Maya, who always sat in front of me. She had these broad shoulders that blocked the whole damn board. Being in an advanced class meant there weren't many of us, so I was stuck doing activities with her. I don't want to sound mean, but she wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, and she was annoyingly loud about it. She had this big, hooked nose that didn't quite fit her round face, and she always wore these thick, black glasses, even though contacts exist. Her hair, always the same outdated mushroom cut. And she wore this emerald green turtleneck every single day. I swear, I never saw her in anything else. I doubt she ever washed it. To make the class less boring, I started joking around with her. She never really said much back, but she usually let out a few snorts or giggles. It was obvious my jokes made the class more bearable for her, and honestly, if I didn't talk to her, I don't know who would have. This one day was no different. The teacher was late, and the room was dead silent. I was bored out of my mind. So, I leaned forward. "Yo, Cringe, what's up?" I buried my face in her shoulder and took a loud, exaggerated sniff. "Geez, when's the last time you showered? Do you ever change that sweater? I swear I can see mold growing on that sleeve." I stood up and dramatically pointed at a tiny stain on her cuff. The whole class turned to look at us, obviously disturbed. "Jake." "Stop it," she mumbled, not making eye contact. "Stop it." But I was on a roll. It would have been rude to stop before the punchline. I whipped out my phone and started frantically searching for pictures of Edna Mode from The Incredibles. I shoved the screen in her face. "Yo, Edna, why is your picture online?" I couldn't help but burst out laughing, hissing like a maniac at how hilarious I thought I was. The class was cracking up, too. Giggles and guffaws filled the room. Maya's face turned bright red. She tried to hide it by ducking her head and pretending to focus on her work. Satisfied, I went back to scrolling on my phone. 2 days later, I got called to the teacher's office. I had a vague idea of what was going on, but it hit me when I saw Maya sitting there. The teacher said Maya wanted to talk to me, and he was there to supervise. Seriously? If she wanted to tell me she was upset, I got it. Did she really have to snitch on me and get us both in trouble? Why couldn't we just talk it out like normal people, move on, and stay friends? But whatever. Fine. Let's talk. I slumped into the other chair, crossed my legs, and waited for her to start. "Jake, I wanted to talk to you because you insulted me in class 2 days ago," she said, her voice shaking a little. "You called me names and kept insulting me even after I asked you to stop. I want you to apologize." She stared at me, her eyes filled with resentment. So, this was a joke. She always got on my nerves with her pettiness, like that time she cried after I told everyone who she had a crush on. She deserved it, though. He spat on her when he found out. I mean, who wouldn't be insulted to be liked by a whale? "I didn't insult you. I was just joking. We were having fun. But I guess you remember things differently." I could see the anger building in her eyes. "Oh yeah? What about that time you made fun of my writing?" "Ah, Maya's dad ran away. Oh, poor Maya." She was practically shaking, tears welling up in her eyes. Honestly, I didn't even remember saying that. The teacher was waving his hands, telling her to calm down. He was clearly annoyed. I didn't want to make things worse, but I had to defend myself. "Look, you're kind of putting words in my mouth. Saying I said things I don't remember saying. It kind of seems like you're playing the victim, you know?" I didn't even try to hide the amusement in my voice. I saw the teacher nod along with me. Her mouth dropped open, and she shook her head, her lips twitching. "So, not only are you refusing to apologize, but you're also denying you ever said those things?" Her brown eyes narrowed, and she looked almost defeated. "I'm not denying anything. I'm just saying I remember it differently." Her face was red, and she forced a nasty smile. She went silent, just staring at me. I tried to look casual, like I didn't have a care in the world, hoping to ease the tension. "Well," she finally said, her voice so cold it sent shivers down my spine, "since your memory is so bad, I'm going to show you something you won't have trouble remembering." She relaxed a bit, sinking back into her chair. She almost looked peaceful. "You'll live your life not knowing what it is. But if you mess with me again, ever, I'm going to show it to you in a way you'll never forget. It'll ruin your life." She stood up and walked out, leaving me frozen, trying to process what she'd just said. Her calmness made me uneasy, but I figured someone so delusional could only make empty threats. The teacher promised they'd make sure nothing would happen to me, and that Maya would get detention for threatening me. Even though I knew they were usually pretty useless, it still felt good to see her get in trouble for her made-up accusations. Because of Maya's outburst, I got off scot-free. For the next few weeks, I was worried things would be awkward in class. But she took care of that by completely ignoring me. Whenever I came into view, she'd go quiet, her eyes darting around, her head turning away to avoid any contact. Being the bigger person, I'd still greet her when I passed her desk. She ignored me every time. In the end, it didn't really matter. We were both seniors, and graduation was just 3 months away. After high school, I moved on. I didn't do anything spectacular, but getting into a decent college was good enough for me. The change of scenery and the buzz of the city were so exciting that I completely forgot about Maya. College was a whole new world. I joined a frat, Sigma Alpha something, and quickly became one of the popular guys. My sense of humor, which apparently some people find charming, helped me win over a few hearts. One girl, Chloe, was absolutely head over heels for me. I'm talking full-on obsessed. After we first met, she went around asking everyone what classes I was taking, just so she could join them and be near me. She even started cooking for me because I was too lazy to cook for myself. Not a single day went by that she didn't pack me a fancy lunchbox. Sometimes, she'd book reservations at nice restaurants just in case I got bored with the usual cafeteria food. I turned her down a few times, mostly because I was chasing other, hotter girls, but she was so persistent that I eventually gave in. I showed her off to my frat brothers, bragging about how obsessed she was with me. Most of them were jealous, which, I gotta admit, felt pretty good. Still, that didn't stop me from comparing her to other girls, right to her face. I'd boast about how she had nicer boobs, a better ass, or a prettier face than other girls we knew. I'd usually get an annoyed look from her in response. Our relationship wasn't perfect. There were things about Chloe that bugged me. For a while, she was so insecure that she deleted all my female friends' contacts from my phone. Whatever, no girl's perfect. With Chloe by my side, college flew by. Most of my days were a blur of drinking games and hooking up with Chloe. Honestly, for a college chick, she was surprisingly good in bed. She rode me like a Wild West cowgirl, her big boobs bouncing all over the place. I'd never had anyone scream so loud when they came. It was a huge turn on. After graduation, I got a job at a small marketing firm. With my charm, I worked my way up the ladder pretty quickly. By my early 30s, I was kind of a big deal at the company. And you know what? Chloe's love for me hadn't faded one bit. We got hitched a few years after college in a small, low-key wedding, and not long after, we had our first kid, a boy named Noah. Chloe was an amazing mom and wife. She kept the house spotless and always looked her best, especially during our regular weekend parties with my coworkers. I loved her and Noah more than anything. Noah was the cutest, most imaginative kid. He'd often wake us up in the middle of the night, complaining about monsters with glowing red eyes in his closet. A few years later, I got another promotion. Big celebration, of course. We had another one of those parties at our place, drinking and dancing the night away. But honestly, I was getting tired of these things. The conversations were always the same, and the drinks always tasted like piss. During one of the drinking games, one of my colleagues, as a dare for losing, told me to call the ugliest girl from high school and fake a love confession. It sounded childish, and I tried to get out of it, waving my hands, saying it was a stupid idea. But Chloe was egging me on, pouring more booze down my throat, even calling me a pussy. Annoyed, I grabbed my old high school yearbook and started flipping through it, looking for someone truly hideous to prank call. Zoe? Nah, too blonde. Janelle? Not fat enough. Emily? Not that nerdy. Maya? Oh yeah. Maya. That pathetic whale from Spanish class. She was perfect. Just pointing at her picture had everyone in stitches. There was no way I could back down now. Without thinking, I dialed her number. The phone rang and rang. The room got quiet, the giggles died down, and everyone's eyes were on me, their lips twitching in anticipation. It felt like forever, and I was getting impatient. Just when I was about to hang up, she answered. Snickering, I shouted, "Yo, it's Jake. Remember me, Maya?" Or should I call you Edna Mode? The room erupted in laughter. But there was nothing on the other end. Just silence. All I could hear was her faint breathing. Then, before I could say anything else, she hung up. Talk about anticlimactic. I tried calling her a few more times, but she didn't pick up. Annoyed, we moved on to other, more interesting ways to embarrass each other. I didn't think much about it after that night. Life went on as usual. Work, home, the occasional party. It was the simple, happy life I'd always wanted. An easy job, a wife who adored me, and a warm, loving family. I wish things could have stayed that simple. One night, I came home late from work, later than usual, and grabbed the mail as I pulled into the driveway. Usually, it was just junk, but a blue envelope stood out amongst the usual white ones. It was weird. No return address, no name, nothing. Curious, I took it inside, shutting the door behind me as I ripped it open. I sat down at the kitchen table and pulled out a folded piece of paper. My heart stopped when I saw the words DNA test report printed at the top. My mind went completely blank. Before I could even process the implications, I forced myself to keep reading. Child, Noah Miller. Alleged father, Jake Miller. Interpretation. Combined paternity index, 0. Probability of paternity, 0%. The alleged father is excluded as the biological father of the tested child. This conclusion is based on the non-matching alleles observed at the one loci listed above with A2PI equal to 0. Fuck. How could this happen? How long had she been cheating? Was it a one-night stand gone wrong, or was it a long-term affair? And with who? If she had been cheating on me, she didn't show any obvious signs. But maybe all that affection, all that passion, was just guilt. Oh, that bitch. I could feel the rage boiling inside me, my hands trembling. I stormed into our bedroom, knocking over a chair and stomping on clothes that were scattered on the floor, and shoved the report in Chloe's face. Explain this to me, you whore. I expected her to freak out, to stammer and make up some pathetic excuse, maybe even claim the report was fake. Or maybe she would break down in tears, begging for forgiveness, confessing to her infidelity. But no. She did the last thing I expected. She laughed. That fucking bitch laughed. Oh, Jake, we always thought you were a little slow, but this confirms it. She was practically hysterical, gasping for breath between fits of laughter. We? I asked, my head frantically scanning the room, looking for the other guy, whoever this mystery lover was. As I looked around, Chloe reached under the table and pulled out a ridiculously large, gaudy-looking garland. Like the kind you'd see a pageant queen wearing. She placed it on my head like I had won some kind of twisted prize. I was beyond furious. I reached up to rip the stupid thing off my head, but my hand froze halfway there as the bathroom door creaked open. And who comes waltzing out? Carlos, one of my coworkers. I sputtered, about to lose it, when another person appeared, and then another, and another. Faces I saw every day at work. In the break room, in the cubicle next to me, even on my own damn HR team. I felt my mouth opening and closing, but no words came out. They all looked so happy, so excited. Like they were throwing me a surprise party. Surprise, They shouted in unison, waving their arms like lunatics, celebrating my obvious confusion and distress. I was completely disoriented, their cheers echoing in my ears, a chaotic symphony of betrayal. My mouth hung open as I watched them dance around the room, some of them setting off small confetti cannons, showering the room in glitter and ribbons. Ignoring my horrified expression, Chloe handed me a tablet, a video playing on the screen. No, not a video. A live stream. The tiny, flickering red dot in the top left corner confirmed it. But that wasn't the worst part. There I was, on the screen, holding a tablet, looking down at it, into an infinite loop of myself, standing in the same bedroom, in the same position, staring at the same tablet. It was a live stream of me. Right now. You were chosen to be the star of our reality TV show, live stream. Chloe, no, Rebecca explained, grinning from ear to ear. My real name is Rebecca, by the way. I'm a porn actress. We've been monitoring and recording your life for the past 10 years. People place bets on your relationships, your interactions, everything. But the most popular game was guessing when you finally figure it out on your own. Winners got to take home all the money, and losers, well, let's just say they paid their dues. Even us actors placed bets sometimes. But there was never a winner because you never figured it out. Not once did you suspect anything was off. She pressed a few buttons on the tablet, and the screen switched to a list of videos, recordings from the past. As I scrolled through them, a wave of nausea washed over me. The earlier ones were mostly mundane stuff. Me getting drunk at parties, me in the shower, me having sex with Rebecca. They had recorded our entire relationship, but it was obvious they were mostly interested in her naked body. So that's why she was always so horny. Sick bastards. They even recorded Noah, filming him playing with his toys through hidden cameras in his closet. But as the dates of the videos got more recent, the content became more disturbing. They weren't focused on my life anymore, but on what was going on outside of my awareness. Some videos showed me at home, sleeping soundly, while in the living room, 5 of my coworkers were having orgies with Rebecca, finishing all over her face, even when she was pregnant with my son. They would do it right up against my bedroom door, so hard that she had to bite her tongue to keep from screaming. Other videos showed my friends masturbating and pissing into my drinks during parties, then covering it up with fruit powders. I never suspected a thing, happily gulping them down. And then there were these games they played that I couldn't even begin to describe. What I thought was them barbecuing in the backyard was actually them grilling roadkill, squirrels and raccoons, and making me guess what I was eating. I always thought it was pork. And if I got it wrong, someone would leave the party and bash their arm with a rock until it fractured. Was that the price the losers paid? And there I was, wondering how Tom broke his arm in a supposed car crash when he didn't even drive to my house. But why? Why would anyone do this to me? I was just some random guy. I hadn't done anything particularly good or bad in my life. This was cruel. Looking at all their delighted faces, I felt like I was going to puke. I wanted to punch someone, to hurt myself until I couldn't feel anything, to laugh and scream because I was so utterly helpless. It was just so cruel to ruin someone's life like this, to tell them that their life for the past 10 years had been nothing but a lie, a performance for someone else's sick amusement. In that moment, all I could think about was finding out which one of these sick bastards was behind this, and how could I make them pay? I scrolled frantically through the list of videos, and that's when I started seeing familiar names. Jerry White, the nerd I mocked during that frat party hazing. Emma Fowler, the neighbor girl I bullied when I was a kid. Kobe Owens, Arthur Stewart, Kaya Rowe. So many people I had wronged in the past. And then, one name caught my eye, Delia. There was no last name, no description. It looked like a pseudonym. Tylia. It sounded so familiar. My mind was racing. I looked away from the screen, trying to think, and my gaze landed on the bathroom mirror. Through the gap between the celebrating actors, I saw the same letters reflected back at me. A chill ran down my spine. Aidyl, Lydia. Spelled backward. Oh God. My face contorted in horror and desperation as I looked up at Rebecca, who was still wearing that sickeningly sweet, radiant smile. The show got old a few years back, she explained, her voice dripping with a sickening casualness. People stopped betting as much, and we were thinking about replacing you. But the founder of our show, Delia, was particularly fond of you. She insisted we continue. Honestly, I was amazed at how oblivious you were. But even I was getting tired of the same old routine. So, I pushed you to make that call, to insult her again. And now, here we are. Now we can finally end the show properly. It took you long enough, and not without a little nudge from us, but look at this big reveal. It was all worth it. Look how many people are watching right now, 20,000. Thank you, Jake. Really. My eyes were burning. She did all this, just to get back at me? She chuckled. Don't be so dramatic, darling. You're victimizing yourself. Just treat it like a joke. 3 days later, Rebecca, or whatever her real name was, left, taking Noah with her. I guess that was fair. He wasn't my son anyway. My coworkers, my boss, my friends, they all vanished, too, like they'd been erased from existence. I tried to find the show, live stream, but there was nothing. The entire company I worked for was fake, funded by the show's profits. I even tried searching the dark web, but still nothing. But I know those videos are real, and there are sickos out there, watching them, laughing at my misery. I lay on the empty double bed, staring at the ceiling. The house felt hollow, empty, just like me. It felt like the past 10 years had been a fever dream, a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. And Maya, or Delia, was right. I will never forget what happened. That's it. That's how one stupid joke, a lifetime of being a jerk, ruined my entire life. It was the punchline to a joke I started telling years ago, and I was the only one who wasn't laughing. So, a couple of weeks ago, I met this guy, Ethan, on Tinder. His profile picture? Let's just say it was interesting. He had this dark brown hair, almost black, styled in this half-up, half-down thing. And a spider-web tattoo behind his ear that went down his neck, ending with a super realistic spider that looked like it was biting him. He had other tattoos, but they were kind of random, abstract stuff. The spider was definitely the centerpiece. Oh, and red contacts. But it was weird, in the sunlight, they looked like they had a hint of honey brown in them. He was taking a selfie in a public bathroom mirror, a lollipop stick hanging out of his pink lips. He gave off a weird vibe, but it was intriguing to me. I was about to swipe right. I mean, the guy was seriously hot, but then I thought, better check his bio. Don't need any red flags. He was 23, same as me. His bio was short and to the point. Hope you like vampires, because I'm a neck biter who doesn't mind the taste of blood. Okay, yeah, my friends thought it was super cringy when I told them. But me? I have a thing for vampires, so this was kind of a turn on. So we started messaging, and he was all about hooking up. But we both agreed to take it slow, get to know each other first. You know, boundaries, personalities, all that good stuff. Our first meetup was at Arby's. Classy, right? We talked over roast beef sandwiches and curly fries, and it was actually amazing. We had, like, all the same kinks, interests, and boundaries. It felt like the universe had finally sent a gorgeous, compatible guy my way. But then things started getting weird. The night after we met, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, my beagle, Buster, would go nuts. He'd be barking and growling at my bedroom window, totally panicked. I'd jump up, look outside, and there'd be nothing. Not a damn thing. I figured maybe a tree shadow was freaking him out, so I put him in his crate downstairs. I could hear him barking for a few minutes, but then he quieted down. The next morning, I went to open my blinds, and there it was, a handprint on the window. Not just any handprint, though. This one looked like it was made in blood. It was dripping from the middle and index fingers, all dried and gross. I ran outside in my pajamas, freezing my butt off, thinking maybe something rusted or whatever, but the handprint was gone. Vanished. I went back inside, checked again, nothing. I started to think I was losing it, that I was just tired and seeing things. I tried to forget about it and just get on with my life. My job kept me busy, at least. I work at a small bank, basically the whole graphic design department. Ads, signs for our 4 locations, social media stuff, that's all me. The last week, I was working on this new ad campaign, but I was tired from the lack of sleep, so it was hard to focus. A few days later, I met up with Ethan again. We were talking, and he asked me how that advertisement I was working on was coming along. Which was super strange, because I don't remember ever telling him about it. I mean, I'm pretty sure I didn't. It was a small detail, but it felt off. Anyway, I answered him, but the whole thing felt really weird. It was like he knew things he shouldn't. My mind kept going back to the handprint, wondering if the two were related somehow. That night was even worse. I let Buster out to do his business, and he wouldn't come back in when I called him. This dog is usually glued to my side, especially at bedtime. So, I went out into the yard, and there he was, frozen stiff, staring at the fence that separated my yard from my neighbor's. There was a figure standing there, all in black, with a hood pulled up. My neighbor's back porch light had burned out, and mine didn't reach that far, so I couldn't see the guy's face. The only thing I could make out was his hands. They looked like they were stained red, like his fingernails were dipped in blood. It made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I screamed bloody murder, grabbed Buster, and slammed the back door shut. I locked every door and window in the house, shaking like a leaf. I called the cops and my neighbors. The cops basically told me there was nothing they could do. I hadn't seen much, and nobody had security cameras. They said it was probably just some neighborhood kids playing a prank. I felt like I was going crazy. Maybe I was just imagining things. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it all. Then, my neighbor's wife let out this blood-curdling scream. It was mixed with these awful, gut-wrenching sobs. We ran over to their backyard, and my neighbor was holding their cat, which was covered in blood. I didn't even know they had a cat. He'd never been allowed outside before. The poor thing had been stabbed 7 times. I didn't sleep at all that night. I just sat there, holding Buster, sobbing my eyes out. It was clear that whoever was out there had bad intentions. I felt like I had narrowly escaped something terrible, and I had saved my dog, but I couldn't save my neighbor's cat. The image of that hooded figure was burned into my brain. I felt so unsafe, so vulnerable. The whole thing was messing with my head. I didn't tell anyone about what happened. Not my friends, not my family. I didn't want them to think I was crazy, even though the thing with the cat proved I wasn't imagining everything. But still, I was questioning my own sanity. Maybe the handprint was just a weird shadow. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. It didn't help that I was running on 0 sleep. Through all of this, Ethan was like my anchor. He was the one good thing I had to look forward to. We planned to finally hook up, and we were both into some pretty intense stuff, including blood and needles. I was excited, to be honest. I'd never done anything like that before, and I was always up for exploring new things. Work was a disaster. I was a total zombie, and my boss finally sent me home early. On the way home, I stopped at a gas station to fill up and grab some snacks. I was pumping gas when my phone buzzed in my purse. I fished it out and saw a text from my neighbor. It said there was a weird guy trying to break into my house. She called the cops, but by the time they got there, he was gone. But get this, there was a small patch of burnt grass by my driveway where he'd apparently dropped a cigarette. Okay, now I was officially freaked out. Why was this happening to me? Who was this guy? Was he targeting me? Did this mean everything from before was real? That the handprint and the figure in the yard weren't just my imagination? My mind was going a mile a minute, trying to piece it all together. I asked my neighbor for a description of the guy. Same hooded figure as before. But this time, when she asked him what he was doing, he smiled at her. She said his face was all blistered, and his teeth were pink. She screamed, which is what made another neighbor call the cops. There was no way I could stay at my house. I called my friend, Sarah, and we went back to my place to pack some essentials. I brought Buster with me, obviously. I stayed at Sarah's for a couple of days, and things seemed to calm down. Nothing else weird happened. But the day I was supposed to go back home, I noticed a car following me to work. At first, I didn't think anything of it. Sarah lived in an apartment complex, so it wasn't unusual for people to be driving the same way. But when I pulled into the bank parking lot, the car just drove away. Looking back, I'm pretty sure it was him. It had to be. When I finally got back to my house, my living room was trashed. Nothing was stolen, and there were no signs of forced entry. It was like someone had just come in and wrecked the place for fun. I was terrified. This was beyond creepy. Whoever this guy was, he clearly had it out for me. I couldn't stay there. Not alone. Not with someone who clearly knew where I lived and how to get in. I told Ethan everything. I was an emotional wreck, and he offered to let me stay in his spare room. I felt bad imposing and told him I could just get a motel. But he insisted, saying he had a gun and could protect me. I reluctantly agreed. His place was interesting. The decor was a mix of gothic and modern, but it felt weirdly homey. Buster seemed a little uneasy, but I figured it was just the stress of everything that had happened. And, being in a new place. We hooked up the next night. And it was amazing. He did things to me that I'd only ever dreamed of. I was instantly addicted. We did it a few more times after that. Every time, he'd wear me out, and I'd need a nap or just to rest afterward. So, after some aftercare, Ethan would tuck me in and say he'd wake me up when breakfast was ready. He was the perfect gentleman, other than the whole blood thing. Then, one night, around 3 a.m., I heard a scream. A dog's scream. My heart dropped. I scrambled out of bed and ran downstairs, thinking Buster had fallen or something. When I got to the bottom of the stairs, there was a man. His hair was patchy, falling out in places. His fingernails were long and red. His skin was covered in blisters. And he was leaning over Buster. I yelled for Ethan, hoping he was in the bathroom or something. But then the man turned around, and I screamed. It was Ethan. The same blistered face from my neighbor's description. The same red fingernails I'd seen in my backyard. Those pink teeth. He looked shocked, like he hadn't expected me to see him like that. Buster was on the carpet, bleeding. Ethan had been drinking his blood. I saw a knife in his pocket, probably the same one he used on my neighbor's cat, and maybe tried to use on my door. He reached for the knife when I turned and ran back upstairs. I barricaded myself in his bedroom, which, thankfully, had a lock. I pushed furniture in front of the door for good measure. I was shaking so hard I could barely breathe. Then I noticed a blood stain on the carpet, under a chair. This wasn't the first time he had done this. I remembered that vial of my blood from our session. I thought we had used it all. I found 4 more in his closet when I emptied it, looking for anything I could use to protect myself. I was in serious danger. He started pounding on the door, growling my name. Then he started stabbing the door with the knife, probably hoping I was right behind it. I grabbed my stuff and got dressed as fast as I could. He was begging me to let him in, saying he needed my blood to cure him, that he needed my nutrients. He promised he'd be good to me if I just gave him his medicine. I didn't listen. I didn't believe a word he said. He punched a hole through the door, and I knew I had to get out of there. I climbed out the window just as he was peeking through the hole in the door, screaming my name. I threw my stuff out before me, hoping it would cushion my fall. My ankle was definitely messed up from the jump, but I didn't care. I ran to my car, threw my stuff in the back, and saw him stab the knife through the front door. He ran after my car as I sped away, still screaming. I ended up in the ER, my ankle throbbing, my mind reeling. I told the nurses and the cops everything. Every single crazy detail. They tested me for STDs and STIs, still waiting on those results, which is just great. I gave the police my statement, and they told me that Ethan's house was actually abandoned. No one had lived there in 5 years. And his Tinder profile? Gone, of course. Poof. Vanished into thin air. The only picture I had of him was of his chest and neck, up to his chin, nothing of his face. I have a feeling they're never going to find him. I don't even know if Ethan was his real name. I didn't feel safe anywhere. I quit my job. I moved to a different city. I dyed my hair blonde and even got some lip fillers, hoping it would change my appearance enough. I was a complete wreck. I missed Buster so much it hurt. But the image of Ethan drinking his blood was burned into my memory. I don't think I could ever look at another beagle again without seeing that. It was too painful, too traumatic. The whole ordeal has left me scarred in ways I never could have imagined. My world had been turned upside down, and I was struggling to find my footing. Right now, I'm holed up in a motel, jumping from one to another, hoping he'll never find me. I'm living off my savings, but they're dwindling fast. My mom offered to let me move back in with her, into my old room, and she keeps suggesting I see a therapist. But I can't. I just can't leave these motel rooms. The thought of being out in the open, vulnerable, makes me sick to my stomach. I feel safer in these dingy rooms, with their stale air and thin walls. At least here, I can hide, even if it's just an illusion of safety. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm running out of money, and the fear is crushing me. I feel like I'm trapped in a nightmare that I can't wake up from. Every shadow, every noise, makes me jump. I'm constantly looking over my shoulder, wondering if he's found me. I'm losing hope that I'll ever escape this, that I'll ever feel safe again. That's why I'm writing this, posting it online. I don't know if I'll survive this. If he finds me, at least the world will know I wasn't crazy. That my story is real. Maybe it'll be a warning to someone else. A cautionary tale. Because this guy, this Ethan, or whatever his name is, he's a monster. He's not just some creepy guy on Tinder. He's a predator. And he could be anyone. He could be anywhere. He ruined my life in an instant. He took everything from me, my sense of safety, my job, my home, my dog. I'm a shell of the person I used to be. And I don't want anyone else to go through this. I don't want him to hurt anyone else. I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy. So, please, be careful out there. Be careful who you meet online. Especially on Tinder. Don't trust anyone too easily. Because you never know who might be hiding behind a charming profile and a killer smile. You never know when you might run into your own personal Ethan. It's been months, and I'm still living this nomadic life, flitting from one cheap motel to another. Each one is as depressing as the last, but they've become my refuge. The walls are thin, the carpets are stained, and the air always smells faintly of stale cigarettes and despair. But it's better than being out in the open, a target. My savings are almost gone, and the thought of having to get a job, to interact with people, to pretend to be normal, fills me with dread. How can I go back to a regular life after everything that's happened? How can I pretend that I'm not constantly looking over my shoulder, waiting for him to reappear? My mom calls every day, worried sick about me. She begs me to come home, to see a therapist, to try to move on. But I can't. Home doesn't feel safe anymore. And therapy? What's a therapist going to say? Oh, you were almost killed by a blood-drinking vampire you met on Tinder? Let's unpack that. I can't deal with that right now. I can barely deal with getting out of bed in the morning. Some days, the weight of it all is just too much. The fear, the paranoia, the grief for Buster, it's a constant, heavy burden. I've tried to find other people online who might have had similar experiences, a support group for survivors of dating app monsters, maybe. But there's nothing. It's like I'm the only one this has ever happened to, which makes it even harder. I feel so isolated, so alone in this nightmare. Sometimes, when the silence of the motel room gets too loud, I think about what Ethan said about needing my blood to cure him. Was he sick? Was that all some kind of delusion, or was there some truth to it? It doesn't matter, I guess. He was a monster, regardless of his reasons. But still, the questions haunt me. The what-ifs and whys circle in my mind, refusing to let me find peace. It's like he's still inside my head, even though he's not here physically. I know this isn't a life. Hiding, running, jumping at every shadow. It's no way to live. But I don't know how to stop. The fear is too strong. The memories are too vivid. Every time I close my eyes, I see his face, his blistered skin, those pink teeth. I hear Buster scream. I feel the cold metal of the knife against the door. I wish I could go back to that day at Arby's, to that first date. I wish I had swiped left. I wish I had never met Ethan. But I can't change the past. All I can do is try to survive the present. And hope that someday, somehow, I'll find a way to escape this fear, to reclaim my life. This is my story. It's a warning. It's a plea for help. It's a testament to the fact that monsters are real. They walk among us, hiding behind charming smiles and witty bios. They lure you in with promises of connection and excitement, and then they destroy you. So please, be careful. Be vigilant. Trust your instincts. And if you ever meet someone who seems too good to be true, who makes your skin crawl, even just a little, run. Run as far and as fast as you can. Don't look back. Don't make the same mistakes I did. Don't let yourself become another victim. My life is a cautionary tale. Don't let yours be the sequel. The world needs to know that these things happen. That people like Ethan exist. And that sometimes the monsters win. I'm living proof. And I'm terrified that one day he might find me again, finish what he started. If that happens, at least my story is out there. At least the world will know I wasn't crazy. Just be careful. That's all I ask. Be careful, and maybe you'll avoid meeting your own personal monster. Because I wouldn't wish this on anyone. Not in a million years. Not even on my worst enemy. The scars he left on me, both physical and emotional, may never fully heal. And the fear is a constant companion, a shadow that follows me everywhere I go. Please, just be careful out there. It's all I can say. Just be careful. It was just another boring Tuesday night, maybe 2 weeks ago. I was finally about to dig into my dinner, the usual, dry oven-baked fries and some sad-looking chicken nuggets. Don't judge, I've been eating the same thing all week. Suddenly, knock, 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 a sharp rap at the door. I frowned. It wasn't like I was excited about this meal, but I definitely wasn't expecting any company. I don't really get random drop-ins. I dragged myself to the door and swung it open. Nothing. Just darkness and the usual quiet of my street. Weird. Then I looked down, and there it was, a plain brown paper bag just sitting on my doormat. I flicked on the porch light and crouched down to get a better look. It was full of groceries. Groceries that I definitely hadn't ordered. I looked around again, but seriously, there was no one there. The street was totally empty, which was super strange because I only took, like, a few seconds to get to the door after the knock. Whoever it was must have been some kind of delivery ninja to drop off the bag, ring the bell, and vanish without a trace, either by bike or car, in that time. I glanced around one last time, then grabbed the bag and hauled it inside. I cleared some space on the counter and started unpacking the stuff. No receipt, no note, nothing to say where it came from. And I didn't recognize any of the brands. It was all generic, weird stuff. There was a pack of red meat, labeled only with a harvested date. Okay, that's a bit creepy. Then there was a giant, 2-liter bottle of SPF 500 sunscreen. Seriously? Who needs that much protection? A huge jar of garlic-free herbs and spices. What's the point of that? An unlabeled bottle of red wine, and then this mysterious bottle of tomato sauce. It had a plain white sticker on the front that just said Life Sauce. That's it. No ingredients, no company logo, no Best By date, nothing. The name of the character is now Alex. Now, normally, I would have tried to figure out who these groceries belong to and get them back to the right person. But let's be real, with the way prices are these days and the economy being a total dumpster fire, I decided to just keep them. Besides, there was no way to even contact anyone about returning them even if I wanted to. So, I tossed the meat in the freezer, stashed the wine in my sad, mostly empty wine rack, put the weird herbs and spices with the others, and left the sunscreen on the counter. But that sauce? I cracked it open right away. I poured a huge dollop of it all over my fries and nuggets. And oh my God, it was amazing. It was the best tomato sauce I'd ever had, rich and savory, with these subtle spices. It was the kind of thing I'd stopped buying because I was trying to save money, and I savored every single bite. Over the next few days, I was obsessed with that sauce. I'd put it on everything. Seriously, everything. I was practically drowning my food in it. Eggs, Life Sauce. Sandwiches, Life Sauce. Leftover pizza? You better believe it, Life Sauce. It made even the blandest meals taste incredible. I was going through it like crazy, and within a few days, I was down to the last few drops, the bottle feeling light and empty in my hands. I figured I'd try to scrape out the last bits for breakfast the next day, so I didn't bother throwing it out. The next morning, I opened the fridge, and my jaw hit the floor. There, right where I'd left it on the middle shelf, was the life sauce bottle. But it wasn't empty anymore. It was full. I picked it up, turning it over and over in my hands. It was heavy, filled to the brim with that delicious, dark red sauce. The life sauce label was still there, but underneath, in tiny print, there was a number, 1. Had that been there before? I couldn't remember. But even if it had, it didn't explain how a completely empty bottle was suddenly full again. I was seriously freaking out. But I was also starving. So, I pushed the mystery sauce aside for the moment and fried up some bacon and eggs. And guess what? Over the next couple of days, I polished off that bottle of sauce again, no problem. I put the almost empty bottle back in the fridge, and just like before, the next morning, it was full again. The only difference? That little number 1 had changed to a 2. This kept happening. Every time I emptied the bottle, it would magically refill itself overnight. It was like something out of a fairy tale, except way more delicious. Then, last week, things got even weirder. I was about to eat dinner, and I just poured a generous helping of the sauce onto my plate. I was holding the bottle, staring at the number 13 that was now on the label, and wondering for the millionth time how this was possible when knock, knock, knock. 3 sharp raps at the door. I opened it to find this tall, old guy standing there. He looked like he'd stepped right out of a Sherlock Holmes movie, all dressed up in an old-fashioned suit, with a cane that had a huge diamond on the top. He had these piercing red eyes and pale, almost see-through skin that was stretched tight over his face. He nodded politely and apologized for disturbing me so late, speaking with a thick European accent that I couldn't quite place. The old guy asked if I had received a misplaced grocery delivery. I played dumb, shuffling awkwardly in the doorway, trying to block his view of the sauce bottle that was sitting on the counter behind me. I saw his gaze shift to behind me for a split second, then back to my face. I held my breath, thinking I was busted, then relaxed a bit. Even if he saw the bottle, how would he know I didn't just buy my sauce from the same place? We stood there in silence for a moment, then he cleared his throat and apologized again for interrupting my dinner. He started to turn away. "Oh, one more thing before I depart," he said, just as I was about to close the door. I stopped and looked at him, raising an eyebrow. "If by chance it should be delivered to your humble abode," he continued, "you ought to be informed of the contents of the groceries. Allow me to clarify, I do not obtain my provisions from any ordinary purveyor. To acquire the necessities I require, I conduct transactions in the shadowy corners of the web. Life has undeniably become more expedient in this century, I dare say." I shifted uncomfortably, feeling a knot forming in my stomach as he went on. "Amidst the assortment of specialty items lies a sunscreen, providing shelter to individuals afflicted with porphyria, a sensitivity to sunlight. Also present were delectable cuts of red meat sourced from bipedal mammals." He paused, and my eyes widened. Bipedal mammals? What was that supposed to mean? Furthermore, there was the sauce, touted by the vendor as possessing a unique potency, able to regenerate itself by drawing upon the life force of an unsuspecting human. He must have seen the look of pure confusion on my face because he continued, a faint smirk playing on his lips. "Therefore, should you chance upon it, exercise caution in its utilization, so as not to arouse suspicion. Those who have been depleted of their life essence typically reside in close proximity, within a radius of a few blocks at most. My jaw was hanging open. I managed to mumble some kind of thank you, and then practically slammed the door in his face. I rushed back to my food, my mind reeling from what he'd just said. Drawing upon the life force of an unsuspecting human? What did that even mean? Was he saying that the sauce, that it was some kind of vampire sauce? I slid my plate aside and grabbed my phone. I had no idea what to even search for. I started with sauce that regenerates itself by drawing upon life force of an unsuspecting human. Unsurprisingly, nothing relevant came up. Then I tried tomato sauce that magically refills itself. Still nothing. Finally, I typed in mysterious deaths near me. That got a lot of hits. I filtered the results to news stories from the last month. There were multiple stories about strange deaths in my area, cases where people had been found dead in their homes. In most of the cases, their partners had woken up to find them pale, gaunt, and lifeless, like all the blood had been drained from their bodies. There were no signs of foul play, no injuries, and most of them were said to have been completely normal the night before. They were just empty. My stomach dropped. It was like a punch to the gut. Suddenly, it all clicked. He was saying the sauce was made from the blood of my neighbors. Life sauce. Life source. It was made from people's lives. I felt like I was going to throw up. I had been eating people for weeks. My head was spinning. I grabbed the bottle of life sauce and stumbled towards the trash can, ready to throw it all away, the sauce, the meat, everything that came in that cursed grocery bag. I couldn't believe what I'd been doing, what I'd been eating. But then, like I said before, with inflation being what it is, and the economy being such a train wreck. And honestly, it was the best damn sauce I had ever tasted. So, I stopped. I didn't throw it away. I put the bottle back in the fridge. Look, I know it sounds bad. Okay, it is bad. But I'm trying to be more careful now, more aware of how much I use. I try not to waste it. I'm actually kind of proud that in the weeks since the weird old guy came to my door, the number on the bottle has only gone up to 15. I mean, that's not that many, right? I've been pretty restrained, if I'm being honest. It's not like I'm going through a bottle a day anymore. I'm making it last. And, to be fair, it's not like I'm making the sauce. I'm just enjoying the fruits of someone else's labor, so to speak. Someone else's very, very questionable labor. I know, I should probably stop. I should probably report this to the police, or someone. But have you seen the price of groceries lately? And have you tasted the sauce? I'm telling you, it's addictive. It's like nothing else in the world. It makes everything taste better. And honestly, a little bit of life sauce every now and then isn't that bad, is it? I mean, it is a pretty big neighborhood. There are plenty of people around. I think I've done pretty well, really. Don't you? My name's Ethan. Not like you could prove I'm lying or not, but hey, just call me Ethan. I'm a chef, but not the kind you see yelling on TV. I cook for rich folks, the kind who have more money than time, Basically, they tell me what they want to eat all week. I shop for the ingredients, whip up the meals, freeze them, and deliver the whole shebang to their fancy houses. That's my main hustle, and it pays the bills pretty damn well. The best part? I don't even have to go looking for clients. It's all word of mouth. One happy millionaire tells another, and boom, I've got another customer. I've even had to turn some away. Now, you might think I'd be working my tail off, cooking 24/7 for all these rich people. But see, I've got this side gig. Something I do that I think actually helps people. It doesn't pay as well as cooking for another millionaire, but I make time for it. Consider it my own little brand of community service. So, I'm really only slaving away in the kitchen 4 days a week. Yeah, you heard that right. 4 days. I can shop, prep, cook, freeze, and deliver enough meals to keep my clients happy for the month in that time. The rest of the week, I'm either on the road for my side gig, or just chilling out, living life. Alright, I'll get to the point. You're probably dying to know what this mysterious side gig is. And honestly, if you read the title, you might already have a pretty good idea. I warn people that they're on a hit list, the kind you find on the dark web. I know, most of those hitmen for hire sites are just scams. Everybody knows that. But I don't have to waste my time figuring out which ones are legit and which ones are just trying to rip people off. Someone else does that for me. My employer. Let's call him Silas. Whenever Silas has someone who needs saving, he sends me a heads up. We've got this whole coded system worked out, which I'm obviously not going to spill the beans about here. But from that message, I can figure out who the target is and where they live. The rest is up to me. It's funny, when I first started doing this, I thought the whole thing was a joke. I figured Silas was paying me to go and scare some poor sap into thinking they were being hunted by a hitman. I didn't know why, but that's what I thought. That was until I literally bumped into the hitman on his way to the target's house. But that's a story for another day. We've got other fish to fry right now. So, let's get down to brass tacks. I got a message from Silas with a name and an address. I was just finishing up my last delivery of the week, dropping off a week's worth of gourmet meals. Silas has always had impeccable timing. The target, a guy named Mark, lived a couple of hours away, across state lines. I scribbled down the address in my notebook, using a code that makes it look like a grocery list. Just in case I ever get pulled over. Last thing I need is the cops finding the address of a potential murder victim on me if I can't get to them in time. I grabbed my go bag, the one filled with road trip essentials, and hit the road. While I was gassing up, I tried to find this Mark guy online. Facebook, Instagram, the usual spots. Turns out, he was married with 2 little girls. His wife, Sarah, well, let's just say she wasn't exactly in her prime anymore. I know, I'm an asshole. Mark was a bit on the chunky side, and his Facebook bio said he worked in construction. He had tons of friends, lots of pictures of him at bars with a bunch of dudes. A real social butterfly. Here's the thing about these dark web targets, they never look like they're mixed up in some shady underworld stuff. They always look normal. I can't just look at a target and know what they did to end up on a hit list. Hell, Most of the time, even after I warn them, I still don't find out. Sometimes, a target's name will pop up with an arrest record for dealing drugs or something, which is why I try to keep tabs on them afterward. But sometimes, my curiosity just goes unsatisfied. But, because I don't throw a fit, ask questions, or miss my objectives, Silas keeps hiring me. I'm a professional. Or at least, that's what I thought, until this Mark guy. It took me a few hours to get to Mark's neighborhood. Once I was on his street, I shot Silas a quick text to let him know I was in position. It was getting dark by then, which was perfect. Hiding out in my car is way easier at night. Less chance of some nosy neighbor wondering what I'm doing. I parked a few houses down from Mark's, in front of an empty lot. Prime real estate for surveillance. Mark's place was a 2-story house, pretty standard for a nice neighborhood. Fenced-in backyard, rose bushes in the front, nice green lawn. You know, the whole picture-perfect American dream vibe. Construction must pay pretty well. Now, you gotta understand, my job is delicate. Like, super delicate. I can't just waltz up to the front door, ring the doorbell, and say, "Hey, you're on a hit list." Good luck. Trust me, I tried that once. It didn't go well. I gotta do some recon, figure out the best way to not only tell the target they're in danger but also convince them it's real. That's the crucial part. Otherwise, they'll just think I'm some crazy person and call the cops on me. Like I said, I'm a professional, and I have to make them believe that. So, I pulled out this little tube thingy with a wire sticking out of it from my go bag. I set it on the dashboard and pointed it towards Mark's house. The other end of the wire was a USB, which I plugged into my laptop. That tube is a signal amplifier. Basically, it lets me snag their weak Wi-Fi signal and make it strong enough for me to use from a distance. It's the first thing I try because if I can get into their Wi-Fi, I can learn a ton about them before I even make contact. I fired up a couple of programs on my laptop. They're designed to brute force their way into Wi-Fi networks. Most people are too lazy or clueless to change their router's default settings, and even the ones who do often don't touch the more advanced stuff, like weak signal encryption. Turns out, Mark's Wi-Fi password was his last name plus 1234. Seriously. Once I was in, another program checked the router for the default login. They hadn't changed that either. So, boom, I was in control of their router in like 3 minutes flat. Not a record or anything, but still pretty quick. Getting control of the network was a huge relief. It makes the whole recon process 1,000 times easier. Now, for the tricky part. I used another program. Again, these are all free and widely available, by the way. I'm not paying some hacker for this stuff, to put my computer between all the other devices in the house and the router. Think of it like this. All their phones, tablets, computers, they all thought my laptop was the router. My laptop then tricked those devices into thinking it was the website they were trying to visit. Because they thought I was the website, they handed over the keys to decrypt what they were sending. I could then read what they sent, forward their request to the real server, and just show them the results. Basically, I was like a spy hiding in the back room of their digital post office, opening all their letters, reading them, and then resealing them before sending them on their way. Encryption is no match for a man-in-the-middle attack. It's a real pain to set up the first time, but once you get it running, it's easy to use on new networks, like this one. There was a van and a truck in the driveway, so everyone was home. The internet traffic was heavy. They were all online, doing their thing. They probably noticed the internet slowing down at some point and might restart their router, which would kick me out. I was exposed just sitting outside their house, so I had to work fast. For almost 2 hours, I just sat there, collecting their internet traffic. It was pitch black outside now, pretty late. Then, I saw a police car slowly cruising down the street. I froze. My laptop screen was on. They for sure saw the light in my car. I was parked in front of an empty lot and far enough away from the target house to not be noticed, or so I thought. Maybe another neighbor had called them because of me. I didn't want to risk getting followed and pulled over by leaving just as the cop went by. Instead, I grabbed a clipboard from my glove box and rearranged my cover a bit. Luckily, the police car turned a corner and disappeared. Then, on my screen, I saw one of the devices in the house go to a website I had flagged. It was a porn site, and a pretty nasty one at that. I had my system set up to alert me whenever someone visited certain seedy websites. I sat up straighter, paying close attention to the traffic going through that site. And then I noticed something weird. The device wasn't watching anything. Instead, they had signed in and were doing something else. Uploading. I was staring at the screen, porn site open, trying to make sure I was capturing whatever was being uploaded. I was so focused that I didn't even see the cop walk up to my car. I practically jumped out of my skin when he knocked on my window. I instinctively hit a hotkey that hit everything on my screen, but I knew he saw it. He saw the porn site. He'd probably been standing there for a few seconds, just watching me. I was busted. And it looked bad. Really bad. I rolled down my window a crack. "Hello, officer," I said, trying to keep my voice steady even though my heart was hammering in my chest. Fuck. "What you doing out here?" the officer asked, shining his flashlight into my car. He eyed my setup with interest. "I'm logging cloud data," I answered. "Gloomy night and all." "Cloud data?" he asked, clearly confused. "Oh, yes. I'm a contractor with the National Weather Service. Out here with an infrared cloud density depicker to measure local cloud composition," I bullshitted, pointing to the signal amplifier on my dashboard. I even showed him my work badge for a fake company I'd made just for situations like this. My shirt had a name tag with the same phony company logo. The officer listened, and when I was done, he just kind of stared at me for a second. "Then why were you watching porn when I walked up?" he asked. My embarrassed expression wasn't fake, which probably helped. I painted myself as some poor schmuck stuck working late, taking weather measurements, bored out of his mind. What else was a guy supposed to do to pass the time? It was a long shot. He could have arrested me for public indecency or something, and then he'd find my real wallet. My name would be in a police database somewhere, which was really not ideal. "Listen, I know you're working here, but pick a different street that isn't residential to take your measurements. And don't watch that shit in public," the officer said. Again, my embarrassment wasn't an act. And with that, he let me go. I couldn't believe it. Relief washed over me. I talked my way out of it, which was a gamble. I did notice, As the officer was walking back to his car, he paused to look at Mark's house. Interesting. The police were watching the house. But why? Did they know what kind of messed up stuff he was into that had brought me here? Maybe my job wasn't even necessary. Maybe the cops were going to bust him before the hitman even got a chance. If he was into some criminal stuff and the police had caught onto it, I could see how he might have made an enemy who wanted him gone before he could rat them out. But if the police weren't going to raid tonight, the hitman might still have time. Whether or not they decided to risk it with police checking the house was up to them. I packed up all my gear, disconnected from their network, and drove off. I ended up at a Walmart parking lot across town. Figured it was as good a place as any to set up shop again. I pulled up the local police scanner on my browser. Yeah, they just broadcast that stuff. Figured I'd listen in, see if anything went down at Mark's place. With the scanner crackling in the background, I started sifting through the data I collected. Mark had logged into his Facebook account, and thanks to my little man-in-the-middle trick, I had his password. Facebook is always a goldmine of information. It was in his messages that I found a conversation with that same cop from earlier. Turns out, the cop was a buddy of Mark's. Mark was claiming his wife, Sarah, was trying to take the kids and leave him. He said she might try to run in the middle of the night and asked the officer to patrol his neighborhood and give a strong police presence to scare her into staying and not kidnapping the kids. What the actual fuck? This guy was a textbook abuser. It was obvious. But the officer was a buddy from high school, and they regularly got beers with other members of the community, including police. So they covered each other's backs. Even if the officer didn't know everything, he had to know there was abuse, right? It was obvious to me. After checking his Facebook, I went back to that messed up porn site he'd been on. I had his login for that too, thanks to my earlier snooping. I spun up a virtual machine and logged into the site using Tor, just to be extra careful. Since he'd been uploading stuff, I went straight to his account and checked out his videos. My stomach dropped. There were over 70 videos uploaded. The titles were all over the place, but a lot of them had to do with rape. Rape and kids. The videos with kids were marked as private, and I now figured this porn site was doing something under the table with those videos, selling them off to even seedier sites that could afford to be shut down by police while the main site operated above board. From a single thumbnail, I knew. It was his wife. And one of his kids. He was filming it and selling it. I felt sick. Like I was going to throw up. It was pretty clear to me then that I wasn't going to warn this guy about the hitman. Not in good conscience. No way. While I was trying to figure out what to do, I kept digging through the data. Sarah, his wife, had been online too. And as it turned out, she was a little bit tech savvy. I know that because she started using Tor while I was talking to that cop. She used it to send a short message on a message board, one that supplied me with a lot of my targets. It was an address sent to another user on the board. And then it all clicked. The whole messed up puzzle fell into place. And I found myself rooting for the bad guy. She'd get caught, of course. I could see a few mistakes she made where the police would figure out it was her and arrest her. But there wasn't anything I could do. I could warn her of her mistakes, but then she would be back to square one. It was like that damn trolley problem. Do you pull the lever and let this woman and her kids keep getting abused? Or do you leave the lever alone, let her ruin her own life by getting arrested, sending the kids off to CPS, but the piece of shit target gets what's coming to him? In the end, I left the lever alone. And from what I saw in the news later, I was right. He died. She got arrested. His side income was discovered. The kids went into the system. At least they were safe from him. That's the only comfort I can give myself. It was an impossible situation, is what I tell myself. But now, looking back, I see all the things I could have done, should have done. I could have brought down the FBI on this little Midwestern house. But in the heat of it all, I just didn't see that as an option. It felt impossible. I still lose sleep over it, but the choice is made. I figured Silas didn't know why this guy was a target, just that he was. I was hired to blindly stop any and all murders from dark web hired hitmen. There's no way they could know the details of every hitman transaction, right? Right? So, where does that leave me? Sitting in a Walmart parking lot, staring at a laptop screen, knowing a guy was about to get murdered because he was a monster. A monster I was supposed to save, but that I let die. The hit went down, just like Sarah planned. And yeah, like I figured, she got caught. The whole story came out, the abuse, the videos, everything. It was a media circus for a while. And me? I just went back to work. Cooked some more meals for rich people, delivered them, got paid. Life went on. But it wasn't the same. I kept expecting Silas to contact me, to ask what happened, why I didn't warn Mark. But he never did. Radio silence. It was like the whole thing never happened. Did he know? Did he know what Mark was doing? Did he know why Sarah put a hit on him? It was eating me up inside. I had all these questions, but no answers. I found myself re-examining other cases I took from Silas. Were any of them like this one? Or any of them deserved? The job that used to feel like I was doing some good now felt dirty. Tainted. I was supposed to be saving lives, but what if I was just protecting monsters? I started having trouble sleeping. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Mark's face, Sarah's, those two little girls. I kept thinking about what I could have done differently. Maybe I could have saved Sarah from prison somehow. Gotten her and the kids into protective custody. Reported Mark to the FBI and used my evidence. Something. Anything. The weight of my silence was crushing me. It is crushing me. I even considered quitting the whole thing. Just going back to being a regular chef. No more dark web, no more hitmen, no more moral dilemmas. But then what? Who would warn the other people on those lists? Even if some of them were horrible, was death really the right answer? I don't know if death is the right answer for any of them. I didn't know anymore. I'm still doing the job. For now. I tell myself that maybe, just maybe, I'm still making a difference. Maybe some of the people I warn really are innocent. Maybe I am saving lives. But the doubt is always there, lurking in the shadows. It's a constant reminder of the choice I made, the choice to do nothing. And the worst part is, I don't know if I'd make a different choice if I had to do it all over again. That's what haunts me the most. The uncertainty. The knowledge that I'm capable of making that kind of decision, of being a passive observer to such a horrific situation, even when I knew I could probably intervene. Even when I knew it was within my skill set. So, yeah, that's my story. It's not a neat and tidy one. There's no happy ending, no clear resolution. Just a whole lot of gray area and a guy trying to live with the choices he's made. And the questions, they never stop. They're always there, swirling around in my head, a constant reminder of the darkness that exists in the world, and the darkness that exists within myself. And I still wonder if Silas will ever reach out. And I still wonder if I will ever sleep soundly again. They say curiosity killed the cat, right? Well, I'm here to tell you the dark web messed me up beyond belief. I used to wish my stupid medical diagnosis was the worst thing I had going on. Now, compared to what I've been through, those symptoms feel like a walk in the park. It all started senior year. My thesis was due, and I was knee-deep in the darkest corners of the internet, trying to find something unique. Most of what I found was the usual boring garbage: crypto scams, wannabe hitmen, fake online drug markets. Nothing new, just the same old human greed. But then I stumbled upon this forum. It was buried so deep, I had to use 3 extra proxy jumps just to load the damn page. True Enlightenment Through Sound, the title said. Yeah, right. The thread was full of people rambling about some audio file and its supposed effects. Honestly, I almost skipped over it. My cursor landed on the most recent post. This user, VoidWalker13, wrote, "The frequency opened something in my mind. The ringing never stops, but the sounds are real." Weird thing was, their account went dark minutes after posting. Every other comment was like, "What happened next?" or "Are you okay?" But VoidWalker13 never replied. "You're gonna burn out before graduation," Sarah, my best friend, Chloe, said, leaning against my desk. Her bracelets jangled against my coffee mug, the sound echoing in my tiny dorm room. I rubbed my tired eyes and pointed at my screen. "This thread is different, Chloe. Look at the encryption, the user patterns." "It's perfect for my thesis," I insisted. "Sarah, you've been saying that for weeks about every weird corner of the internet you find." Chloe's eyes narrowed as she leaned in to read over my shoulder. Then, a message popped up in my inbox. Some random user had noticed me tracking the posts and was offering me the original audio file. The username was just a bunch of symbols my computer couldn't even display. Creepy. "Just promise me you won't do anything stupid," Chloe said, squeezing my shoulder before heading for the door. "Seriously, Sarah. This feels different." My fingers flew across the keyboard. I set up a secure virtual machine, the whole 9 yards. The file arrived at 3 in the morning. It had a name made of symbols I'd never seen before. I ran every security scan I could think of. Everything came back clean. Chloe's warning echoed in my head. But my thesis needed a conclusion, and this felt like it. I plugged in my noise-canceling headphones. The forum said the frequency only worked with complete audio isolation. I hit play. At first, I thought the file was broken. The sound was so low I had to check my volume settings. Then I felt it, a resonance building beneath the silence. It wasn't quite music, not quite noise. The pitch started climbing, scraping against my skull. My vision started to blur as the frequency burrowed deeper. I ripped off my headphones, my heart pounding. But the sound didn't stop. It was inside my head now. A high-pitched ringing, pulsing with my heartbeat. I tried to tell myself it was just the aftermath of loud audio, that it would fade. It didn't. I went back to the forum, but it was gone. Offline. Vanished. My screen just showed an error message and a string of those strange symbols, burning after images into my vision. And the ringing? It was getting louder. In the sudden silence of my room, I heard something else. A faint, metallic creaking, like rusty hinges. It was coming from inside my head. The ringing was still there at breakfast. I pushed my cereal around the bowl. Each clink of the spoon felt like a nail driving into my skull. "You look like death," Chloe said, grabbing her keys from the counter. "Did you even sleep?" I forced a smile and shook my head. "Just working on thesis revisions," I mumbled. "I'll bring you coffee after my shift," she said. She paused at the door, her forehead creased with worry. "Text me if you need anything, okay?" I sent 3 texts to Chloe over the next 8 hours. No response. That was weird. The wall of static in my ears made it impossible to focus. I tried to write about the forum, but the words just blurred together. My cursor blinked mockingly on a blank document. Then I heard it again. A metallic screech cutting through the ringing. Like rusted hinges being forced open, or something heavy being cranked. I yanked out my earbuds, but they weren't even plugged into anything. My phone lit up. A message from an unknown number. "The frequency finds those who need to hear," it read. What the hell did that mean? I blocked the number and tried to bury myself in research. I found tons of references to enlightenment through sound, especially on those sketchy dark web forums, but everything led to dead ends and deleted accounts. As the sun started to set, the ringing changed pitch. A grinding noise wove through the static, like metal scraping against metal. My laptop speakers crackled with interference. My stomach growled, reminding me I hadn't eaten all day. I figured I'd check in with Chloe. "Hey, wanna grab dinner?" I typed, setting my phone down on the desk. The message showed as delivered, but unread. Her last active status was from 16 hours ago. My phone buzzed. Finally. But it wasn't Chloe. Another unknown number. The message just said, "Listen closer." The grinding sound intensified inside my head. And under the mechanical noise, something else was pushing through the static. A voice. Distant and muffled. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone, it was terrifying. I slammed my laptop shut. The voice cut out, but the ringing remained. It was like a constant, throbbing reminder of my mistake. The next day, I tried Chloe again. 3 more messages. Still nothing. I called her roommate, Amy, who said she hadn't seen her since yesterday morning. I even went to the campus coffee shop where she worked. Her coworker, a guy named Ben with too much hair gel, said she never showed up for her afternoon shift. Probably just sleeping off a hangover, Ben said with a shrug. But Chloe never missed work. And she never went this long without responding to me. Something was wrong. As night fell, the metallic sounds grew sharper. Each new noise was distinct, the click of locks, the rattle of chains, the slow turn of rusted gears. And beneath it all, that voice. Closer now. Then I heard it. Someone was screaming. It was faint, but definitely a scream. The ringing was becoming unbearable, so I decided to visit the clinic on campus. I had to get this checked out. The clinic smelled like disinfectant and old magazines. I sat in the padded chair while Dr. Adams, a woman with tired eyes, studied my intake forms. Ringing started 5 days ago, she asked, peering over her glasses. I nodded. The static hummed in my ears, punctuated by a rhythmic clicking sound that had started that morning. Any exposure to loud noises before the onset? Dr. Adams typed something into her computer. Just my headphones. A single audio file, I said, already regretting mentioning it. She led me into the testing booth, a tiny, claustrophobic room with foam-padded walls and a window where she'd monitor my responses. Raise your hand when you hear a tone, she said through the intercom. The first few beeps came through clearly. Then, the ringing intensified. A mechanical whirring cut through the test tones, followed by the distinct sound of metal sliding against metal. I raised my hand, but Dr. Adams's face showed confusion. She hadn't played a tone yet. The equipment crackled with interference. Through the booth's window, I saw her frown at her monitor. She adjusted some settings, and the speakers screeched. Then, the voice broke through the static. Distant. Muffled. Pleading. Ms. Miller? Dr. Adams's voice came through, garbled. Are you okay? I ripped off the headphones. The ringing was still there, but the voice retreated beneath the static. Dr. Adams was frowning at some printouts. Your readings are unusual, she said. The interference pattern suggests external input, but there's no source. It could be tinnitus, but I'd like to run more tests to be sure. My phone buzzed. Another undelivered message to Chloe. I'd like to refer you to a specialist, Dr. Adams continued, writing on her prescription pad. And perhaps consider some anti-anxiety medication. Stress can manifest in unusual ways. The clicking sound returned, becoming sharper, like something being wound tight. I wanted to scream. I rolled my eyes and stood up. It's not stress, I said, my voice shaking. But thanks for wasting my time. I spent the rest of the afternoon in the campus library. My student ID got me after-hours access to the medical section. Rows of computers cast a blue glow across the empty study tables. The ringing seemed to quiet down a bit here, muffled by the sheer volume of dusty medical journals. My laptop screen was filled with pages of tinnitus research. Case studies, treatment options, experimental therapies. None of it matched what I was experiencing. Normal tinnitus didn't come with mechanical sounds. Or voices. I opened a new tab and tried to find the dark web forum again. I managed to pull up a cached version, the last snapshot before it disappeared. Other users described a similar progression, first the ringing, then the mechanical sounds, then the voices. The library's fluorescent lights flickered. My laptop screen filled with static, and those damn symbols started dancing at the edges. The clicking sound returned, like a ratchet being wound tighter and tighter. Then, books crashed to the floor 3 aisles over. My phone lit up. It was Chloe's number. Finally. But before I could answer, my signal bars vanished. The mechanical sounds grew louder. Metal scraped against metal. Chains rattled in the distance. I slammed my laptop shut and ran for the exit. The sounds followed me, building to a crescendo. And beneath the static, I heard it again. The scream. Sleep was impossible that night. My dorm room walls seemed to pulse with shadows. It was 3 a.m., and the ringing was a constant, throbbing presence. But the darkness brought new sounds. Clearer sounds. The mechanical whirring started low, like distant machinery. Each new noise was distinct: the click of locks, the grind of gears, the slow turn of a crank. My phone showed another missed call from Chloe's number. I pressed my palms against my ears, but it was no use. The sounds were inside my head. The voice pushed through again, familiar, yet distorted, warped. I could almost make out the words. Almost. My laptop pinged with a new email. The dark web forum had resurfaced. There was a single new message: the frequency finds those who need to listen. The ringing shifted pitch. Metal groaned against concrete. Something heavy dragged across a floor. Then my phone lit up. Chloe's contact photo. Static burst from the speaker when I answered. And through the white noise, I heard someone sobbing. The mechanical sounds built into a symphony of agony. Each gear, each chain, each lock clear in its purpose. Each sound marking time. And beneath it all, I heard Chloe's voice. She was screaming for help. The library basement was the only place I could find any relief from the ringing. Surrounded by concrete and old books, the static dulled to a whisper. I spread my research across an empty study table: printouts of forum posts, medical records, sound wave analyses. A pattern was emerging in the user's final messages. They all described the same thing: ringing, mechanical sounds, voices. Then silence. My phone lit up again. Another message from Chloe's number. 5 texts, all undelivered. And whenever I tried to call her, the signal just disappeared. The scrape of chair legs against tile made me jump. A man was sitting at my table. He had wild white hair and scars that traced his temples, disappearing beneath his hairline. "It's not in your head," he rasped, his eyes fixed on my papers. I pulled the documents closer, suddenly feeling very exposed. "Who are you?" I asked, looking around to make sure we were still alone. "Name's Robert Miles," he said, pushing a worn notebook across the table. "And those sounds you're hearing? They're not what you think." The notebook was filled with technical diagrams, wave patterns that matched the ones from my own analysis. But his notes went deeper. Coordinates. Signal strengths. The ringing spiked, and a mechanical line cut through the static. Robert tapped the diagrams. The frequency acts as a receiver, but... The library lights flickered again. Static burst from my phone's speaker. The mechanical sounds grew louder. The distinct click of a ratchet. The grinding of gears. Robert grabbed his notebook and stood up. You need to find the source before. Then, he was just gone. Vanished between the flickering fluorescent lights. A chill ran down my spine. I grabbed his notebook and ran. The ringing followed me, but something had changed in the static. The voice was closer. Familiar. Back in my room, panting and on edge, I spread Robert's notes across my desk. The coordinates were all over the city. Signal strengths were charted over time. And in the margins, a single phrase was repeated over and over. The frequency finds those who need to hear. Then the screaming started again. Louder this time. I had to find Chloe. I just knew she was in trouble. I raced to Chloe's apartment, my heart pounding in my chest. Police tape was strung across her door. Her roommate, Amy, stood in the hallway, hugging herself. Her eyes were red and swollen. They found her car, Amy said, her voice cracking. At the train station. Empty. The ringing in my ears built to a crescendo. Metal scraped against metal, chains rattled. I could hear the machinery working, even here. I pulled Robert's notebook from my bag. Did Chloe ever mention anyone following her? Strange messages, anything like that? Amy shook her head, tears streaming down her face. She just went to work and never came home. It's been 3 weeks, Sarah. 3 weeks. My blood ran cold. 3 weeks. No! That couldn't be right. The mechanical sounds twisted into something new. The slow grind of a crank turning, a winch straining under a heavy weight. My phone buzzed. Another message from an unknown number. A string of numbers and letters. Coordinates. They matched a set in Robert's notebook, circled in red ink. The screaming started again. The voice pushed through layers of static, desperate and familiar. It was Chloe. I knew it was. I stumbled down the apartment stairs, my vision blurring. This felt like a nightmare. The coordinates led to the industrial district. Old warehouses. Abandoned storage units. The police incident report glowed on my phone screen. Officers' notes mentioned Chloe's coffee shop name tag found in the train station parking lot. No security footage. No witnesses. A new sound cut through the ringing. The click of locks engaging. The squeal of rusted hinges. My laptop pinged. The dark web forum had resurfaced. The page displayed only one post. A single audio file uploaded 3 weeks ago. The day Chloe disappeared. I pressed play. Between a man's maniacal laughter and what sounded like a drill, Chloe panted and wailed through strained vocal cords. Her pitch peaked, then shattered under wet gurgling when the drill ground into what I could only assume was her flesh and bone. When her screaming stopped, the device clattered to the ground, and what followed still haunts me to this day. Squelching. The sound of someone digging into her flesh, into her organs. I jammed the stop button and froze. Unable to process what I just heard. Unable to feel anything but searing rage. The ringing exploded into clarity. Every mechanical sound aligned with the recording, the same devices, the same timing. The same screams. Robert's notebook held the truth. The frequency didn't cause hallucinations. It created a connection, a live feed. My best friend's voice echoed through the static. Not a memory, not a recording. Chloe was screaming again. Right now. The ringing led me through the city like a compass needle. Each turn amplified the mechanical sounds, the creak of pulleys, the grind of gears, the click of locks. Chloe's voice grew stronger as I crossed into the industrial district. My laptop balanced on the passenger seat, tracking signal strength. Robert's notebook lay open beside it, his coordinates matching the dark web forum's data. Red circles marked 3 locations. The first 2 were empty warehouses. Nothing there. Chloe's screams changed pitch. The sound of metal scraping against concrete cut through the static. A new email. The forum again. This time, an image. Chloe's student ID card lay on a rusty metal surface, her smiling picture a stark contrast to the dark stains around it. The ringing exploded into white noise. Through the static, machinery whirred to life. My hands gripped the steering wheel. Chloe's voice broke. The mechanical sounds built to a crescendo, each device distinct in the chorus of pain. The third location pulsed on my screen. An abandoned storage complex at the edge of town. The signal strength peaked as I turned down the access road. I parked behind a rusted shipping container. The frequency throbbed in my skull, stronger than ever. Each sound was crystal clear now, the turn of a crank, the strain of chains, the rhythmic click of something winding tighter. Unit 13. The door hung open at the end of the row. The smell hit me first. Sweet and metallic. Like old blood. Chloe screamed through the static one last time. Then, silence. The ringing in my ears faded to nothing as I stepped into the darkness. The storage unit door creaked on rusted hinges. My flashlight beam caught dust motes swirling in the air, each particle dancing like static. The ringing in my ears reached a fever pitch, then stopped completely as I stepped inside. My foot hit something metal. A chain snaked across the concrete floor, disappearing into the shadows. The mechanical sounds in my head matched the devices scattered around the room, a winch bolted to the wall, a metal crank, rows of locks and tools. The beam of light swept left. Chloe's corpse lay there like a discarded rag doll, mouth gaping in a silent scream, fingers gnarled as if she'd been clawing at her own throat, grasping for air that wouldn't come. Her eyes were rolled back, milky white. A rusted electric meat slicer lay near her head. A wooden chair with nails protruding from it stood in the corner of the room, a morbid glimpse into her torture. The room was filled with unspeakable devices. It was all too much. Too real. The ringing fractured into silence. Cold reality crashed in. Memories flashed through my head. Chloe at breakfast, but her coffee cup had phased through the table. Chloe in my room, but the mirror showed only my reflection. Chloe's texts all undelivered to a disconnected number. The truth was right there in front of me, wrapped in chains and decay. My best friend hadn't been missing for weeks. She'd been dead the entire time. The mechanical sounds made sense now. Every creak, every click, every scrape of metal, echoes of her final hours, burned into the frequency. The screaming in my head, her voice growing clearer as I got closer to this place. My phone lit up in the darkness. The forum displayed one final message: the frequency finds those who need to hear. The silence pressed in, heavy with truth. With shaking hands, I dialed 911. Sirens wailed in the distance as I sank to my knees beside what remained of my best friend. The ringing in my ears was gone. The police station's fluorescent lights buzzed, a dull, monotonous sound. Detective Morgan read through my statement, her pen scratching against the paper. Evidence photos were spread across her desk: Chloe's car, her student ID, the storage unit. You tracked her phone? She looked up, her expression skeptical. The ringing pulsed faintly in my ears. No. A frequency. It led me there. She set down her pen. Ah, frequency? From the dark web, I mumbled. It connected to a live feed of. Miss Miller, Detective Morgan said, leaning forward. Your friend was killed weeks ago. The medical examiner confirmed it. The mechanical sounds crept back into the static. Clicks and whirs from the devices the police had cataloged in their evidence logs. Then how could I hear her screaming? My hand shook as I pulled out Robert's notebook. These coordinates led straight to her. The frequency. We've been investigating Mr. Miles, she said, sliding a photo across the desk. It was Robert. His body lay crumpled in the library basement, a pool of blood around his head. Mr. Miles was connected to 3 other murders, Detective Morgan said. All young women who disappeared after visiting certain dark web forums. The ringing shifted. Chloe's voice pushed through, distant but clear. He kept recordings, Detective Morgan continued. She opened a file on her computer. Audio files of his victims. The same sounds you described. Static filled my ears as understanding clicked into place. The frequency. The forum. Robert's research. It was all a trap. But the voice in my head screamed a different truth. Chloe's voice, leading me to her body. The mechanical sounds matching every device found at the scene. The ringing built to a crescendo. Through the static, metal scraped against metal. A winch turned. Chains rattled. And somewhere in the city, another girl started screaming. The dark web forum vanished after Chloe's funeral. My thesis notes became evidence in a cold case, filed away in a dusty police archive. Detective Morgan closed Robert's investigation. No suspects. No justice. Just silence. My laptop sat open on my desk, the cursor blinking over a blank document. The frequency file remained hidden in my secure drive, untouched. The ringing never returned after that night in the storage unit. Then, a new message appeared in my inbox. An unknown sender. A familiar string of symbols in the subject line. My hands trembled as I clicked it open. A single audio file. 3 minutes long. The same frequency. My finger hovered over the play button. The silence in my ears ached with possibility. Somewhere in the static, another voice waited to be heard. Another victim, screaming to be found. But I pressed delete. The message vanished. My screen flickered once, symbols dancing at the edges like ghosts. A cold breath brushed my neck, carrying the faintest echo of machinery. Then, Chloe's voice. A whisper in the silence. The frequency finds those who need to hear. I closed my laptop and let the quiet settle in. I couldn't do this again. I wouldn't. In the distance, a phone rang. Unanswered. March 6th, 2021. I'll never forget that day. Most people probably don't even remember it, but for me, it's like a wound that just keeps on bleeding. That's the day 17 people were killed in Oclatagee, Oklahoma. The shooter's name was Mark Steele. He didn't leave a single person alive in that place. And then, after taking all those innocent lives, he just ended it. Turned the gun on himself. I still see his face sometimes when I close my eyes, especially in my nightmares. It's just blank. Like he'd already made peace with what he was about to do, like it was all part of the plan. But the thing that really messes me up, the thing I can't shake, it isn't just the shooting itself. It's everything that happened after. Or, I guess, what didn't happen. See, Mark Steele filmed the whole thing. Live streamed it. Hundreds of us saw it happen in real time, or caught it on the internet later. He even wrote this whole messed up manifesto. 37 pages of twisted, rambling nonsense, explaining why he did it, going into all the sick details. That got passed around the internet, too. Then, poof. It was all gone. Every last trace of it. The stream, the manifesto, all of it. Vanished. No clips. No screenshots. You couldn't even find a whisper of it on the dark web. At first, I figured it was just people trying to forget. You know, not wanting to remember something so horrible. But now, I'm not so sure. I know something else is going on. For years, I've been searching. I've dug through every corner of the internet, every forum, every message board. I've tried to contact people who said they saw the video or read the manifesto. Most of them never wrote me back. But the ones who did, they all told me the same thing. Stop looking. They warned me that it wasn't worth it, that I was putting myself at risk. Then, one night, I got an email. The subject line was just, "You're not alone." It was obviously a throwaway account. No name, no profile picture. Just a short message. I have what you're looking for. The manifesto and the stream. But we need to talk first. No promises it's safe. There was an attachment. A blurry, black and white scan of the first page of the manifesto. The title? The Final Lesson. My heart was pounding out of my chest as I stared at it. I didn't know if I should feel relieved or terrified. I wrote back, and within minutes, I got another message. It had an address about 2 hours outside of Oclatagee. No phone number. No instructions. Just an address. When I got there, it was this old farmhouse, totally run down. Paint peeling, windows boarded up, the whole 9 yards. Looked like it had been abandoned for years. But as I got closer, I noticed a faint light flickering through the cracks in the boards. Before I even had a chance to knock, the door creaked open. There was a guy standing there, his face all hidden in the shadows. He looked older than I expected, his eyes were sunken in, but there was something about him that made me stop in my tracks, made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. "You came," he said, and he motioned for me to come inside. The second I stepped in, the smell hit me. Pure mildew. This place hadn't been aired out in decades. He sat down at this beat-up old desk and pointed to a dusty laptop sitting on top. "I have it," he said, "but you won't be able to keep it. Every time someone tries, it gets erased. It's like it knows." I had no idea what he meant by that, but he opened up two files on the laptop. One was labeled manifesto.pdf, the other was livestream.mp4. "Watch this," he said, and he double-clicked the video. The screen flickered, and then, there it was. The cafeteria. The screams. The chaos. Mark Steele was walking through the halls, narrating everything he was doing in this cold, emotionless voice. It was even worse than I remembered. Way worse. After a few minutes, the guy paused the video. "Record what you can," he told me. "It's the only way to hold on to it." My hands were shaking as I pulled out my phone and hit record. He started the video again. Mark entered a classroom, raising his gun. Students were begging, pleading for their lives. I could barely keep the camera steady as I watched it all unfold. It was like watching a snuff film, but worse, because it was real. You could practically feel the terror. And then, it happened. The laptop screen flickered again. The video just disappeared. My phone shut off, even though I was still recording. When I turned it back on, the video I had just taken was gone. The guy slammed his fist on the desk, cursing under his breath. "They're on to us," he said. "You need to leave. Now." I was barely out of that farmhouse when I heard tires crunching on the gravel driveway. I turned and saw a black SUV pulling up, its headlights cutting through the darkness like knives. Two guys in suits got out. They looked calm, deliberate, like they did this kind of thing every day. I didn't stop running until I was deep in the woods, my lungs burning, heart hammering in my chest like a drum. I never saw that guy again. The guy from the farmhouse. I don't even know his name. So, now, I'm back to square one. The truth is still out there, somewhere, but it's like it's buried a mile deep. And it's not just erased. It's like it's being hunted. Someone, or something, is going to extreme lengths to keep it hidden. I keep thinking about what the guy in the farmhouse said, about the files being erased, like they know when someone's trying to copy them. It sounds crazy, I know. But what if it's true? What if there's something more to this than just a cover-up? The manifesto, the live stream, all the pieces of that day, they're still out there, floating around in the digital ether, maybe. But every time someone tries to remember, tries to grab a piece and hold on to it, it disappears again. It's like it's alive, and it doesn't want to be found. Or maybe, the people trying to hide it are just that good. I don't know what to do anymore. I thought I was close. I thought I finally had a lead, a chance to expose the truth. But now, I'm more lost than ever. It's like I'm chasing a ghost, a digital phantom that vanishes every time I get close. If you're reading this, and you somehow stumble across anything at all that connects to what happened that day in Oklahomachi, be careful. Seriously. They're watching. And they'll do whatever it takes to make sure the truth never sees the light of day. Don't make the same mistake I did. Don't trust anyone, and don't assume you're safe just because you're behind a screen. I don't know who they are. A government agency? Some shadowy organization? Or something else entirely? Something. I don't even know. Something we don't understand. But they're powerful, and they're thorough. They've managed to erase almost every trace of what happened, and they've silenced anyone who gets too close. I'm not giving up, though. I can't. Not after everything I've seen, everything I've lost. I owe it to those 17 people who died that day. I owe it to their families. And I owe it to myself. I have to keep searching, keep digging, even if it kills me. Maybe this is all just a big conspiracy theory. Maybe I'm just chasing shadows. But I can't shake this feeling, this gut instinct, that there's something more to this story. Something bigger and darker than anyone realizes. So, I'll keep looking. I'll keep searching for the truth, no matter how deeply it's buried. And maybe, just maybe, one day I'll find it. Or maybe it'll find me. But until then, I'll keep this warning in mind. Be careful who you trust. Be careful where you look. And be prepared to run. Because the truth is out there, but it doesn't want to be found. And the people who are guarding it will stop at nothing to keep it hidden. They'll stop at nothing to keep the world from knowing what really happened on March 6, 2021, in that small town in Oklahoma. They might even be reading this right now. If that's the case, then I'm not afraid of you. You can erase your files. You can run your operations. But you can't stop the truth from coming to the surface. It might take time, but it will, eventually. I'm sure of it. Okay, here's a revised version of the story, focusing on smoother, more conversational English, aimed at a general audience. I'll break it into 6 parts, providing one part at a time, and I'll change the character names. Part 1, The Genius Next Door. I swear, I live with a freaking literary genius. A once-in-a-generation mind, like Dickens or Shakespeare, but with ideas as dangerous as Oppenheimer's or Rushdie's. Dickens and Shakespeare changed the world, but if my old roommate, Finnegan Bellwether, had gotten his way, he probably would have ended it. Finn's stories and poems could make people laugh, cry, get furious, even fall asleep on command. He had this knack for stringing words together that messed with your emotions like he was playing an instrument. His love poems made shy people blurt out declarations of undying love to bewildered crushes. His war stories inspired guys to drop out of college and join the army. And his dramas about death and loss. Forget about it, no one came out of those with dry eyes. But it wasn't the good stuff that made me torch our student house with him inside. No! It was the stuff he wrote when he decided he wanted to make people scream. That did it. I've been in prison for a few years now. Arson and murder, in case you're wondering. This is my life now. But honestly, it was worth it. I might be guilty in the eyes of the law, but I sleep just fine. The shrink calls it a delusional martyr complex. Whatever. I know this is a sacrifice for the good of humanity. God knows what would have happened if those stories had ever been published. Like I said, Finn had a way with words. I met him freshman year. His room was right next to mine in the dorm. By sophomore year, we were sharing a house with two other friends, Clara and Owen. Owen even testified to my good character, which knocked a couple of years off my sentence. Thanks, buddy. Anyway, from the start, I could tell Finn was different. No, not different. That's the wrong word. Gifted. Yeah, that's it. Gifted in a way you rarely see. At first, I felt lucky to know him. Word got around about the tall guy in the duffel coat who made a famous visiting lecturer burst into tears. I won't name her, because I don't want any media circus when she inevitably sues for defamation. The public already hates me enough. Let's just say, if the words vampire baseball ring a bell, you know her work. Finn tore her apart, calling her a peddler of emotionally empty garbage that's an insult to the trees that die for the paper it's printed on. When she challenged him to do better, he grabbed a napkin and wrote a haiku. I never read it, but I saw the video. The lecturer read it once, then again, and then just collapsed on the floor, sobbing, "It's too beautiful. It's too beautiful." The whole lecture hall erupted, and Finn and I were right there with them, laughing our heads off. And that was how it went for the first 6 months. Finn had all the drama and English lit majors hanging all over him, and I was just along for the ride, enjoying the perks of his genius. But then, the incident happened. And everything changed. This is the end of part 1. Let me know if you'd like me to continue with part 2. I'll wait for your confirmation before posting the next part. It rocked the whole campus. 6 or 7 guys, one of them an underage kid visiting for the weekend, died at an after-party. And not just died, they died in a way that brought the media swarming for 2 solid months. The kind of way that made dozens of students drop out the next day. One guy had killed 2 others, someone else jumped out a window, and there were rumors the 2 survivors were so messed up they hurt themselves. Nobody knows exactly what happened, but the university couldn't stop photos of the carnage from spreading through WhatsApp and Facebook groups. I never saw them myself. Seeing Owen look at his phone and instantly throw up all over the room was enough for me. My stomach's not that strong. I wish Finn had shown the same restraint. Probably a bad batch of acid or something, Owen said, while Finn stared at his phone. Or maybe the others just snapped when they saw what Luke did. I heard he... Could you send me these? Finn interrupted, surprising both of us. Yeah, sure, Owen replied, glancing at me as he took his phone back. What do you want them for, though? Research, Finn mumbled, already heading to his room. He had that look on his face, the one he always got the night before an assignment, the one that usually brought hordes of adoring girls to our door. I should have known then that mixing that look with those photos was a recipe for disaster. But I was too stoned and too busy getting back to my Tekken match with Owen to think about it. I didn't realize it then, but that night was the start of a 9-month countdown that would end with Finn dead, our house burned to the ground, and me as the monster of the week in the news. The first 3 months were pretty normal, to be honest. The first changes were in the groupies Finn attracted. Guys started showing up alongside the girls, at least at first. The whole vibe changed, too. Before, it was bubbly art students. Now, I was trying to play Tekken over the shoulders of goth girls and pale, sunken-eyed wannabe Lovecrafts. But after a month or two, even that crowd started to thin out. The remaining goths and imitators looked increasingly worried and haggard. They had the same expressions that drama and lit girls used to get when Finn's new artistic direction scared them off. I found out why about 3 months later. Finn was holed up in his room, in the middle of a days-long writing binge. What's going on with him? I asked Owen, nodding towards Finn's room. I know he was always a bit of a recluse, but I haven't seen him since Thursday. He stopped bringing people over, too. Yeah, because that's what we should be worried about, Clara chimed in, rolling her eyes. God forbid you don't get laid, right? Ha, I said dryly. Very funny, Clara. You caught me. I'm the one who hid the body under the floorboards. We all laughed for a bit, then Owen finally answered my question. Honestly, I don't know, man. He's been off since those photos from G-Block. The ones with Luke McAllister. I know the ones you mean. But that messed everyone up. You can't tell me all his. I mean, all their friends from his classes dropped out? Clara shook her head. No, they're still around. We journalism students have a shared lecture with the creative writing guys. Travel writing. Finn's stuff lately. Owen, Jake, I think something's seriously wrong with him. Clara leaned forward, glad to finally have our attention. The conversation went on late into the night. It ended around 2 a.m., with the three of us standing outside Finn's door. Finn? I said, knocking softly. Finn, it's Jake. Owen and Clara are with me. Clara was saying, ow. Clara elbowed me. She was shaking her head, eyes wide, telling me to shut up. I mean, you remember Sarah? That girl from your course I was seeing? That narrows it down, Owen chuckled, earning another elbow from Clara. I rolled my eyes and kept talking to Finn through the door. Well, buddy, I tried to catch up with her, but she says she's concerned, worried, scared. Clara nodded when I said scared. Yeah, she's scared, Finn. She said the stuff you've been reading in lectures has been, well, can we talk? I finished, using that slightly condescending tone you use with teenagers who are trying to grow up too fast. There was a grunt from the other side of the door, but no real answer. This time, Clara spoke up. It's not just Sarah, Finn. Loads of your classmates have told me your stories are too much. People are on edge after the G-Block thing, you know? The response from inside was sharp and impatient. Not my problem. If they were happy to kiss my ass when it was mushy romance or, deep poetry, they can keep their lips there when I'm trying to scare them. The three of us jumped. We hadn't heard Finn move, so it was a shock when his door swung open as soon as he finished speaking. He stood there, grinning. Under his bloodshot eyes were dark circles, and the room behind him was dark except for the glow of his laptop screen. What do you want? His gaze flicked between us, lingering on Clara a little longer than on Owen or me. You want me to stop? Write something different? Go back to making girls swoon and boys take notes? We all took a step back. Clara spoke first. No, Finn, it's just, look, That piece you read last week in Travel Writing, the one about the Blue Desert, you mean? The one I read about in... Yes, that one, Clara shuddered, cutting him off. It freaks me out, Finn, and pretty much everyone else in the class. I've been having nightmares about it. Jake's not wrong. A lot of people in your course have told me about some of the messed up stuff you've read in other. Look, if they don't want to listen, they can leave the room. Finn's brow furrowed. He looked a little concerned, but mostly angry. I write what I want to write. Finn, a few months ago, there was a bloodbath on our campus. You saw the photos, just like we did. A lot of people aren't okay. If you're not, you can tell us, Owen said, surprising both Clara and me. He put a hand on Finn's shoulder, which Finn quickly shrugged off. I'm fine. I'm just trying different stuff. Like I said, I didn't ask them to listen. Makes no difference to me. He slammed the door in our faces. We stood there for a good 30 seconds, blinking. Well, Owen finally said, I'd say that went well, don't you? The rest of the term went on like that until we went home for the summer. When we came back in September, we were living with Finn again, this time in a rented flat above a small shop. We'd arranged this months before Finn's strange behavior started. I got annoyed with Clara's constant worrying, the messages in our group chat. I snapped at her a few times in late August. The lease is already signed, I texted, lying on my bed at my mom's house. There's nothing we can do now. Besides, he mostly stays in his room, and he's got the money for rent. How much trouble can he really be? Finn didn't say much when he moved in. I was disappointed to see he still had that tired, wild-eyed look. My hope that time at home would help him was gone. He had even less stuff than before, some sheets, a garbage bag of clothes that smelled from the hallway, and a couple of boxes with research scrawled on them in black marker. The 3 months between September and Christmas, after we settled into the flat and started our second year, or when things got really bad. The first weird thing was Finn's grades. They plummeted. He went from getting top marks to failing and getting called in to see his professors. I found out through Clara, who heard it from Sarah, who still wasn't talking to me. One time, I caught Finn on his way from his room to the kitchen. Hey, buddy, you okay? Clara said your feedback from the lecturers isn't so good. He stood there for a minute, just staring at me. He looked awful. The bags under his eyes were even darker and deeper. The red veins around his eyes were worse. Finn had always been thin and pale, but now he was gaunt. His cheeks were hollow, and his face looked waxy. I'm fine, he mumbled, avoiding eye contact. I'm just not wasting my best stuff anymore. I'm working on something. Saving the good stuff for that. Okay, man. Still, could you at least take a shower? I had a date the other night, and she noticed the smell. Finn shrugged. Sure. He didn't shower. Or at least, I never heard him. The smell never went away, but it didn't get worse either. It was just there, a faint but constant smell of gasoline and burnt eggs that seemed to be in the walls and carpet. I stopped bringing dates home. Owen and Clara started dating a couple of months into this weird period, so they didn't have that problem. But they still complained. I'd often hear them banging on Finn's door, yelling about the smell, or spraying air freshener everywhere. Besides the smell in the crates, the other weird thing was Finn's new following. He started attracting people again, even though he was only handing in half-finished work. But this new crowd was different. They were strange, but not in the try-hard way that goth girls and imitators had been. These people weren't even students. That was the only thing they had in common. There were men, women, some much older than us, some so young we thought about calling the police. I don't think it was anything sexual, though. Sometimes the younger ones showed up with their parents. They all had the same furtive look, whether they were homeless and smelled like urine or rich and wore expensive suits. By December, he'd sometimes have a dozen or more crammed into his tiny room. I'd listen at the door during these nightly meetings. That's how I know it wasn't sexual, though that wasn't exactly a relief. I don't think it would have made things much worse. I couldn't hear everything, but it was mostly just talking. Finn talking. He'd talk for hours, probably reading from whatever he was working on. What happened the night before we went home for Christmas break confirmed my suspicions. I heard Clara scream before I saw anything. I was in my room, getting high and playing Tekken after a long day of lectures. I ran into the hall and saw Clara standing in the doorway across from mine, screaming so loud the neighbors started banging on the walls. A man stood in front of her, facing away from me. One of Finn's followers, one of the rich ones in the suits. Clara was looking up at him, tears streaming down her face, screaming with every breath. I found out why when I touched the man's shoulder. When he turned around, I started screaming too. He'd taken out his eyes. Wetness ran down his cheeks, dark red. His eyelids fluttered uselessly over empty sockets, black except for the faint red of the flesh inside. He was huge, at least a foot taller than me, which didn't help my panic. I eventually passed out. The goatee on his otherwise clean-shaven face was stretched, pulled tight around something he held between his lips. I lost consciousness the moment his lips parted. Between his white teeth were two bloody, socketless eyeballs. When I came to, the police were already there. Owen and Clara had dragged me to the couch after Owen, luckily drunk, smashed a bottle over the guy's head and called 911. I refused an ambulance. After seeing how Owen handled things, I felt safer with him than in a hospital. Part of me wanted to move out then. Part of me still wishes I had. But instead, I decided I wasn't going to let Finn and his messed up followers ruin my first real place. Over Christmas break, we agreed we'd kick Finn out when we got back. But the police hadn't found anything to arrest him for. They found a manuscript, which they took, but there wasn't anything incriminating enough to keep it. A concerned officer emailed Clara, warning us that even though they couldn't charge Finn, we should be careful. She basically said, "I'm almost certain I'll be called back to that flat, and I'm worried next time the mutilation won't be self-inflicted. I can't tell you why, but something's not right. Please, you, your boyfriend, and your flatmate should find somewhere else to live." It was the book that worried them. I've seen it since, but all I knew then was the title from Clara's email. Ha, the children are bleeding, a housewife's tale. Those last 3 months, after we ignored the officer and went back to the flat, I got to know that book way too well. It had clearly affected the police too, because I saw more than one officer knocking on our door and going straight to Finn's room. I'd hear Clara crying at night, while I was too scared to sleep because of the low mumbling coming from Finn's room. She was terrified, and so was I. Trying to kick Finn out didn't go well. We managed to hold it together for a month after we got back before Clara finally snapped. She marched down the hall and started banging on Finn's door. "You get out here right now, Finnegan Bellwether, you smelly, creepy bastard. I've had enough. You have to leave." Owen and I barely had time to put down our controllers. By the time they hit the floor, Clara was backing into the living room, hands up, pleading with a group of glazed-eyed people. The 10 or so people were as mismatched as ever, a pot-bellied cop, a mother and teenage daughter with matching "let me speak to the manager" haircuts, a homeless guy who reeked of cheap booze, a woman in a suit with a corporate name tag. A normal group, made terrifying by the hateful looks in their eyes and the figure they parted to let through. Finn looked worse than ever. His skin was almost see-through. Dark blue veins showed through the skin on his temples and around his eyes. His eyes were milky red, more burst blood vessels than anything. His thin lips were smirking at Clara, but his sunken eyes held the same hate as his followers. "Oh, I'm leaving, am I, Clara?" His words were slow, deliberate, like forming each syllable took effort. "Why, yes," Clara stammered, bumping into the kitchen table. "Yes, you have to get out. I'm sick of the smell and these freaks." She spat the last word, her anger briefly overcoming her fear. The freaks seemed amused. They started chuckling softly, perfectly in time with Finn's own. "Cute, Clara. That's cute." His smirk faltered when Owen stepped between them. "Back off, Finn. I don't care how many of your sick little club you've got with you. If you touch her, I'll mess you up." I was behind them, so I couldn't see Finn's face, but Owen's fury made even me jump. That's why Finn's response shook me so much. "I'm already messed up, Theodore. So are all of you. I'm just honest about it." He looked at the three of us. "I'm fond of 2 of you, so I'll ignore this. Don't bother me when I'm working again." He and his followers gave Clara one last disgusted look and went back down the hall to his room. That night's muffled sermon lasted until dawn. So did Clara's sobs. I didn't see Finn again until the night of the fire. I was still refusing to leave. Clara had tried, but Owen talked her out of it. She moved into his room, leaving her old one empty. Owen was convinced he could fix everything by punching Finn. I think he was just as scared as we were and found the tough guy act comforting. I don't think any of us could have left, though. I doubt Finn would have let us, and the thought of leaving him and his followers alone was even scarier. During that last month, I realized I had to do something. Even though I was terrified, I couldn't just let it go on. Evil triumphs when good men do nothing, or whatever that saying is. It took me 4 weeks to build up the courage, but I knew I couldn't live with myself if, well, you'll see. Finn's followers were up to something. That was clear over the next few nights. I'd lie awake listening to the muffled sermons mixed with thuds, scrapes, banging, and sawing. After a week, the sounds started coming from Clara's old room, too. I didn't get to talk to her much. She barely left Owen's room. Owen worked at a bar, so he was out most nights. He'd get back after midnight, and the noise always started when he was gone or asleep. He was working the night of the fire, which is probably why he was around to get those years knocked off my sentence. The first thing I noticed the night of the fire was the sound of boots. I was used to hearing them in the hallway at night, learned to sleep through the heavy footsteps that got louder as they approached my door, then faded as they went back to Finn's room. But hearing a dozen or so pairs of feet leave the flat and slam the door was new. I should have been relieved. I wasn't. I still remember the man with the eyes in his mouth. The police officer's warning was still fresh in my mind. Wherever Finn's followers had gone, it couldn't be good. I assumed Finn had gone with them when I found his room empty. A quick peek outside my door confirmed I wasn't being watched. I knocked on Owen and Clara's door, but there was no answer. She was probably asleep, since I couldn't hear her crying. I didn't think to check Clara's old room yet. I tried Finn's door, hoping I could catch him alone. I still thought I could get through to him. Just like Owen clung to the idea of fixing things with violence, I still believed Finn was my friend. A sick friend who could be reasoned with, helped. I was so wrong. When I learned the truth, I realized how badly I'd misjudged Finn, and how naive I'd been about saving him. When I found the book on his desk, I knew Finn didn't need a friend. He needed something else entirely. The lump in my throat was already forming when his bedroom door swung open. I'd only knocked once, softly. The door moved almost on its own, like it was inviting me in. The room was lit only by a small lamp on Finn's desk. The first thing I noticed was the smell. The stench of gasoline and burnt eggs was overwhelming. I had to pull my shirt over my nose, but it barely helped. I went to the book on the desk because I think that's what Finn wanted. This was all part of his game. He just miscalculated. It didn't end how he planned. At least, I hope it didn't. After what I read, I wouldn't be surprised if that twisted genius had planned for everything I did next. It was a printed book, bound in a red cover with the title, How the Children Are Bleeding, A Housewife's Tale. The font and weird capitalization were almost as disturbing as the fact I had to open the cover to make sure it was actually written by our bellwether. But those things were nothing compared to what was inside. I won't go into detail, because writing it out would just be recreating it. I only got through 5 or 6 pages before I threw up in my shirt. I threw the book across the room, wiping the vomit off my face. I was babbling, tears in my eyes. I don't have a word for how I felt, panicked, terrified, insane. None of them are enough. It was a collection of untitled passages, some poetry, some prose. They described the most horrific things. I don't even think you can imagine them. Unspeakable acts, twisted creatures, horrifying landscapes. All written by Finn, with such clarity it couldn't have just been his imagination. That's when I knew I had to do something. I didn't want to know what people who weren't repulsed by this book were capable of. Finn alone was dangerous. A following devoted to this twisted message was unthinkable. The open cardboard box on Finn's bed, full of copies of the same red book, was the final straw. I was never so glad Owen liked Zippos. We had lighter fluid in the kitchen, and with the half-dozen bottles of vodka I had everything I needed. I was about to light a match I'd taken from Finn's desk when I heard a whimper. Clara. I'd been so caught up in my terror that I'd forgotten about her. She hadn't made a sound until then, even when I was yelling and throwing vodka and lighter fluid everywhere. I could still hear her whimpering when I kicked down the door to her in Owen's room. The door burst open, but Clara wasn't there. Her screams were coming from her old room. The door to her old room, the one Finn's followers had been using, didn't need kicking. It creaked open as I approached. The room was dark, but I knew Clara was in there. Her screams got louder as soon as I opened the door a crack. The light from the hall fell on the floor. It stopped at Clara's feet. Even that was enough to know her screams were justified. The light showed her feet, ankles, and up to her knees. She was naked, strapped to a wooden axe with thick leather belts. Well, axe is the easiest way to describe it. I didn't see the full horror of it until I turned on the light. But even then, my attention was elsewhere, so I still don't remember exactly what it looked like. I just remember the heavy wooden axe had carvings all over it. It was attached to spinning cogs and wheels, all covered in the same disturbing symbols. The wheels were made of everything: iron, wood, plastic, papier-mâché, bone. But when I turned on the light, I wasn't looking at the wheels. I was looking at Clara. "I can see you. Oh God, Jake, I can see you." "How can I see you, Jake?" I screamed when the light hit the room. I saw the whole contraption, how it filled almost the entire space. I saw how it was connected to bubbling vats, to hissing pipes. The smell of burnt eggs and gasoline was so thick I could barely breathe. I don't know how I didn't pass out. I think I was too scared of Clara's eyes. My body wouldn't let me shut down while she was looking at me like that. She was strapped to the machine. Her eyes, the ones I remembered, were hidden under a thick bandage. I wept when I saw the dark red stains above them, my mind filled with the image of the man in the hallway. "I can see you, Jake, he can see you." This is where the story ends. The implication is that the narrator, driven to madness and a desperate attempt to stop the horror, set the fire. The ending is abrupt and leaves the reader with a chilling sense of dread and unanswered questions. I am stuck in here for almost an hour. All alone. They'll track me down before somebody gives me a lift. But I had to run away. My parents hate me and they want me to go to the prison. I don't know why. It was the best job I could find. It's not my fault. It is fault of my parents. They wanted me to make a good money. They wanted me to find a job. It isn't a job like any other. But we have to start from the beginning. Me and my brother, Adam, were 16 right then. We were twins. I am 5 minutes older than him. Our mom told us to find a good summer job. Something that makes it good money and isn't too hard for us. We decided to find a job, but only because our mother's wish. We told her we can find a job for a month so we won't have to ruin our summer fully. So we were searching for it. My brother got work in the supermarket. He was cleaning the aquariums in the pet shop. It wasn't so easy for me. I decided that one job is enough, so I haven't to work. Mom disagreed. She told me to find a job, or I am grounded for the rest of the summer. I am starting tomorrow. I told her. She agreed. I sat up on the computer and went on Facebook with my friends. They told me they bought some drugs on Deepweb. I was interested in Deepweb, so I asked them, how can I get there? My friend told me, that I have to download something. They gave me a link and I did it. I turned it on and something changed. There was some other Google or something like that. Instead of the window cleaner ad, there was ad and phone number for the assassins. I went on the page, but only because I was curious. I saw it. Photos and phone numbers. There weren't only men, but a few women too. Then I got an idea that my parents wouldn't survive. I decided to call an assassin. He was older, but not too much. He had rough voice with French accent. "Hello?" I told. "Greetings." He answered. "Do you have something for me, mademoiselle?" He asked. "Some work?" "Not really. I don't have a work for you. But I have a question of you." I told him. He was confused. "What question? How can I become one of you?" He laughed. "You have to create an account on this website, write your phone number, and have a good weapon, of course." I hung up. I clicked on the log in button. They didn't want an email. Hooray! They wanted name and phone number. I gave those to them. First day, nothing. Of course. I had to be a little patient. At the dinner, my mom asked, "So, Agatha, have you found a job?" "Yes," I answered. "Which one?" "The good one." She wasn't asking me anymore. When I returned to my room, I got one phone call by a man. He sounded familiar to me. I knew that voice, but I couldn't remember. He said, "Good evening, miss. I am just a man who has enough of his boss. I can pay you $95,000 if you will kill her. Her name is Maxine Anderson. I will send you her photo. I would like you to kill her with a gun and shoot her in bed tonight. Okay? Okay. I will send you a number of my bank account. You can send the money there." I told. "Maxine Anderson. I know her. She is my dad's boss." I sent my account to him. Almost after a minute, it was there. $95,000. Now, where to get some good gun? I remember Dad has some gun in the nightable. I was waiting for my parents and Adam to go to sleep. I went into my parents' bedroom and took the gun quietly. I know where she lives. I took a hoodie and gloves for no fingerprints and I went out. Gun, notebook, and phone in my backpack. She lived in next town. I went by my own. I got there around 4 a.m. I found the key under the rock next to the door. I opened. She was sleeping. Alone. No husband, no children. That was Maxine. The shoot was ear raping. Blood everywhere, brain everywhere. I took the gun and ran away. No fingerprints. Great job. I got my money. I was on the side of a road when car of my parents stopped next to me. "Agatha." My mom yelled at me. They went out of a car. My parents and my brother. I didn't know what to do. Where have you been all night? My dad asked. I was working. I told. I thought my parents will believe, but then my brother started to scream when she saw the gun in my hoodie's pocket. My dad took it out. Is that my gun? He yelled. My mom started crying. They got it. Are you an assassin? My brother asked. I didn't know what to say. I showed them it is true. Have you killed someone? Dad asked. Yes, your boss. My dad was so frightened. So that was you? I understand. My dad was the man who gave me those money for the murder. I ran away. I heard the police sirens. They didn't catch me. I ran away from the city. I am now living in Abaddon building at the deep forest and still working. Assassin. I am filthy assassin. I belong to the hell. The devil's daughter. I want to stop, but I need money. Now I am entering the door. I got $1,000,000 for someone here who is sitting at the computer or phone or something. Now I am entering the room in which he is. You are asking who is it, huh? I can tell you. I can show you. Turn around. I know, because he's my best friend. We grew up next door to each other, born in the same year to sets of parents who had both recently moved to the new development. His name was Mal and he was older than me by a couple of hours. We played on the same sports teams, went to the same schools, it was all the same. We were as close as brothers. That changed the summer before our final year in high school. That was 5 years ago. I'm 22 now, but Mal's still 17. He hasn't aged a day since the night of the attack on his family, the Grays. I'm an only child, but Mal had an older sister named Michelle. One night, she met a guy named Waylon at a bar and brought him home. This is where the story gets tricky, and if I lose you here, I'll understand. Waylon killed Michelle, then killed Mr. and Mrs. Gray in their bed. He almost killed Mal. Mal told me he fended off Waylon's attack by using a piece from his newly broken bed frame and stabbing Waylon in the chest with it. Waylon stumbled off, crashing through the window and disappearing while Mal began to transform. My parents heard the commotion and called the police, who obviously arrived too late. The 3 dead Grays had been decapitated by something akin to large animal bites puncturing their necks. Mal had a bite mark on his, but it quickly healed. Mal refused to leave the house after that night. He was almost 18 and had just inherited a chunk of money from his parents. He found a doctor to diagnose him as having some irrational fear of sunlight, so friends and family only came to see him at night. Though there weren't many visitors. I went over every evening at dusk and spent the night. Because the other thing was, I developed insomnia since the attack. Mal and I were so close, it was like my physiology was affected by the violent acts just as much as his. Only not. Over the weeks that followed, my sleep patterns turned into Rubik's cubes. Then they spun out of control altogether and I was basically awake all the time. Even now, I haven't slept in something like 487 days. I fall into micronaps every few hours or so. My brain shuts off and the world goes black. Then I come to like nothing's happened. In the early days, I watched Mal change, getting skinnier and painfully malnourished. He looked terrible, but he never wanted to eat. And any time I brought something over, he got nauseous. He had no appetite. He was always thirsty though. He started off with consuming the blood of small animals, raccoons and possums. Then he moved on to strays, cats and the occasional dog. Then he was visiting the next town over after he'd scorched our hometown of animals to drink from. He emptied neighborhood after neighborhood of strays in weeks. But all those animals seemed to do was keep Mal alive. And barely at that. They didn't give him the sustenance he needed. It was like he was trying to fuel a car with watered-down gasoline. Now, I don't want to use the V word that probably comes to mind, but whatever the infection that Mal was given in the attack, his entire physiological system now ran off of his ingesting of the chemical properties that make up animal and human blood. He needed to drink as much as he could, as often as he could. It was only a matter of time before Mal turned away from the animals and towards people. I wasn't surprised when he told me the morning after his first kill. Mal had come across a strung-out, unconscious woman. She was homeless and was slumped over in the door inside an alleyway. She had a needle hanging out of her arm. Blood was dripping from her open track marks. The smell pulled Mal in and he drained the woman of blood until she was dead. Mal ripped up her arm, trying to hide his bite marks, or give the impression it was something else. Then he went home. But he didn't walk home. He flew. He could never explain how it worked other than a strange, mental and instinctual feeling that allowed him to levitate, then move directionally up or down, forward or backward, left or right. The blood of the woman made him healthier and stronger than he'd ever felt. All of his senses and more seemed to be charged up like he was operating on high-octane fuel. He was more clever and conscientious than ever. It was like he suddenly met his potential in every way. He also became meaner, crueler, disconnected from humanity. His power could have been used quite differently by others. But it was toxic for him. It drove him to justify what he was doing. With every homeless person Mal killed, I watched him develop a god complex, seeing me and others as something like old, outdated models. Mal rationalized the murders by explaining he was doing a public service. The homeless and drug-addicted were just drains on society and our taxes. The town would be cleaner and run more properly without them. Mal would fly their body to a quarry, decapitate them, drain them, then chain them to a rock and drop them in the deepest part. It was the easiest way to continue doing what he was doing, while not raising suspicion by leaving any evidence. The homeless person would just vanish. No one would ask about those people, he'd say. They'd simply disappear, and the town could run more efficiently without them. And with his meanness and cruelty, he also became more isolated. Outside of me, no one knew about him and what he was doing. But he never looked at me as a liability. We were sandbox brothers, and that went deeper than blood. Until it didn't. I met Kristen in one of my classes. She was my girlfriend for all of a month. Mal hated her and was open about it. I think that's what drove him to the chat rooms and away from me. Neither of us had ever had girlfriends, so when I found companionship outside of him, he felt abandoned. Mal started diving into the deep web, searching for others who were like him. Specifically like him. Online, he went by the handle of Anderson Gray, which were both of our last names put together, mine being Anderson and his being Gray. He didn't want to use his full name to protect his tracks. Mal went out to meet with the people he chatted with sometimes. People who claimed to be like him. But they never were. They were fakes. Wannabes. Performers. Which, to Mal, was worse. Because with every false hope, it was becoming more apparent there wasn't anyone, anywhere, like him. Then he met a group of people online who referred to themselves as the Oryx. They identified as sanguinarian vampires, and fed on small amounts of human blood in ritual sacrifices. Mal became close with them. Online. He thought they were the real deal. He finally met with them in person. There was an abandoned church on the outskirts of town that the Oryx would perform their rituals in the basement of. But again, it all led to heartbreak. The Oryx were wannabes. There was no sacrifice. One of them was a nurse and had access to the blood bank at her hospital. She'd take 3 or 4 bags, test them to make sure they were clean, and bring them to the ritual for consumption. All of this crushed Mal. After all the talking online, this was just more of the same. People pretending to be like him. Mal went home pissed off, then came by looking to vent. Kristen was over, which made him more angry. So I sent her home and went over to visit. It was the worst I'd ever seen Mal. He was beyond distraught. He was hopeless. And in the most destructive way. We hung out until the morning, then Mal went to sleep in his blacked-out basement. I thought our lengthy talk and hangout went well. That he was going to start changing his direction. Maybe use his abilities for good. If there was such a way. I was wrong. Mal was awake all day in his basement, planning and scheduling another meeting with the Oryx. He'd realized, during our talk, that the only thing worse than being alone was being surrounded by people who made him feel alone. So he put out an offer to the group. If the Oryx wanted to be like him, he would turn them. Every member of the group responded yes to the offer. So they all planned to meet that night at the church where Mal would bite and infect them. And after that, the Oryx, led by Mal, would enter the town and turn everyone to be like him. Mal left me a note on my window just after dusk. He wrote of the plan and warned that I should leave town. Though, wherever I went, this would catch up to me. Mal knew I wouldn't stop him. But I had to try. I'd stood by and watched Mal do horrible things to animals and people. So I made an easy plan. I drove to the abandoned church with 2 jerry cans of gasoline and a pack of matches. When I got there, There were a half-dozen cars and trucks in the back parking lot. I walked to the edge of the basement entrance and could tell Mal was just starting to turn the oryx. The screams and cries coming from the basement were horrific. They'd all wanted it, but the infection sounded excruciating as it took them over. I snuck onto the first floor as the savagery below quieted. I quickly opened the first can and covered the floor of the old church with gas, lining the areas between the pews so the floor would drop into the basement as the fire burned through the deteriorating wood. I emptied the first can, but as I went to open the second, I heard sounds starting again from the basement. Animalistic sounds of creatures waking up. Thirsty. I kicked over the other can and rushed over to the pulpit, which had an exit off to the right. I lit one of the matches and sparked the rest of them with it. I went to throw the burning pack, but stopped. Mal was standing at the far end of the church. He told me the fire wouldn't stop anything, and that he was here to stay. Then he started walking towards me. I tossed the matches and a puddle of gas towards him and ran. I felt the heat from the fire as an inferno ignited behind me. I ran out through the side exit as an explosion tore through the church. The extra jerry can must have erupted in the fire. I was thrown across the grass yard and landed hard. My neck was burning and the back of my jacket was on fire. I peeled it off and stumbled to my feet. The church had collapsed in on itself now. There were chunks of burning wood and roof all over the yard and parking lot. But amongst them was movement. A body. Twitching. Pulling itself forward. Trying to survive. I picked up a piece of wood that had blown off the church and approached the body. It was badly burned, but I could tell it was Mal. He looked up at me and told me he'd still be here, no matter what I did. I lifted the piece of sharp, broken wood. Just as I was about to slam it down through Mal's chest and heart, a bullet tore through my shoulder and sent me spinning off him. A second shot exploded into my chest. I knew I'd been shot because of the loud bangs, but didn't know who shot me until I hit the ground. There were 2 police officers, guns raised, quickly approaching me. I tried to yell out to them that it was okay. We were safe. I'd stopped the bad guys. But they thought I was the bad guy. I guess I don't blame them. It looked pretty bad at the time. The gunshots were painful and my vision became hazy and hallucinatory. As I started to black out, I turned to look at Mal's body beside me, but it wasn't Mal. It was some old meth head now. He was burned to a crisp. I wasn't on the church lawn anymore either. I was in the middle of a dirty street downtown. And there was a small building burning out with a hellish roar of fire on the corner. Then my consciousness drifted away. When I woke up, I was here, being psychoanalyzed by white lab coats. They keep saying I killed those animals, the dogs and cats. That I killed those homeless people and anchored them to the bottom of the quarry. But that's insane. It was Mal. He did all of that. Now they're telling me I wasn't at a church. I was at a homeless shelter that had a soup kitchen under it. I'd set fire to it, killing 45 people. One of which I tried to stab through the chest in the middle of the street. But that's also wrong. I saved everyone. I saved the town. The world. If the Oryx had gotten out, we'd all be like them now. Like Mal. But thanks to me, I stopped it all. I saved the planet. And what did I get for it? Being locked in a fucking padded cell in a straitjacket and charged with dozens of murders. They keep saying Mal's not even real. That I made him up. That I've never lived next door to a family named the Grays. That it was my parents who were killed in a Truckee home invasion gone wrong 5 years ago. But I know the truth. I saved the world. And I'd do it again. It started on a late-night Deepweb crawl. I wasn't in it for anything too sinister, just generally idle curiosity for things most people wouldn't even dare to search for. I came across this really weird website entitled Silent Upload. The page was simple, black background with a white text box saying, "Upload your file. Watch what happens next." Naturally, my first instinct was just to leave it. But something in the words clicked. I hadn't uploaded in ages, and the idea of seeing what happens next curiously appealed to me. On impulse, I dug up an old picture file from my desktop, something mundane, a photo I took years ago. I uploaded it. Immediately, the screen flickered, and a circle of red with 3 dots materialized in the middle of the page. It pulsed well, rather rhythmically. For a while, nothing happened, and I almost closed the window when the circle turned green, and another text box appeared. "Now, watch." The screen flickered black for a second. Then the photo I had uploaded appeared. But something was wrong. The image of my photo was different. In the background of the picture, a shadow now loomed, stretching unnaturally across the frame. The person in the photo, me, wasn't the same either. My face was distorted, twisted in a grotesque manner that didn't belong. A chill crawled down my spine as I stared, heart pounding in my chest. I clicked on the image to zoom in, but it would not zoom. Instead, the face in the photo seemed to stare back at me, moving ever so slightly, as if breathing. I tried to close the tab. The website wouldn't let me. The panic began to rise within me as I clicked furiously on the window. The only response was more text. "Thank you for the upload. Now, we are one." The screen flickered once more, and the image changed. This time, the shadowy figure of the photo background stood right behind me. I wasn't in the picture anymore. Instead, some version of me, my identical likeness, only cold and more unsettling, stared back from the screen. I heard a knock at my door. Frozen in place, I hardly dared to breathe. The knock came again, this time more insistent. I didn't answer. I couldn't. Suddenly, my phone buzzed. I didn't recognize the number. Hesitant, I answered. "Did you enjoy the upload?" a distorted voice asked on the other end. "Don't worry, we'll be uploading more. Together." I hung up, my hand shaking. I looked back at the screen. The shadow in the photo had moved closer. He was standing behind me now, right behind me in my real room. I turned around, but he wasn't there. just the silence of my empty room. Then, the website updated again. Your upload is complete. Welcome home. I spend a lot of time on Reddit. I'm sure you do, too. I'm on a lot of video game subs, and in particular ones about text-based games. I'm talking games like Zork. I wasn't alive when Zork came out, but I got really into it in high school. When I made it to college, I took an even deeper dive, playing all the sequels, all the knockoffs, and every shitty game that people had cobbled together and released online. I had to refocus a bit, adding work on top of college courses so I could afford my shoebox apartment, but eventually I came across a post called Apartment Complex. Not a super promising name. But I was bored, and it was free, and the fact that it was hosted on some weird site that I couldn't access from regular browsers appealed to me. It added an element of mystery. So I opened a Tor browser, entered the link, and got to a profile creation page. Basic stuff, username, preferred resolution, etc. It didn't ask for any personal info, so I kept going. The screen went blank, then a text box opened up. Welcome to Apartment Complex. You have been assigned your very own apartment building to run. But this isn't any apartment building, because the tenants are going to be experiencing some pretty scary ordeals. You get to decide what happens next. Will your tenants survive? Will you accidentally butcher them all? The power is in your hands. Are you ready? Y/N. Why not? I figured. I typed in a Y. More text appeared. Excellent. We'll start you off with an easy management level. You have 6 tenants, numbered 1 to 6. None of them know each other well. Enter a number to learn more about a tenant and begin to make decisions. I grabbed a 6-sided die off my desk and rolled it. 3. 3, I typed. Intriguing choice. The tenant in apartment 3 is Sherry. She's 19 and a sophomore in college. All her friends know her to be outgoing and flirty, and she brings new guys back to her apartment multiple times a week. She doesn't want a commitment. She enjoys sex, but mostly she just likes not being alone. It's possible it's related to how she was repeatedly abandoned by foster parents. Tonight, she brought home a young man named Thad. She plans to have sex with Thad, and he will pressure her not to use a condom. She will say yes because she doesn't want to scare him off. But you can help her out. Should tonight be the night she stands up to Thad and tells him she won't sleep with him without protection at the risk of spending the night alone? Y/N. I didn't realize this game would be so domestic soap opera. Whatever, I thought. Let's see how this plays out. Y, I typed. Intriguing choice. Thad and Sherry start to get hot and heavy. When they are naked on her couch, Thad starts to try penetrating her, but Sherry stops him and says he needs to use a condom. Thad complains that it doesn't feel as good. Sherry tells him that it's more important that both of them are protected from STDs. She's feeling a little tense. Thad calls her a whore and a tease and throws his clothes back on. Sherry cries as Thad goes to storm out. Unfortunately, Sherry's door won't open. Thad checks, and the door is unlocked, but it refuses to open. Furious, Thad storms back to where Sherry is still laying naked on the couch, crying, and begins to scream at her. Would you like to continue making decisions for Sherry, or try another tenant? 1. For Sherry. 2. For new tenant. This game was weird and pretty retro, but I also found myself pretty intrigued by Sherry and Thad's story. The clunky stories in these games had a certain charm that made them very engaging. Fuck it, let's keep going. 1. I typed. Intriguing choice. Thad continues to scream at Sherry, who can't stop crying. She's afraid he might hit her. Thad hasn't decided if he will or not, but plans to let his anger and lack of concern for Sherry as a human being guide his behavior. If things continue as they are, Thad will most likely beat Sherry to the point she will need to be rushed to the emergency room. Should Thad be stopped? Y/N. Fuck, I mumbled out loud to myself. This got intense. Why? I typed. Intriguing choice. A ceiling tile falls off. The edge cuts across Thad's jugular. Blood gushes everywhere. He is dead in seconds. What the fuck? I said to myself. This game is whack. The text continued to appear. Sherry is horrified. Much of the blood sprayed all over her. She's so scared, she starts to shut down. Sherry won't be taking any more actions for a while. Choose a tenant. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Damn, I thought. Looks like I'm not going to finish this game with a decent score. Keep plucking away though. I rolled the die again. 5. I typed it in. Intriguing choice. The tenant in apartment 5 is Clyde. He is 35 and works at the local First State Bank. His hobbies include snowboarding, tennis, recreational murder, 90s sitcoms, and fishing. He's home alone tonight after his girlfriend, Alicia, texted him and told him she was leaving him for his brother. He bought a gallon of chocolate chip cookie dough ice cream and is working his way through that and the 3rd season of Frasier. He feels the itch to strangle someone. It's been a while, and he's trying to kick the habit, but the deep well of emotion seems to be so deep that ice cream alone can't fill it. He's hoping to quench the urge with a TV binge, but just as he's settling in, he starts to smell gas. Should he investigate? Y/N. Not investigating would be boring, so of course I typed in a Y. Intriguing choice. Clyde gets off the couch and follows his nose to the kitchen, where a heavy propane smell is blasting out of one of the burners. He's familiar enough with gas leaks to know that he's one spark away from Clyde Flambe. Should Clyde leave, or keep sucking up the fumes? 1. Clyde leaves, or 2. Clyde stays. Seems weird to release the murdered, I thought, but it would be boring to just gas him to death. I type a 1. Intriguing choice. Clyde exits his apartment and heads down the stairs to the front door. When he makes it to the floor below he sees that the stairs are blocked by fallen ceiling tiles. There are stairs on the opposite side of the floor. On the way, he would pass 2 other apartments, which would likely have phones to call the fire department to handle the gas leak. Should he stop at the first apartment, 1, the second apartment, 2, or take the stairs, 3? 1, I typed. Intriguing choice. That was it. No more text. What the hell? I said under my breath. And then there was a knock on my door. I froze. Hey, anyone home? A voice called from the other side of my door. My name's Clyde. I live on the floor above you. My phone isn't working and my apartment smells like gas. Can I borrow your phone? I sat as still as I could, making no sound. Seriously, it's an emergency. I'm pretty sure I heard some noise in there. I need help. On my screen, I saw more text pop up. Should Clyde keep trying the first apartment? 1, try the next apartment. 2, or take the stairs on the far end of the floor. 3. As gently as I could, I pressed 2. The clack of the key sounded like a gunshot in my head. Whatever, asshole. I know you're home. I hope you enjoy being a piece of shit, Clyde said. Then I heard his footsteps go down the hall. The apartment building I'm in is new and pretty well insulated, but I could faintly hear knocking on the apartment down the hall from me. I knew a college girl lived there. Hopefully she isn't home. Wait. College girl? No, it couldn't be. Text started filling up my screen again. Clyde went to the next apartment and knocked on the door. He heard sobbing from inside. When the tenant inside didn't open the door, he tried the knob. It turned, but the door wouldn't budge. It looked like it was misaligned, and with the heat wave, the wood had swollen and jammed the door in place. Suddenly, I heard a smash from outside. I tore my eyes to look at my front door, but it was still solidly shut. The sound had come from down the hall. I looked back at my screen. Clyde used his shoulder to slam the door, and it popped open. He stepped in, calling to whoever was in the apartment. Walking further in, he saw a shocking sight, a man on the ground, his neck slashed open. A ceiling tile on the ground next to him. On the couch, a completely naked young woman. And, covering everything, a massive splatter of blood. Clyde grinned. Are you going to help Sherry? Leave your apartment and go to hers? Or do nothing while Clyde murders her? 1. This was so messed up. I couldn't just let someone murder my neighbor, even if I barely knew her. But I was terrified. I got up, ran to my kitchen, grabbed the biggest knife I could find, then went to my door. I took 3 deep breaths to steady myself, then I unlocked the door, threw it open, and ran out into the hall. I looked over to where the other apartment was, and I could see where the door had been broken in. I ran as quietly as I could over there, and when I reached the door, stopped short and stuck my head around the door frame to see what was going on. Unfortunately, I couldn't see what was happening from where I was. I crept in as stealthily as I could. The first thing that hit me was the bitter stench of blood. Then I got close enough to see what was happening. Sherry was on her back on the couch, Clyde leaning over her with his hands around her throat. She was scratching at him, but the blood made everything slick and it looked like her nails were sliding around more than doing damage. I ran up to them and drove my knife straight into Clyde's back. He roared and whirled around. "You bastard," he yelled, and dove at me, tackling me to the ground. He started pummeling me with his fists. There was little I could do to stop him. With each blow, I felt myself getting weaker, my vision going darker. And then Clyde screamed. I focused as best I could. Above Clyde, Sherry was raising the knife for another blow. She stabbed Clyde over and over until he collapsed on top of me, and then she stabbed him some more. I screamed at her to stop, to let me up, and eventually I broke through her terror. She helped me push his body off. I threw a blanket around Sherry and then called the cops. We spent a lot of time going over our stories with them. I left out the dark web stuff because I didn't want to get in trouble. Finally, the cops left. Sherry went to go stay with her parents and I went back to my apartment. When I got back, words were flashing on my screen. Remember, everything that happened tonight was your choice. And below that, we hope you play Apartment Complex again. In early 2018, I began my professional boxing and mixed martial arts career. Up until present day, I had 52 wins and 0 losses on my official amateur record. While that was only my official record, the list went on much deeper as I ended up doing some regrettable choices, doing dark web fights and fighting superhuman crackheads live streamed to thousands of shady fuckers for a little bit of money, only $10,000. I ended up making so much money from those underground Fight Club style bouts that I managed to move out of state into a shitty little trailer in Oklahoma, where the bouts were most prevalent. It was on that one fateful, utterly chaotic Wednesday that started it all, when I got a phone call while beating the shit out of my heavy bag out back. Assuming it was one of my unethical managers, I tried to catch my breath and clear my throat before I sighed and picked up. "Yeah," I said. Rocco, the guy on the other end, said. His name was Argoob, a slimy little bastard who usually organized fights that took place in underground parking garages or pits in the woods. "I have an offer for you. One of my connections is the president of some sort of fighting club in Houston. He saw your record and resume and wants you to come by tomorrow to fight a bunch of other fucks in a tournament-style fight." "I can be there," I said. "What's the pay?" "Have I fought for this guy before?" "Nah, you haven't." "I haven't met him in person either. He's more of a friend of a friend, yeah." "And what he's offering for you to come and fight in an MMA exhibition match in itself is $50,000. If you enter and win the tournament though, the grand prize is $500,000. "Tell him I'm in," I said. Then I thought back to previous times where Argoob had exaggerated how much I was owed. "But I want everything signed." "You too, you sleazy bastard. Send me the location and I'll be there by tomorrow." I blasted music through my headphones as I took my overnight bag and gym bag full of gear and tossed them into the truck of my shitty Nissan, and I hit the road heading straight to Houston, Texas, at 3 in the morning. The location itself? what appeared from Google Maps to be a tiny, abandoned boxing gym in the middle of the desert. But having been in this line of work for this long, I knew that there was probably much, much more to it. Driving from almost beside the border, I was in the outskirts of Houston after a few hours. Driving through unpaved desert roads, I made it to the location, in the middle of an empty desert field, with one small building and a parking lot. The faded sign on the front of the building simply read the Houston Boxing Club. I stepped out of my car and walked back to the trunk, opening it and setting my duffel bags on the floor before I leaned against the car and called Arco. "What the fuck do you want, Rocco?" "Look, I'm at the location and it's a dusty-ass boxing gym in the middle of bumfuck Hick City." "You sure this is the place?" "There ain't any cars out here." When you said boxing gym in bumfuck, it suddenly clicked in my head that you're a fucking dumbass. "Yes, it's the right place. Just go inside and the owner, president, whatever, he'll meet you." "Yeah, thanks for the kind words," I said. Arkup hung up, muttering something as I put my phone in my pocket and walked over to the building, opened the door and walked in. To my surprise, it didn't look nearly as shitty as the outside would suggest. The inside was a well-lit, well-equipped gym. It had heavy bags hanging off the ceiling, with grappling mats, a boxing ring, and a small octagon at the back. There was weightlifting equipment, gloves, and gear stored neatly on the walls. As soon as I stepped in, an older, short Italian man with a beer belly and huge, hairy forearms walked over to me from one of the heavy bags, sweat dripping from his face as he took his gloves off. "You're Rocco, yeah?" the man asked, shaking my hand. "Heard a lot of good shit about you. Notorious underground champion." "Sure," I said. "I'm here for the, exhibition match?" "Of course," the man said. "I'm Giovanni, the owner of this club." "About that," I said. "Sorry if I sound rude, but I've done a shit ton of shady dark web fights before, and the places where they usually happen don't nearly look as good as this gym. Where are all the fighters, the audience, or is that somewhere else?" "Don't sweat it, Rocco." Giovanni laughed. "The new ones say that all the time. Come, follow me. The real shit is downstairs." I followed him as we walked to the back of the gym, and he opened a white door, with a few flights of stairs going down to what looked like the basement. I walked behind him and shut the door behind us, and heard the faint sound of a click as the door locked from the outside. Now in a more professional setting, that would have unsettled me, but this kind of sleazy, shady shit was much more common in underground fights and dark web bouts. The organizers would usually trap the fighters or keep them captive until they fought voluntarily. I heard the faint sound of booming thrash metal from the bottom, and the sounds of people cheering and shouting. "Holy shit," I said. "How deep does this place go?" "Very deep," Giovanni replied. "Few floors. We don't want anyone on the surface hearing the shit that goes on down here. The whole place used to be some sort of secret government prison bullshit. My boss switched everything up and turned it into this." We reached the bottom of the stairs, which ended up leading into a large hallway with two swinging doors at the end. Dim overhead lights lit up the way as we walked through the hallway, and Giovanni opened the door, and I was met with an incredible sight. Behind those doors, there was a large, sprawling complex that looked akin to something like a UFC tournament stage. It was a gigantic underground room a few times the size of a high school gymnasium, with dim overhead lighting and music blasting, drowning out the noise of the crowd. There were several large, fully fenced-over full-size octagons on platforms a few feet above the ground, with fights going on in them as we stood there, and hundreds of people surrounding each cage fight, and a few restricted rooms at the back. There was a few stands and vendors along the walls selling food and snacks. "This is it," Giovanni said. "We're doing a tournament-style fight in a few hours. We're just doing a few exhibitions and openers to get the crowd riled up. All these fights are being live-streamed to dark web websites and people all over the world. Your fight begins in 30 minutes. Just think of it as a 5-round bare-knuckle sparring match. No rules, no referee, no contracts, no signing, no bullshit, my friend. The locker room is right over there. Just get your shit ready in 30 minutes and I'll come to get you. I already got your stats. You're 6'2" and weigh 210 pounds. Got it, I said. I'm getting 50,000 just for this exhibition match, right? And who's my opponent? Yeah, Giovanni said. About your opponent, don't worry about that. Just know that he's really, really good. I expect good from you, though. Kick his fucking ass. Giovanni patted my back and I grinned before he gave me a thumbs up and disappeared into the crowd. I walked through the people, walking beside the vendors and into the locker room. I walked in and sat on one of the benches, putting my duffel bag on the ground and looking at the several other fighters in here with me. The first guy was a massive motherfucker. I mean, I was 6'2" and had to crane my neck upwards to look at this guy. He was probably 7'1" and 400 pounds. He was a mountain of muscle, Samoan tattoos, and scars. The second dude was a kid. I swear he couldn't be older than 15. He was Asian, ripped and lean with tan skin, and had white boxing tape wrapped around his hands, forearms, elbows, and calves. He was shadowboxing by himself in the corner. The last person was a girl, around my age, slim and toned with red hair tied into a ponytail, wearing thin grappling gloves, a wrestling rash guard, and biting down on a mouth guard. I stayed silent, just like the rest of the room, as I took my hoodie off and put on a compression shirt and fighting shorts. I got my competition boxing laps and starting lapping my left hand, when the short, lean kid stood up and turned to me. "You're the new guy, right? Rocco Creed?" the kid asked. "That's me," I sighed. "How'd you know?" Giovanni gives us a rundown on all the new fighters. If you do choose to join the official tournament, which you probably won't have much choice in, we might face each other. That's a relief, I said. I've always loved illegal underground fights against kids. How'd you end up in here anyway? It's complicated, but I've been here long enough. This isn't your run-of-the-mill underground fighting tournament. I can see that, I replied, wrapping up my other hand and rubbing Vaseline over my face. This whole place is on par with a UFC arena. Best place I've been in my life. No, I mean the opponents you're going to fight won't be normal. That's all I can say for now. What the fuck? Got it, I said. What's this tournament Giovanni's going on about? Look, dude, I don't know much about it myself. Some once a year, open deathmatch tournament. If you want, you can ask Arya. Been here for a year or two, the girl, Arya, said. From what I heard, fighters from all over the world come here for this tournament. Don't know much else, though. We're not even a quarter of all the fighters in the tournament, Arya said, stretching her calves. This is just one locker room, you know. Fuck, I said. Better get ready soon. Got a match in a few minutes. Good luck, Kama said. Thanks, I said. I started wrapping my ankles and shins in black boxing tape, then I stood up and started stretching. I had 5 minutes left as I started shadowboxing and practicing my footwork. Giovanni walked into the locker room and grabbed my arm. Rocco, you're up next, he said. Put on a good fucking match. Yes, sir, I said, punching the air. I ran out of the locker room and put my mouthguard in, walking through the crowd and up to the empty octagon, with a full roof cage covering it. One of the employees, wearing a ski mask, opened the door as I stepped in. He locked the cage as I started beating my chest and shouted to the crowd, grinning and feeling the rush of adrenaline I chased for so long. The crowd roared as Giovanni walked into the center of the octagon, holding a microphone and laughing heartily. Ladies, gentlemen, and creatures of the abyss, we return once again for our annual worldwide fighting tournament with no weight class restrictions, no rules, no referee, and the chance to win $10 million, a chance at freedom, or the title of the undisputed openweight world champion of the mixed species martial arts tournament. The crowd roared, stamping their feet on the ground and chanting. Giovanni continued. Now, as tradition follows, every year we open our tournament with a short exhibition match with two very special opponents. One is a newcomer, bare-knuckle boxer and wrestler who hails from Portland, Oregon, with an official 52 wins and 0 losses, is Rocco fucking Creed. The crowd roared as I shadowboxed in place and watched the other corner, still empty. Now on the other corner is something that also hails from Oregon, a demon of the abyss that killed several of our handlers, bringing it in, a surviving worshipper of Tlatekithco, the Nagfnawalchi. On the other side of the octagon, a platform from deep beneath the floor rose, and with it a massive cage containing a creepy fucking creature that roared and slammed itself against the cage wall. What the fuck? I looked back at Giovanni. He held eye contact for 1 second before nodding. He had set this up. I glanced back at the creature. It had semi-translucent dark skin, a humanoid torso, a large, eyeless head with a massive, tooth-filled maw, and a massive long tentacles and appendages for legs. It had its massive clawed hands bared and outstretched as it looked right at me. The crowd roared chants as roaring rock music played in the background, while I was freaking out. While I had fought the occasional bear or tiger in illegal fights, this thing wasn't a fucking animal. A win is considered when the opponent is dead, knocked out, or incapacitated. Begin. The electronic cage lock unlocked and the creature crawled out of the cage, roaring and crawling right for me, moving on its two muscular, long arms. From here I could tell it was more or less my size, maybe 200 pounds, and extremely fucking fast. I got in a Muay Thai stance and the creature finally approached and tried clawing and tearing at me, sticking its head out to bite my outstretched arms. I jumped back and sidestepped it, waiting for it to go for my arm while I went for an overhand right and hit it in the mouth, smashing its jaw and breaking its teeth. The crowd roared as the commentators went back and forth. Frank Garcia laughed as he commented from his booth right beside the octagon. Creed has just hit a perfect overhand right, and it shatters his opponent's jaw. The newcomer is starting to take off, using his footwork to stick and move, wearing down the monster, or most fighters would have died already. Rita, I hear you've dealt with these creatures before. They're tough bastards. Yeah? The creature roared and jumped onto the octagon's walls, using its claws to hook into the fence as it circled me. I stood in the center, watching its movements as it suddenly pounced at me, pushing me to the ground. I mounted it while it was scrambling to get up, and started throwing hammer fists to its skull, the crowd roaring with delight. I have, said Rita, the co-commentator. I've never seen a normie win against these, barehanded, one-on-one. Creed is doing well. He hasn't suffered any injuries and is still doing the signature ground and pound, with what might be an early finisher. The creature suddenly elbowed me in the ribs and rolled me over, and my back was exposed for a split second, when it slashed into my torso, splattering blood all over the canvas as the crowd screamed for more. I jumped back up, the pain numbing my back as the creature circled me again. I stopped using counters and went on the offense, throwing a feint right hook at it before using a teep to push the creature back as I chased it, pushing it into the fence and holding it to the wall while I elbowed it in the hinge of the jaw so much the creature's lower jaw fell off. I was exhausted, putting my guard up and catching one of the creature's arms as it swiped at me, using a standing joint lock to break its arm. It roared and grabbed and slashed at me with its tentacles and appendages while I put it in the clinch, feeding it elbows and knees, breaking bones in its body and crushing its face as black blood poured onto me in the octagon. The creature suddenly caught me with its arm and threw me across the entire octagon, as I crashed into one of the walls and fell, severely injuring my ribs. The creature made a beeline for me, slowly moving as I struggled to get up. I could see Kama and Arya standing beside the cage, cheering and yelling for me to get up and kill the thing. I stood up, and I approached the creature, throwing a jab at its face while I shot in and grabbed its torso, picking the creature up and using a suplex, throwing it behind me and slamming it into the ground at full force. I heard a loud crunch as the creature's neck and spine were shattered, while it lay on the ground, twitching. I raised my arms out to the crowd, grinning and beating my bleeding chest as I stomped on the creature's neck in victory. I had felt this so many times before, but not as great as now. I had fought a creature that had slaughtered so many and won, with an amazing finisher and victory. After the crowd and the adrenaline settled down a little, I chuckled to myself as I kicked the dead body of the creature and walked out of the ring, the MSMET employees unlocking the cage and letting me walk out. The crowd slapped me on the back, cheering and shouting as the metal music crescendoed. I couldn't hear a single thing but the commentators right beside me as I walked across the arena floor, out of breath. Frank roared, and with a brutal fucking suplex as his finisher, Rocco fucking Creed is the undisputed victor of our first exhibition match. He's becoming a fan favorite after that performance, where dozens of fighters before him died. He crushed and will now be moving on to the official tournament. As I sat down on a bench beside the octagon I had just fought in, I caught a glimpse of the commentary team, sitting in their booth, their microphones and notes strewn across the table. One of them, Frank, was a huge bald and bearded Middle Eastern man, wearing a MSMET hoodie and covered in tattoos and built like a powerlifter. The co-commentator, Rita, was tall, wearing a suit vest and dress pants, with her blonde hair tied into a bun. She also wasn't human, noticeable by her abnormally large jaw, massive, sharp teeth, and long, razor-sharp claws. "Good shit," Kama said, walking up to me. "You might want to get checked out by the medic, dude." "Yeah," I said, feeling the bruises and the pain of the wounds on my back kicking in. "Your fight is coming up, yeah?" "Fuck yeah," Kama said. "Real tournaments start in an hour. Dozens of fighters, monsters, and gods. Should be a blast." The kid slapped me on the back and walked away. "Gotta warm up, Rocco. I'll see you in the octagon." I laughed and I walked over to the medical tent behind the octagon and walked in to see a nurse wiping blood off her equipment, placing it on a trolley and looking up at me as I walked in. She was shorter, around 5'5", with athletic build, light brown skin, and dreads. "I saw your fight," she said. "Hey, my name's Mira. You got a few deep cuts in your back, right?" "Yeah," I said, sitting down on the hospital bed, which was covered in dried blood, and putting my elbows on my knees. "I got cut in the clinch, and a few other bruises, but I'll be fine." "That's what they all say," Mira muttered, taking out a few cotton rounds and soaking them in rubbing alcohol. "This may hurt a little." She pressed the alcohol on the cuts on my back and I winced in pain as she cleaned and disinfected the wound, then put 2 long bandages around the wound. "So you'll probably have to get stitches for this at a real hospital," Mira said, taking her gloves off. "But this should be good for now, since you'll probably compete in the main event." "I get that I don't have much choice in that matter," I said, putting on a compression shirt and hoodie. "I don't make the rules for the fighters," Mira shrugged. "I just patch them up." "Thanks anyway," I said, grinning as I walked out of the medical tent and back into the roaring crowd dispersing to discuss the fighters or place bets on the upcoming matches. I pushed through the crowd searching for Giovanni, and I finally found him sitting on a chair ringside, smoking a cigar and talking to someone on the phone. He saw me coming and he grinned slightly, while I was royally pissed at this sleazy little motherfucker. I laughed and I walked over to the medical tent behind the octagon and walked in to see a nurse wiping blood off her equipment, placing it on a trolley and looking up at me as I walked in. She was shorter, around 5'5", with athletic build, light brown skin, and dreads. "I saw your fight," she said. "Hey, my name's Mira. You got a few deep cuts in your back, right?" "Yeah," I said, sitting down on the hospital bed, which was covered in dried blood, and putting my elbows on my knees. "I got cut in the clinch, and a few other bruises, but I'll be fine." "That's what they all say," Mira muttered, taking out a few cotton rounds and soaking them in rubbing alcohol. "This may hurt a little." She pressed the alcohol on the cuts on my back and I winced in pain as she cleaned and disinfected the wound, then put 2 long bandages around the wound. So you'll probably have to get stitches for this at a real hospital, Mira said, taking her gloves off. But this should be good for now, since you'll probably compete in the main event. I get that I don't have much choice in that matter, I said, putting on a compression shirt and hoodie. I don't make the rules for the fighters, Mira shrugged. I just patch them up. Thanks anyway, I said, grinning as I walked out of the medical tent and back into the roaring crowd dispersing to discuss the fighters or place bets on the upcoming matches. I pushed through the crowd searching for Giovanni, and I finally found him sitting on a chair ringside, smoking a cigar and talking to someone on the phone. He saw me coming and he grinned slightly, while I was royally pissed at this sleazy little motherfucker. Lawrence, I'm gonna have to call you back, Giovanni said, hanging up and turning to me. What do you need, Rocco Dash? I grabbed his shirt collar and lifted him up, screaming in his face as several massive security guards rushed in to stop me. What the fuck was that? I spat in his face. You never said I would be fighting some fucking monster, you slimy fuck. Several massive bodyguards grabbed me and wrangled me back as the music blared and lights flashed, a moment of silence between us as I stared down Giovanni, breathing heavily. You've just made a big fucking mistake, my friend, Giovanni said, his friendly voice taking a dark tone. The New Yorker in him was really coming out about now. I could have you killed and never seen again right now, but I'll forget that you tried that fucking bullshit. Now can we talk? Fine, I said, as the guards roughly pushed me out, and I stood in front of Giovanni, beside the empty fighting cage. I never said you wouldn't be fighting these creatures. After all, this tournament's name is the Mixed Species Martial Arts Tournament. You've done underground fights against animals before, so grow the fuck up and grow some balls, yeah? Fine, I said. I'll compete in the tournament. But I swear when this is done I'm fucking you up so bad it'll feel like you're walking with hot coals up your ass. Scary stuff, Giovanni said. Now fuck off, kid. I have work to do, and you have a post-match interview to do. Rita will take you there. I looked behind me to see the blonde co-commentator had walked up behind me, gesturing for me to come with her. Real nice fucking boss you got there, I muttered as we walked through the crowd, into one of the corridors with lounges, break rooms, and the post-fight interview room. Giovanni? Rita scoffed. Yeah, he's a greedy asshole conning fighters into illegal bouts with monsters, but he's not the most malicious guy. Isn't half bad as long as you don't talk to him. Right, I rolled my eyes as she opened the door to the soundproof interview room, a spacious, dimly lit room with 2 armchairs, a table, microphones, recording equipment, and posters of previous tournaments draped across the walls. You've done post-fight interviews before, right? Rita asked, turning on a laptop on the table and looking over some notes. Yeah, I've done some, I said. So you know the drill. Just wait a second while I get the questions, the microphone, and the recording equipment ready. While she prepared for the interview, I tapped my foot and finally addressed the elephant in the room. So, I said, taking a deep breath. You're not human. Are you like a werewolf, vampire, or? Rita sighed, as if she'd been asked the question a million times before, and without looking up, she answered. Wendigo. I'm a Wendigo from Canada, a genuine one, not the deer skull bullshit you hear about in creepypastas. Oh, I said. And how did you end up here? As a commentator and interviewer? Fighter 2, Rita added, testing the microphone. Been in a few bouts myself, but I'm mostly a commentator. Still doesn't answer my question, I said, holding the ice pack against my bruises. Rita sighed again. It's a very, very long story I neither have the time or desire to tell, but I was with a few of my friends before we had to split up, and I took a job here with someone I fought alongside during the war. I came here mostly because I used to be a boxer and wanted to get back into combat sports, but still as brutal as my past activities. Turns out, the MSMET was a perfect match for me. You're talking about Aria, right? I asked. Your friend? Bingo, Rita said. We got a few other monsters here, some you may recognize. Anyways, let's start the interview. This is gonna play on every screen in the arena, so don't fuck up. We're going live in 3, 2, 1. She started recording as she got her notes in order, and I grinned at the camera. Folks, we're back again for our first post-match interview for the night, and this one's gonna be a treat for y'all. Right in front of me is the winner of our opening exhibition match, Rocco Creed, who's quickly turned into a fan favorite. We're glad to see that he's set to compete in the main tournament, and you'll see him back in the cage tonight. Rocco, how did you feel during the first unexpected moments of the fight? I chuckled nervously. Well, thanks to the wonderful president of the MSMET, I wasn't aware of my opponent, and I had to react quickly to stay alive. The fucker was strong, but I crushed it in the clinch, and that's what led to my victory. That's interesting, Rita said. I think the fans see some real potential there. You absolutely crushed the opponent, or a bloodbath would have usually happened. I understand you've met some fighters in the locker room and have a taste of how good the longtime MSMET fighters are. How do you think you'll fare against them? Do you think you have a chance at winning this year's World Openweight title? Fuck yeah, I said, picking up the microphone. Even fuckers from the UFC couldn't have stood a chance against that demon. I came in unprepared, and still adapted and fucking crushed the opponent. The title is mine, and mine only. Well, there it is, Rita said, grinning a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth. Our first winner is on the warpath, and I'm sure the other fighters reaching for the title know they've got a match. I was personally ringside, and as a fellow boxer, I thought your striking was absolutely phenomenal, but I saw some Muay Thai and Dagestani wrestling, especially in that brutal suplex finisher. What's the story behind that? I cracked into the dark web. I'd learned to code when I was about 14. Now I'm 21. So, yes, I've been doing this a long time. I actually work coding for a pharmaceutical conglomerate. During my off hours, I break through essentially unbreakable websites just to prove to myself I can do it. A sleuth without the job title. A cyber sleuth. This day, however, I went further. Not into the deep web. Anyone who has taken a computer basics course in 5th grade could get into and peruse that place. The deep web encompasses 90% of the overall internet, which are nothing more than just sites which aren't indexed. I'm talking about the dark web. That 5% of the internet full of drugs, credit card thieves, arms dealers, and sex traffickers. I cracked into it with a Tor browser, and because Tor automatically has JavaScript turned off, you get no ads. It's pretty convenient. The first few sites I browsed were nothing to rave about. I found one site which sold loafer stuff with taxidermied small birds inside. I don't know what that was about. Anyways, as I began scrolling through different pages, I was only getting websites which looked like they'd been discarded for decades. I began to think that this dark place was merely nothing more than a virtual garbage dump. But then, I kept going. Deeper down the dirt path. I came across a site with a large gold coin. The graphic would just keep spinning. Underneath there was a phrase, "What is the answer to 99 out of 100 questions?" Money. I knew it was a credit card fraud scam site, so I just kept going. Next was a site of nothing but full-screen running video of a bedroom. I watched for a good 20 minutes. I saw an old woman of maybe 70 enter the room, shut the door, and begin changing clothes. Gross. Off to the next one. One thing to be known about the dark web is that, though a haven of anonymity, the federal government actually can trace information to servers if you happen to stumble into one of their fake pages. Most notably sites which offer illegal drugs or money laundering schemes. The government creates these clandestine sites so they can catch fish, or simply put, catch you. Passing through, a large majority of spaces were, in fact, sites which push narcotics. Ignored. Not today, boys. A few more sites down the chain I saw something especially upsetting. A pig pen. On one end, a frightened golden retriever. On the other, being pulled by two men, a mountain lion, which was extremely aggressive, trying to tear itself off the leash. The dog was cowering on the other end. Standing around the cage were cackling men in suits placing bets. I'd seen enough. I couldn't bear to see any sort of cruelty to animals. I was beginning to feel that this place is just not for me. It's more than disquieting at this point. Something just feels wrong. I shouldn't be here, but I can't look away. It just kept getting worse. I found a site. Very vintage, with archaic graphics, like something a desperate parent would put up with very drab text underneath a photo of their missing child. Only this page had a rainbow, which said above it, pedophiles are people too. Jesus Christ, get it the fuck away from me. I'm going to end up arrested, I thought to myself. Self-mutilation. Suicide for pay. Underground elective suicide for people who can't do it themselves. Arsonists. Voyeurism. Fetishes that would make Robert Ben Rhodes queasy. And then finally, I made it to a corner. A space all the way at the end. The very last sight. Maybe not the last, but alas, a sight I could not navigate past. The entire page was a dark, deep blue. It contained an elegant, classy golden rectangular border around the screen, and in gold cursive, looking like a book cover from the 19th century, it read, Novella Black. Trapped. So, I'm stuck in this vacuum. This space which will now not allow me to browse beyond or backwards. I turned up my speakers. Nothing. I was convinced my computer was frozen or had gotten some horrible virus. My assumption as to why I was stuck on this particular page. I tried moving the mouse around. I no longer had a scrolling arrow. Then, after 8 minutes, like some morbid, full-screen GIF, the Novella Black title page, for just a blink of an eye, flickered, and almost subliminally, I witnessed the black and white image of what looked like a woman with her mouth opened, almost like a yawn, and her pupils were rolled up almost all the way to the back of her head. I could only see a sliver of the bottom rim of the eyes. And that was it. A flicker. A cigarette burn into my eyes of a yawning, or maybe screaming, girl with long dark hair. It was unsettling to say the least. This twitch and print alerted me that I, in fact, was still on this site. My screen wasn't frozen. Before my eyes. The golden cursive text of the page slowly faded into words I couldn't understand. Aloha Barak Lok. I typed the letters into Google in my iPhone. It reads God bless you in ancient Aramaic. This then dimmed into a purely black screen with a giant keyhole in the center. My scroll arrow appeared on screen, except it wasn't an arrow. It was a T. I'm a tad nervous about what I'm getting myself into. But I've been waiting for this. I scrolled to the keyhole with the key, and left click. A box popped up in the center of the screen. Are you sure? Fade into keyhole and T. I click it again. A box. Are you positive? I click once more. The screen goes black, but reappears with a strange symbol. It's the Star of David. 2 of them, one atop the other, points poking out of the corners of the one below, making for a total of 12 points, all in a dark gray. It's so subtle that your eyes almost have to adjust to fully see it. Then, a voice. The voice of a man. I don't have an acute ear for accents. I can only speculate that the language I was hearing was of Middle Eastern dialect. The language was indecipherable. The recording was also very full of static. Like it had been recorded on some decades-old tape recorder. He was speaking at a very rapid pace. At points, he would stop, almost as if he's turning a page and reading from a script. And on it went. Scroll arrow again gone. I thought about just pulling the plug on the computer and letting it reboot, but my curiosity kept me going. I pulled out my phone and went to my audio recorder. I recorded a good 35 minutes until I no longer had any more space to use. Still, I couldn't get off of this peculiar site, so I took my work laptop, hooked a router to my computer, and used a different audio recorder to just relay and record what was being said on the page. I shut off my screen, turned down the volume, and went to sleep. When I awoke, I found out that I'd recorded 6.5 straight hours of audio. I got out of bed at 6:45 a.m. and turned the volume up. Nothing. Turned on the computer screen. All that was there was, as I described before, a bland, very dated-looking website which said Autonetics Incorporated. I scrolled through the content. Autonetics Incorporated is just a Michigan-based sheet glass manufacturer. I was able to work my way back up to the surface web, the web which everyone begins on, which contains Google. I rebooted my PC, saved the audio file on my work laptop, and went to work. Later on while at work, I emailed the linguistics department of my college, asking if they could possibly help me translate something for what I explained to be a school project. I also detailed the length of the recording, which turned out to be 4.5 hours, but that I just needed to know a little bit of the context and also the language behind it. After a few days, I received an email from a woman named Janice Cruz, assistant head of linguistics, telling me she received my file. She assured me that she would take a stab at it when she gets some free time. Several more days pass. Then, another email, which read, "I've reviewed quite a bit of this file you sent. It would be best that you call me on this matter. Any weekday after 3 p.m. on my office phone, listed below." And so the conversation went. Janice Cruz. Oh, hi, Janice. This is Travis. I'm the one who sent Dash. Oh, yes. Glad you called. Travis, thanks for looking into this for me. Janice, no problem. So, yes, I looked into it. Actually, I started thinking I'd only be on the hook for maybe 5 minutes, but this thing kept my attention for quite some time. As a matter of fact, I listened through all of it. Travis, oh, wow. You didn't have to. I'm sorry. Maybe I didn't make it clear. I just wanted to know Dash. Janice, oh, no, you've made it clear. But first, I have to ask you, is this a practical joke? If it is, then you got me. But I really need to know. Travis, joke. Oh, no. Not at all. Janice, how did you come across this? Travis, I stumbled upon this site. Did you find out what it was and what the content is? Janice, the language is Arabic. As for the content, so, where again did you come across this? Travis, the truth is, I work in coding. In my off hours, I tend to break into encrypted sites. I guess I kinda just went down the rabbit hole one night. I ended up inside the dark web using a Tor browser. I stumbled upon this strange site called Novella Black. Janice. I see. Well, I'm just going to be honest with you. At first, there was a lot of talk about astronomy. But, a little while into it, the speaker began spouting anti-Semitic jargon and propaganda. It was really vile. Then, it was mostly incantations in 6th century BC Aramaic, which then switched back to modern Arabic. Travis, whoa, okay. Janice, the majority of the rest of it were very thoughtfully, precisely planned out attacks. Precision down to exact coordinates. Coordinates inside of Israel. Travis, what? Janice, places which are to be bombing targets in the very near future. And you said you got this all out of a website? Travis, yes. It was just a website. I hacked my way into it. Janice, where are you right now? Travis, I'm on my way home. Janice, okay. I could hear a voice coming through what sounded like another phone. I heard her, obviously holding the phone far from my ears, say he's on his way home now. Janice, what road or street are you on right now? I already knew the situation. I felt like I was falling inside. I quickly hung up the phone. Instead of heading home, I went to a bar about 10 blocks from my house. I needed a drink. Thank God I'm 21. But they found me. Within 5 minutes I was in handcuffs and on my way to the station. But first, they took me to my apartment, where they confiscated my computer. They interrogated me for 2 hours. One, a detective, and the other, a young cadet, writing on a pad as I spoke. 2 hours while a trained computer programmer sifted through my history. Novella Black. There it was. The officers got a look at it. We sat around and waited until the keyhole appeared. He opened up the page and saw that everything I'd been saying all along was the truth. During the interrogation, they spoke to me only about one tiny kernel in that 4-hour amalgam of Jewish hatred. While naming a list of terrorist plots, one piece that was mentioned was a synagogue. Not just any, but Baron Hirsch Synagogue, which seats up to 3,000 people in Memphis, Tennessee. It was clearly explained that the biggest Jewish place of worship in the U.S. was going to be bombed on April 12th of this year. I was released without charges and went home. I couldn't believe it. Why? Why would Palestinian radicals so explicitly state anywhere on the internet the exact place and date of an attack? I thought attacks were supposed to be secret. Sitting on razors. For weeks, I sat absolutely terrified about this planned attack. It was not even a week away. On the night of the 5th, I came home, made myself a rum and coke, and flicked on the TV. And to my horror, there it was. Breaking news on every channel. Baron Hirsch Synagogue. Half of the structure collapsed, people fleeing, screaming, and fires raging. Helicopters circling. We don't have exact numbers yet, but authorities have informed us that at least 300 have died when two men entered from the West End during Mass and set off explosives, killing themselves in the process, the news anchor obviously speaking under duress. Now I understand. It was disinformation all along. How clever and evil. It made perfect sense. Set up a site in the dark web where they know the feds will be looking and create a campaign of unreliable disinformation. A morose game of chess. And I was directly in the middle of it. That day, I was brought back to the station once more and questioned one last time. They checked my phone records, texts, and emails. They searched my work laptop and iPhone. I was set free almost 24 hours later after having spoken with the FBI. I tell myself that this would have occurred whether I stumbled upon Novella Black or not. I am so absolutely shook from this experience. I have nightmares of being trapped inside of my basement apartment with a fire raging above, the smoke creeping down to me as I suffocate slowly, waiting for the flames to make it this way and take me out forever. Sometimes I see the faces of those people on TV boiling in a flame-fueled lake of gasoline, unable to escape and unable to die. Other times, I see that graphic. That face. The woman with the gaping mouth. I still can't explain that, and I don't wish to research it. In the end, 351 people were slaughtered that day. And you know exactly where I will never go again. No, I don't have the source for the movies, and before you ask, it's not mainstream porn you can find by just Googling my name. They're videos of me being murdered. Where would you even find those types of videos? The dark web, maybe? I don't know. I don't like watching myself being murdered. All I can tell you is, I've starred in over 50 movies, and according to the guy who distributes them, I'm the most watched and most sought-after snuff star in history, if that's even a thing. You're probably wondering how one would even get into that business. Well, the short answer is by accident. You don't wake up one day and decide you want to be murdered. In my case, I answered an ad looking for an amateur porn actress. I was just starting out in the business and the pay seemed reasonable. When I arrived at the location, which was a house in an upmarket location, it didn't raise any red flags. It all seemed legit until I asked to be paid up front, and the response was, "Let's see how you die first." Before I knew it, I was being held down and the cameras began rolling. All I can say is dying is like going to sleep during surgery. It's painful at the start and scary, but when your heart starts slowing down you get a rush of euphoria and everything goes silent before the lights go out. I couldn't tell if there was an afterlife. I don't stay dead long enough to find out. It's like going to sleep without dreaming. There's a nanosecond of darkness before you wake up again. You would think that a guy whose business is death would be easily scared, but when I suddenly woke up as they were loading me into a shallow grave in the woods, he screamed like a little girl. It took some time to calm him down. You would swear it was him that was just brutally murdered with the way he reacted, but once the initial shock wore off, he looked me dead in the eye, no pun intended, and said, "I'm going to make you a fucking star." I can't go into details on how I get snuffed out, but I can say, the money is great. More than I could ever make being in mainstream porn. The problem isn't the fact that my employer is a death dealer of women. Actually, no women have been murdered apart from me, of course, since I started. The problem is the reaction I'm starting to get the more my popularity grows. The surprising thing is, the people who notice me are the most ordinary people you could imagine. Not monsters that hide away in the shadows fantasizing about murdering women. I mean school teachers, doctors, and even young teenagers. The biggest shock for me was when I was sitting in a cafe and I was approached by a young dad who had his 2 young daughters with him. He sat staring at me while his daughters sat eating chocolate muffins. I knew why he was looking at me, even if he didn't. As I was finishing up my latte, I looked up to see him standing next to me with a strange grin on his face. "Do I know you from somewhere?" he suddenly asked. I was in my comfort clothes, a baggy t-shirt with a pair of sweatpants, and the tattoo of a pentagram on my arm was on show. He began studying me to figure out how he knew me, and when I was just about to speak, he noticed the tattoo on my arm. It was like a light switched on in his brain, and he suddenly realized where he knew me from. His face turned deathly pale, and he began to stutter a bit before he hurried himself and his daughters out of the cafe. I was never really worried about being noticed before, because the men that watched me expected me to be dead. I also never gave a second thought to my tattoo being the thing that gave me away. I mean, how many girls out there have the same tattoo? When I got it done, I was told it was a popular choice. That all changed when I got a phone call from my mother. My poor mother had no clue about the type of business I was in. She always thought I was into some lifestyle stuff, like a trainer to the stars or something. I think the dream was better than the reality, and she always told her friends I was a successful businesswoman of some sort. Technically, she wasn't wrong. All that changed when she rang me in hysterics. She could barely contain herself over the phone. "You're alive, you're alive," is all she kept on repeating down the phone. After I calmed her down and reassured her I was very much alive, I waited until her breathing had slowed to a more relaxed state. "Allison," for a moment I thought I was speaking to a ghost. My mother was always my biggest fan in life, and it broke my heart to hear her this upset. The police were here. Men in suits, detectives, I think. "They told me you were dead." "Oh, my sweet girl, they told me you were dead." They had found blood and something about a tape or the internet. The bastards gave me a heart attack. I knew you weren't dead. That night, I went to stay with my mother, just to reassure her that I was still physically present and to just hug her. Mainly to reassure myself that I was definitely still present in this world. Deep down, I knew what this was about. Of course, someone who wasn't a degenerate monster was going to watch my movies and try to put a name on the woman who should be somewhere in a shallow grave. But I always thought people would think the movies were just great fakes because you can only be the star of one snuff movie, not 50. A few weeks had passed, and apart from my mother losing a year or two of her life, things had settled down. I had decided to quit. It was never going to be a long-term thing, but if I was going to stop, my final movie was going to be my best. Go out with a bang, I always say. It was the day of the shoot, and on the way to the location, I couldn't escape the feeling I was being watched. I put it down to my nerves because I was going to die in the most brutal way possible. It was going to be so bad no one was ever going to think it was faked. And the fact it was going to be the last video of me made it sound all the more believable. I knew it was going to be painful, but the pain never lasted, and all I was thinking was, it's going to be a spectacular death, and it was. But as the euphoria swept over me and I began to slip into the darkness, I watched as men in SWAT gear burst into the room, followed by men in suits. As always, I came back to life with a big gasp of air, like a baby taking its first breath after being expelled from the womb. I was expecting to be in the room where I was murdered, but this time I found myself on a cold metal slab. As I looked around what looked like an operating room, I saw two men in suits. One was smiling, while the other appeared to hand over money from his wallet. "Hi, welcome back. I just bet my colleague $50 that you would come back from the dead," he said as he put the note into his top pocket. "I must say, I am a big fan of your movies." "Damsel in the Dungeon is my personal favorite," said the smartly dressed man as he smiled down at me. This was the first time I had ever felt in danger. A sudden panic washed over me as I tried to get up off the table. The two men in suits smiled at each other before handing me a hospital gown. "Where am I?" I asked nervously. "You have nothing to worry about. It's not like we're going to kill you," said one of the men as they burst out laughing. The two men walked me to an interview room and sat me down at a table opposite them. "You still haven't told me who you are and my reasons for being here." The two men adjusted themselves into a more serious posture. "Sorry for the confusion. My name is Agent Harris and my colleague here is Agent Butler." I look across at the two young agents sitting across from me as their frozen expressions fixate on me. "Agents? Are you FBI or something?" I nervously asked. One of the agents gave a disgruntled laugh as if I offended him. "Close, we're with the CIA." "What do you want with me?" "I didn't know dying was illegal." The two men sat upright as one of them put a picture of a woman in front of me. "We need your help with a delicate situation. It's of the utmost importance to the security of this country." I looked down at the picture of a woman who looked strangely enough like me. Apart from her expensive-looking attire and different colored hair, we had the same facial features and we looked to be the same height. The woman in the picture is the wife of the Russian Minister for Defense Sergei Shoigu, said the agent with a sound of urgency in his voice. "What does this have to do with me?" I asked. "She has a lot of secrets that could be very important to us. The problem is her husband isn't a nice man. Fortunately for us, he treats her like a dog. So she wants a way out of the marriage, but being the man he is, he's not going to let her go so easily." I still don't get what this has to do with me. The two agents look at each other before fixating their stares at me again. Sergei is a very powerful man. Even if we got her out of the country, we couldn't guarantee her safety. The only way we could do that is if we faked her death, but it has to look convincing, and that is where you come in. It suddenly began to make sense. I remember a guy friend of mine who was big into conspiracy theories and would always bang on about how the moon landings were faked in a studio. So would I be correct in thinking you want me to make another movie, given my special talent? The two agents look at each other again, but this time with a smile. She catches on quick. I'm beginning to like her already. I picked up the picture again and stared at the woman looking back at me with pain in her eyes and a painted-on smile. How much does this cake pay? In the dim glow of the moonlight, shadows danced menacingly across the room as I stared at the old, weathered journal clutched in my trembling hands. My heart raced, its frantic rhythm echoing the terror that had taken hold of my mind. How could I have been so blind? My once beloved wife, Eleanor, had harbored a horrifying secret beneath her veneer of charm and beauty. The journal's pages unveiled a nightmarish tapestry of dark liaisons and sinister schemes. It chronicled a chilling history of a woman adept at weaving webs of seduction around wealthy men, only to plunge them into the abyss of death once she had reeled in their riches. The realization tightened its icy grip around my chest, suffocating me with disbelief and dread. Memories tumbled like broken glass, refracting the truth I had refused to see. The missing suitors, the whispered rumors that trailed her wake, all now coalesced into a sinister mosaic. My love for Eleanor had been pure and unwavering, but now it curdled into a nauseating blend of fear and revulsion. As the clock ticked on, each echoing chime felt like a toll for my innocence lost. The woman I had pledged my life to was no longer the same, and I was trapped in a house of horrors with the architect of my nightmares. A storm raged outside, mirroring the tempest of emotions within me. With the journal as my guide, I resolved to uncover the full extent of Eleanor's ghastly history, praying that I could escape the clutches of a woman who had transformed from a lover to a predator. As I flicked through the pages of this goddamn diary, I came across a passage that read, "Tonight, my mind is consumed by a single purpose that beats in time with my heart, the end of my wretched husband, Richard. His arrogance and cruelty continue to poison every corner of my life, even within the confines of our marriage. His ill-gotten wealth, acquired through schemes and manipulation, gnaws at my conscience like a relentless specter. I've crafted a complex tapestry of plans, ensuring that no trace leads back to me. The poison, slow and subtle, infiltrates his existence in a way that mirrors the insidiousness of his own actions. The daily routines and familiar faces mask my intentions beautifully. He'll never suspect the careful hands that prepare his meals or the warm smile that accompanies him through every struggle. Our grand estate will serve as the backdrop for my scheme, its opulence masking the darkness that has taken root. I watch him closely, relishing the anticipation of his downfall. The persistent cough, the inexplicable fatigue, they are all signs that my meticulous plan is taking effect. Living this double life is a curious thrill, balancing the facade of a devoted wife with the hidden orchestration of his fate. This journal hidden within my possession holds the intimate record of my journey, a journey towards retribution for the pain he's inflicted upon me. Each stroke of my pen on these pages is a testament to my newfound strength, a strength I'll soon use to free myself from a monster and reclaim the life he's stolen from me. I can hardly wait to see the culmination of my work, to witness his world crumble as he grapples with the consequences of his actions. And when the final chapter of his story unfolds, I will stand as the sole witness to his downfall, a reckoning I've meticulously designed, a destiny he's crafted for himself. My heart pounds erratically, a sense of foreboding settling in my chest like a heavy stone. I read the entries with a mix of disbelief and horror. The words unravel a tale that feels like a nightmare, casting my once beloved wife as the orchestrator of a malevolent plan. Her emotions, laid bare in these pages, depict a woman I scarcely recognize, driven by revenge and malice. The revelation jolts me, sending tremors of shock through my core. The realization is staggering. The woman I've shared my life with, the one I believed knew my soul, has been harboring these dark intentions. My mind races, images of our past together tainted by this newfound knowledge. Her kindness, her smiles, were they all a facade, a charade meant to hide her true nature? With a turn of the page, my stomach dropped another 7 levels in horror at the serpentine nature of my wife's next entry. The air is thick with anticipation as I sit down to pen these words, my artist's symphony of triumph and anxiety. The plan I've carefully nurtured has reached its crescendo, and the events of the past week have unfolded like a masterpiece. Richard's health continued its inevitable decline, his once robust frame now reduced to a frail silhouette of his former self. The poison worked its magic methodically, every dose administered under the guise of a concerned wife striving to mend his failing constitution. The final act played out yesterday evening, a beautifully orchestrated scene of poetic justice. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting its final, warm embrace upon our estate, I served him his last supper. The culmination of my effort, the ultimate reckoning, concealed within the delicate flavors that graced his palate. He ate with a weary resignation, unaware that with every bite, he drew nearer to his demise. The room seemed to exhale a collective sigh as he finished the last morsel, his fate now sealed. I watched, heart pounding, as his features contorted in pain, the color draining from his face like watercolor bleeding into paper. In his final moments, as life ebbed from his weakening form, I felt a peculiar blend of satisfaction and sorrow. The monster who had tormented my existence was no more, his legacy reduced to a name in the annals of history. As the darkness embraced him, I whispered a final farewell, a mixture of relief and regret tinging my voice. Now, the world believes he succumbed to his ailments, a tragedy befitting a man of his habits. I play my part well, grieving the loss of a husband while secretly rejoicing in my newfound freedom. The journal that has chronicled my journey remains my secret confidant, the keeper of my truth. As the sun rises on this new day, I stand at the precipice of a future unburdened by his presence. The weight of my past has been lifted, and I walk forward with purpose, the echoes of his memory fading like a distant melody. The symphony of my life plays on, a harmonious blend of liberation and retribution. The entries played like a haunting film before my eyes. Her chilling description of the poisoning, her calculated manipulation, and the satisfaction she derives from orchestrating my downfall, they all feel like a cruel, surreal nightmare that I'm struggling to wake from. The estate that once held our shared dreams now bears witness to our secrets, a place of horrors I never could have fathomed. I am left grappling with a torrent of emotions, anger, betrayal, and an overwhelming sense of danger. The woman I've spent years of my life with has transformed into a stranger, a woman who could do the unthinkable. As I close the diary, a heaviness settles upon me, suffocating and inescapable. I am now trapped in a world of uncertainty, where the woman I love is a mastermind of terror, and I'm left to navigate a reality shattered by her secrets. The room around me blurs as I wrestle with the choice ahead. Confronting Eleanor directly about her chilling diary confessions seems like the path of truth and resolution, but the implications are staggering. Could I live with her response? Can our marriage survive the weight of her dark secrets? Pros of confrontation. Confronting her might offer the closure I desperately need. I deserve to hear her side of the story, to understand the motivations behind her actions. The truth, no matter how painful, could help me move forward. Maybe, just maybe, there's a chance for her to redeem herself. Unraveling her motivations could reveal a side of Eleanor I never knew, and perhaps that person is worth saving. If her diary entries are true, then confronting her could also be a means of preventing more harm. It might be my responsibility to ensure that others aren't caught in her web of deception. Cons of confrontation. The first and foremost concern is my safety. If Eleanor is capable of such malevolence, confronting her might lead to unpredictable and potentially dangerous consequences. What if she sees me as a threat to her plans? Confronting her might open a Pandora's box of even more secrets. Am I prepared to learn more about her actions or history that could further shatter my perception of reality? The confrontation could exact an unbearable emotional toll on both of us. Our relationship might be irreparably damaged, leaving us broken and scarred. Pros of running away. Leaving without confronting her would ensure my immediate safety. I could distance myself from her potential harm and take the time I need to process everything. Running away might protect what's left of my emotional well-being. I can escape the devastation that confronting her might bring. This choice offers a clean slate. I could rebuild my life in a place where Eleanor's darkness doesn't haunt my every step. Cons of running away. Fleeing means leaving behind a trove of unanswered questions. The ambiguity could torment me indefinitely, preventing any chance of closure. Could I live with the guilt of leaving without trying to fix things? What if there's a way to salvage our relationship or even help her find a path to redemption? Running away means forfeiting the love we shared, the years invested in our relationship. Can I truly leave it all behind? As the minutes tick by, I'm consumed by the weight of my decision. The road ahead is fraught with uncertainty, whether I choose confrontation or escape. What's clear, though, is that whatever choice I make will irrevocably alter the course of my life. My heart races as I hear the front door creak open, followed by the familiar sound of Eleanor's footsteps. Panic sets in, and I scramble to close her diary, my hands trembling. "Darling, I'm home," she calls out, her voice like a dagger in my chest. I take a deep breath, trying to compose myself as I force a smile. "Hey, welcome back," I manage to say, my voice strained. Eleanor enters the room, her eyes scanning the space with a subtle curiosity. I can feel her gaze lingering on the desk, where her diary sits partially concealed beneath a stack of papers. My heart pounds in my ears, a silent drumbeat of dread. "Have you been going through my things?" she asks, her tone casual but her eyes sharp. "No, of course not," I reply a bit too quickly. I avert my gaze, hoping she doesn't notice the sweat forming on my forehead. She steps closer, her presence an almost suffocating weight. I can feel her eyes on me, studying my every move. My mind races, searching for an excuse, an explanation, anything that can divert her attention. I thought I left my diary here, she muses, moving towards the desk. In a desperate bid to divert her attention, I reach for a nearby photo frame and thrust it into her line of sight. Hey, look at this. Remember our trip to the mountains? She hesitates, her gaze torn between the photo and the desk. For a moment, it feels like time stands still, a standoff between her curiosity and my fear. Finally, she smiles, her attention seemingly shifting. Oh, I remember that. What a beautiful sunset. I let out a silent breath of relief, the tension in the room easing ever so slightly. She seems to have bought my distraction, her curiosity momentarily sated. But as she turns away, I know that the danger has only been temporarily averted. The diary's contents still hang heavy in the air, casting a shadow over our interactions, a dark secret that threatens to tear apart the life we've built. The days have blurred into a haze of unease and uncertainty since that fateful encounter with Eleanor's diary. The weight of her secrets presses heavily upon me, an ever-present reminder of the darkness that lurks beneath her surface. Every smile, every touch, now holds an edge of suspicion, a question mark that I can't shake. In the weeks that followed, Eleanor's behavior has taken a subtle but disconcerting turn. She's become remarkably controlling, particularly when it comes to our sexual relationship. What used to be an intimate and spontaneous connection between us has now become a series of orchestrated encounters, her desires and needs taking precedence over everything else. It's as if she's playing a game that I'm only partially aware of. She's mastered the art of manipulation, using her physical presence to distract me from the thoughts that plague my mind. She initiates encounters with an air of calculated urgency, leaving me little room to question her intentions. Yet, amidst the passion, there's an unsettling undercurrent, a sense that I'm being steered, guided into situations that she's orchestrating. She revels in her control over my desires, her dominance palpable even in the midst of intimacy. And though my body responds, a part of me resists, resisting her hold over me. It's not just the physical control that unnerves me, it's the psychological manipulation that seems to be at play. I catch glimmers of it in her eyes, in the way she studies my reactions, as if assessing the effectiveness of her methods. I find myself torn between wanting to please her and a growing suspicion that something more sinister is at play. In the midst of her newfound dominance, the memory of her diary's contents remains etched in my mind. The knowledge of her past actions, her plans for the future, creates a chilling dissonance. I'm trapped between my love for the woman I thought I knew and the horrifying revelation of her true nature. As I write these words, a sense of dread looms over me. The intimacy we once shared has become tainted by the shadow of her secrets, and I find myself yearning for clarity, for the truth to reveal itself. But I fear that unveiling her darkness might only plunge me deeper into a nightmarish abyss from which there's no escape. With continued suspicions, I couldn't help but check the diary once again. I hadn't finished reading after all, and I couldn't help but think that this sudden change in behavior was not unrelated to the side of her I had only just discovered. Weeks have passed since I last dared to write, and the weight of my secrets threatens to consume me. My actions have grown bolder, my resolve stronger, and my husband remains blissfully unaware of the darkness that festers within me. The threads of my intricate tapestry have woven themselves into a pattern of deceit, leading him further down the path of his own demise. I watch as his trust in me deepens, his guard slipping away with each passing day. He remains oblivious, trapped in the illusion of a marriage that I have so skillfully crafted. And now, as my plans near their culmination, a perverse thrill courses through my veins. I readjust my facade, acting the part of the devoted wife, his willing accomplice in this macabre dance. The prospect of his demise has never felt so tantalizingly close, and I yearn to witness the ultimate realization of my revenge. His suffering will be exquisite, I muse, my heart racing at the thought. But my plans have taken a new and darker turn. A revelation I stumbled upon, buried within these pages, paints a vivid picture of his impending death. A death he will experience in the midst of a humiliation so profound it sends shivers down my spine. A secret rendezvous has been planned, an intimate encounter that he will believe to be an affirmation of our connection. Little does he know that it will mark his final moments, the crescendo of a symphony of vengeance. As he bears his vulnerability, I will strip away not just his dignity, but his life. The anticipation is intoxicating, a heady blend of power and desire. I find myself consumed by the intricacies of my plan, my every waking moment dedicated to ensuring its flawless execution. He will never see it coming, his trust in me ensuring that he walks willingly into the trap I've set. The moonlight's glow is a silent witness to the darkness that now defines my existence. I am both creator and destroyer, architect and executioner. As the days count down, I am haunted by the image of his demise, a haunting melody that plays on a loop in the recesses of my mind. My hands tremble as I clutch the pages of her diary, the words etched upon them forming a grotesque tableau of deceit and malice. The revelation of her sinister intentions has shattered my world beyond repair. I read the words again and again, hoping that each time I'll wake from this horrifying nightmare. But the reality remains, stark and unyielding. Eleanor's meticulously crafted plan to humiliate and murder me is now laid bare, her malevolence exposed in the pages of her journal. The details are sickening, a testament to the depth of her depravity. The rendezvous she orchestrated, the intimate act that was to be the culmination of her vengeance, it's all there, a chilling testament to her willingness to strip me of my dignity and my life. The woman I once loved, the woman I shared my hopes and dreams with, is now an embodiment of pure evil. Rage and fear churn within me, a tempest of emotions I struggle to contain. How could I have been so blind, so naive? I look back on the weeks that have led me here, the moments of manipulation, the calculated control she exerted over our intimacy. It's all become clear, a sickening puzzle that now forms a horrifying picture. As the weight of the truth settles upon my shoulders, I'm torn between revulsion and self-preservation. The woman who claimed to love me has conspired to end my life in the most degrading manner imaginable. Every touch, every whisper, they were all part of her sinister game. The diary is a damning testament to her malevolent mind, a chronicle of her descent into darkness. It's a mirror reflecting back at me the danger I'm in, the precariousness of my existence. My every step feels watched, my every move manipulated. I'm paralyzed by a fear that grips my heart like a vice. I know that I can't confront her directly. To do so would be to walk willingly into her trap. I must find a way to escape, to outwit the woman who once held my heart but now holds the threads of my life. Eleanor's demeanor continued to shift over the coming weeks, her actions more calculated, her gaze unnerving. It's as if she's inching closer to the culmination of her malevolent plan, a shadow that looms over every interaction. Last night, as the moon cast a ghostly glow through the window, she made her move. Her touch was deliberate, her words laden with a venomous sweetness that sent shivers down my spine. Her eyes, once warm and familiar, held a chilling intensity, a look that spoke of her underlying intentions. Her attempt to initiate the intimate encounter she had described in her diary was a grotesque reminder of the danger I'm in. As she pressed closer, a sickening realization washed over me. She was executing her plan, her fingers like tendrils of darkness seeking to ensnare me. But this time, something snapped within me. The fear that had held me captive for weeks transformed into a surge of defiance. I pushed her away, the shock on her face mirroring the shock within me. "What's gotten into you?" I heard her voice tremble, a mix of confusion and anger. "I won't play your sick games," I said, my own voice shaking with a newfound resolve. The tension in the room was unbearable, a silent standoff between a husband and a wife whose intentions had become terrifyingly clear. The words hung in the air like a heavy fog, an assertion of my newfound defiance against the malevolent current that Eleanor had cast upon our lives. The seconds that followed felt like an eternity, the tension between us a palpable force that seemed ready to snap. Eleanor's face twisted in a mixture of shock, anger, and something else, a glint of a darkness that I had grown all too familiar with. For a moment, it was as if time itself held its breath, waiting for her response. Her voice, when it finally came, was a low hiss of simmering rage. "What are you talking about?" I stood my ground, the trembling in my limbs masked by a newfound determination. "I won't be a pawn in your twisted plan. I won't let you degrade me, humiliate me, and take my life." Her eyes bore into mine, a battle of wills playing out in the silence between us. The air crackled with tension, the room itself feeling like a battlefield. "Don't be ridiculous," she spat, her tone laced with both anger and a thinly veiled attempt at innocence. "You're imagining things." But I wasn't swayed by her words. The diary's contents, the orchestrated encounters, they all formed a chilling puzzle that I couldn't ignore any longer. "I've read your diary," I said, my voice steady despite the turmoil within. "I know what you've planned." A dangerous fire sparked in her eyes, a glimpse of the darkness that had consumed her. "You had no right to invade my privacy." My resolve hardened. "Your secrets are a matter of life and death. I won't let you destroy me." Eleanor's facade cracked, her anger giving way to a predatory smile. "You think you can outsmart me?" Eleanor's voice dripped with a chilling mix of confidence and arrogance. Her eyes bore into mine, a challenge that sent a shiver down my spine. For a moment, the room felt like a battlefield, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. I held her gaze, my resolve unwavering despite the fear that churned within me. "I won't let you destroy me," I replied, my voice steady. "I won't be a pawn in your twisted game." Eleanor's lips curled into a sinister smile, a predator sensing its prey. "You underestimate me, darling. You've always underestimated me." Her words sent a shockwave through me, a realization that I was dealing with a foe far more cunning and dangerous than I had imagined. But I wasn't backing down. I couldn't. With a sudden surge of determination, I turned and headed for the door. The time for confrontation was over. Now was the time for action. I could feel Eleanor's eyes on my back, her gaze burning into me like a searing brand. "Where do you think you're going?" Her voice was a mixture of curiosity and something darker, a threat that lingered in the air. I didn't respond. Every step I took felt like a step toward freedom, a chance to escape the nightmare that had become my reality. The hallway stretched before me, a corridor of uncertainty and danger. "Eleanor," I said, finally turning to face her one last time, "whatever darkness has consumed you, I won't let it consume me too." Her laughter was cold and hollow, a sound that chilled me to the bone. "You can run, but you can't hide. I will find you." With those haunting words echoing in the air, I turned away and continued down the hallway. My heart raced, my mind a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions. The battle was far from over. If anything, it had just begun. As I stepped out into the night, the cool air hit me like a wave of clarity. The moon hung in the sky, a distant beacon of hope. I had escaped the clutches of Eleanor's darkness for now, but the danger was far from over. My journey to reclaim my life was just beginning, and I was determined to outsmart the woman who had once held my heart but now held nothing but my fear. The island was so quiet. I could hear the wind blowing through the leaves of the trees that covered the land and the sound of the tide rolling over the small beach, but there were no animal sounds. No human sounds. Just auditory emptiness. Every step I took sounded like a thunderous crunch, disrupting the quiet. It reminded me of being at a funeral. There's no rule against functioning at regular volume, but there's this presence in the air that seems to mute sounds, leaving you with the feeling of being inappropriate if you speak above a whisper. When Daphne had told me she wanted us all to go check out a deserted island just off the coast, I had some mixed feelings. On the one hand, partying on an island sounded like a lot of fun. On the other, probably a great place to get tetanus. So I was hesitant. Daphne had anticipated that, which was why she made sure to tell me, over and over, that Ted would also be coming. So of course I said yes, like the young, dumb, and in love person that I am. Ted rode in front of me on the boat to the island, and I couldn't help sneaking glances at his rugged profile catching the sun on the horizon, a halo of sea spray making him seem to glow. We picked him up from his internship at Douglas Motors, and on the way over, he'd changed out of the mechanic's uniform with the Monica name badge he hated so much and into a surf shorts and a polo that screamed I'm a bro. I'd have detested that in anyone else, but on him, I'd have found a paper bag fedora attractive. I was so smitten it hurt. Leo and George rode in the front of the boat, because of course they were sitting together. I try not to take my single lady angst out on everyone, but they were still giggly and always holding hands, and they just had their 1-year anniversary. It really feels inappropriate for them to be so happy in their relationship while I'm still sleeping alone. I mean, seriously. But obviously my jealousy is only on the surface. George has been in our friend group since middle school, and he's never been happier than since he's been with Leo. We've all met Leo a number of times, but this is our first big trip with him. I think he's nervous, but he hides it under his academic attitude and posture. Ted was sitting next to Daphne, who was the one who started this whole adventure. Daphne is working on her engineering degree and is super serious 90% of the time. Her lighter side comes out when it comes to going on crazy adventures. Exploring an abandoned island is so much up her alley. And I have to admit, we've been on some really cool trips that I wouldn't have gone on if she hadn't pushed me out of my comfort zone. She was a born leader and took the reins of our group without hesitation or disagreement. She was our benevolent ruler. I was sitting next to Sil. Sil and I are roommates. While I'm at school or internships all day, she works from home during the day and takes care of our puppy, Thaddeus. Weird name for a dog, I know. Sil works at the local strip club Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights, and manages her OnlyFans page the rest of the time. I didn't know indie porn was an industry before I met Sil, but she has a great head for business and is more financially stable than I am. More than I ever will be, with the student loan debt I'm carrying. I love makeup, but this time at school for makeup artistry is really going to need to pay off well in the future if I'm going to survive when the student loan people come knocking. The boat ride was pretty short, about half an hour on an old speedboat we had rented for the day. Daphne kept looking at me and nodding in Ted's direction, desperate for me to finally make a move, but it was hard to do too much chatting over the engine noise. It wouldn't land quite the same if I screamed, "I like you," Ted, with an undertone of diesel engine. I was biding my time and totally not stalling at all. There was a small dock on the island, but it looked half rotted away. We tied the boat to it before very gingerly climbing onto the dock and walking over to the island, one at a time. I slipped clambering onto the dock, and Ted caught me by the arm. We paused for a second like that, looking at each other, and it made the whole trip worthwhile. You gonna get over to the island so I can get out of this boat?" he asked. "Oh, shit, yeah, going," I said, all in one breath. I scrambled down the dock and onto the island. Besides being crazy quiet, the island was an awesome picnic spot. It was so peaceful, far enough from the bustle of the bigger cities that you couldn't hear all the boat traffic, and the weather was fantastic, a gentle breeze making the warm sun pleasant rather than overbearing. With time, we got over trying to whisper to each other, and shortly after that we were laughing and caterwauling like usual. Leo brought some wine, which I'm sure helped. It was fancy wine left over from a showing at the art gallery he interns at, but none of us were wine connoisseurs. We just liked the buzz. After some food, some wine, and a fair bit of flirting, we started wandering around the island. I was hoping to get Ted alone somewhere so we could talk, but it seemed like right as we were about to, someone would come tramping through. It wasn't that big of an island, I suppose. After a few hours of tramping about, we decided to head back to the boat. On the way over, though, Daphne stumbled and yelped. "Damn, I smacked my toes on that bush," she said. She was grimacing and holding her foot. "Are you okay?" Leo asked. Instead of answering, Daphne's eyes got larger. She shuffled over to the bush and started moving branches of it out of the way. "What's up?" I asked her. "I saw some metal under the bush. I think that might be what I stubbed my toe on." My mind went back to my tetanus concerns from when Daphne had first suggested the island trip. But Daphne dug under the bush and I saw the metal she was talking about. George went over to help Daphne clear away the dirt that was covering the metal, and it was a surprisingly thin layer. It seemed like this metal had been covered relatively recently. Perhaps the wind had been slowly blowing dirt over it. The pair kept brushing away dirt and exposing more metal. Ted joined in the removal. As the three worked, a large metal rectangle began to appear. It was George who found the handle. "What the hell?" he mumbled. From my perspective, I could see it better than the three who were on top of the metal and removing dirt. "It's a door," I said. "Holy shit," Daphne said. "This is bizarre," Sil said, nodding. "George, Ted, move off the door." "We have to check this out," Daphne said, excited. The pair moved off the door, but there were a number of incredulous looks going around the group. I decided to be the voice of reason. "Look, Daph, this is super weird and everything, and I know that it's totally up your alley, but this seems sketchy at best. There could be all sorts of venomous spiders and snakes and stuff in there, not to mention the risk of cutting yourself on rusted metal. Or falling through a weak floor and breaking a leg. This seems like a really bad idea." "Please," Daphne said, "let's just open the door. We don't have to go in, but let's at least see what's inside." No one said anything. "Come on, just one peek." "That's all." Everyone looked at each other before Sil finally stepped up. "All right, wild girl, I'll help you open this door." We take one look inside, then we head back on the boat. Daphne smiled and nodded. Together, the two of them grabbed the handle and began to pull. It was heavy. George ran in and put his hands under it, pushing while they pulled. Finally, once the door had passed the 90-degree mark, Daphne and Sil jumped out of the way, and with a final shove from George, the door swung over and slammed onto the ground. Dirt flew up into the air and the metal in the door reverberated, disorienting everyone for a moment. When the air cleared, Daphne was the first one over to the open entryway in the ground. She pulled out her cell phone, turned on its flashlight, and directed it inside. It was anticlimactic. The cell phone illuminated a set of stone steps that led down, but whatever was at their base was beyond the range of the light. "Ha," Daphne said. It pretty much summed it up. "Look," she added, "I know we said we wouldn't go in, but only seeing stairs is so unsatisfying. Look at them. They're made of stone or concrete or something, so it's not like they're rusted out and going to break off. Let's creep down a bit and look. Seriously, how can we just stop when all we see are stairs?" "I kinda get what she's saying," said Sil. "That door was heavy as shit. I want more of a reward than this." Now I'm curious, too. I hated to admit it, but I agreed with them. I nodded my head, and Daphne grinned. Perhaps it was their enthusiasm rubbing off on me, or maybe it was just natural curiosity, but I was riddled with a need to know what lay at the bottom of the stairs. "Screw it, let's go," said George. Leo nodded, although it wasn't enthusiastic, and Ted grunted his assent. "But we be careful. Everyone has lights on. Don't touch any bugs or snakes, and definitely no metal. If anyone sees live wires, we get out immediately." "Okay?" Everyone nodded. "Thanks for staying level-headed," Daphne said with real gratitude. "Now, let's go exploring." The stairs went down what felt like about 10 or 15 feet before reaching a landing, then turned and went down in the opposite direction. It was like a set of stairs from an office or an apartment building had been sunk down underground. Moving past the first landing felt a bit scary, as we couldn't see the door anymore after that, but with the whole group together and all of our flashlights on our cell phones turned on, it wasn't terribly dark. We went down 3 flights of stairs before we reached a larger landing. We walked out into it, and, as our lights moved through the room, we were able to see the outlines of a large room. There were computer consoles and screens on one side of the room, with a door on the right side wall. The left side wall had stacks of boxes alongside it. We walked into the room, splitting up a bit as we explored different parts of the room. Ted had gone towards the computer consoles, and I tagged along with him. The computer towers had a thin layer of dust on them, and when I blew on them, a cloud puffed up into the air. I waved my hand in the air to try to disperse it. Ted was wiping dust away from the fan vents and pressing buttons on the front of one of the towers. With a low whir, the light on the front came on and one of the screens came on. "Hey, what you got running over there?" George asked. He and Leo came walking over. "The boxes are just a bunch of supplies. Tools, PVC, zip ties, that sort of thing. Pretty boring." Using the hem of his shirt, Ted wiped the dust from the screen. A logo I wasn't familiar with popped up on the screen, followed by the boot-up menu. It wasn't the usual desktop layout I was used to, but a command screen. Daphne and Sil came over to see what was going on. The door over there was locked. There isn't a handle or anything, but there's a keypad. Doesn't seem to be active. "What you got there, Ted?" Sil said. "Thought I'd explore a little on here, see if we can learn anything before we take off." "I guess the curiosity got to me, too," he said with a laugh. The command screen was pretty basic, black background with grayish-white text. All it said was, "Enter command prompt." Ted stared at it for a minute, then typed in "run." A string of text ran down the screen faster than the human I could follow. Tons of subcommands and file destinations flew by. As the process continued, the lights in the room kicked on. A fan in the corner of the room started to slowly oscillate, and the other screens flickered on, showing camera images of empty gray concrete rooms. A creaking sound came from the stairwell, and everyone turned around to look at it. "What's that?" asked Leo. There came a massive metallic thud. "Was that the door?" Sil yelled. "Stay here, I'll go check," George said, running off. "Not without me," Leo added, already following him. The pair took off up the stairs. I was looking around the room again, taking in all the details now that they had been fully illuminated, when I noticed a single string of words had appeared on the screen. I nudged Ted, who was still standing next to me, and pointed to the words. "Welcome to the compound. The challenges are being prepared. The door will open when it is time for you to begin." "What does that even mean?" asked Ted. We showed Daphne and Sil, but before we could begin talking it out, George and Leo came back, panting from their run up and down the stairs. "The door is locked," Leo said through hard breaths. "Felt like it was bolted in place," said George. We showed them the message. "What challenges?" asked Daphne. "Can you type in questions and asked Sil. Rather than answer, Ted started typing. "What challenges?" he typed. More words began to run across the screen. "You will find out soon. They are designed to test you mentally, emotionally, and socially. If you fail, you will not leave the compound. If you succeed, you can continue on your journey. All contests will be recorded for eventual distribution. Videos may be edited for length." "I don't even know what to ask about next. This is all so messed up," Leo said. "What if we don't participate in the challenges?" Scylla asked. Ted typed the question in. "Then you will be taken to our termination facilities. Your body will be processed to see if your meat serves further purposes." "Dark," I said nervously, trying to counter my own anxiety with some understated humor. It didn't work. More words appeared on the screen. "The challenges are ready. The door will open momentarily. Go through the door to reach the first of 2 challenges. Stay here and you will be transported to the termination facilities." With the crumble of stone sliding against stone, the door on the right wall slid into a recess in the wall. The room beyond was dark at first, but overhead lights crackled on a quiet hum. "I guess," I began, before hesitating. "We gotta give it a go," Sil said. "I don't want to find out what these termination facilities are." She took a deep breath, then walked through the doorway. "Damn it," Daphne muttered. She followed Sil into the next room. The rest of the group started to walk through. I brought up the rear, with Ted right in front of me. "Hey, Ted," I said. He looked back at me and smiled for me to continue. Look, this is super sketchy, and maybe before we step into whatever insanity this is isn't the best time to say it, but I want to tell you just in case this goes totally awful. Ted stopped walking and turned around. I know, Beth. You've been shyly flirting with me all day. It wasn't subtle, he said, laughing. Can I kiss you? Wait, for real. I have a real smoothness with words. Is that a yes? Well, yeah, of course, I said. Ted leaned over and kissed me. It was gentle and soft, but not short. When he pulled away, I felt my cheeks flush. After we get through this, let's plan our first date, Ted said, grinning. All I could do was nod. Ted reached over, gave my hand an encouraging squeeze, and then headed through the door. I followed. Right after I entered the room, the door grated shut behind me. Inside the room, there were 6 seats set in front of 6 monitors. The only available one was on the far left, next to Daphne. Everyone else was already sitting, except Ted, who was headed to the seat between Leo and Syl. I sat down, and Daphne leaned over to me. I'm so scared I think I might pee my pants if something startles me, but that doesn't mean I missed what just happened. She gave me a high five. I laughed. The lights dimmed and the monitors turned on. Across each one ran the same words. Welcome to the first challenge. There will be 2 challenges. Make it through both to leave the compound. All challenges must be completed through typing, as the microphone system is down. This first challenge is called Truth or Dare. You must select either Truth or Dare on your screen by typing in the word. If you select Truth, you will be asked a question. If our scan of all of your records determines you are lying, you will be sent to the termination facilities. If you select Dare, you will be given a task. Fail to complete the task and you will be sent to the termination facilities. You will go in order from left to right, and all screens will show all text. You will not be allowed to type when it isn't your turn. If we see you speaking aloud on camera, you will be sent to the termination facilities. The challenge begins in 30 seconds. We all looked at each other. No one wanted to say anything because of the threat of the termination facilities, but I could hear George whimpering down the line. I reached my hand out to Daphne, and she took it. We both squeezed, desperate for reassurance. The long block of text shifted up, and new rods appeared. Contest 1, Truth or Dare? The prompt had said left to right, and I was stuck in the far left chair. I was contestant 1. I let go of Daphne and, with shaking hands and jitter fingers, typed in, Truth. What do you feel guiltiest about? I didn't have to think. The memories came flooding back. The words of kindness, the soft touches, feeling terrified, the pain, the threats. How he shoved a sock in my mouth so if I screamed no one would hear me. Not reporting my dad for what he did to me, I typed. Why is this what you feel guiltiest about? I took a deep breath before typing again. Because, when I got too old for him, he started hurting me sister instead. I could feel the tightness in my throat as a sob broke out of me. My dad had just been convicted and sentenced last year. It was still so raw. Tears ran down my face. I had to blink them away to make the new words that appeared on the screen less blurry. Contest 1 has passed this challenge. I looked over at the rest of the group. There were smiles, but also sad eyes full of sympathy. Only some of them knew. Contestant 2, Truth or Dare? It was Daphne's turn. She typed, and on my screen I saw the word dare appear. Slap contestant 6 in the face as hard as you can. Left to right, we were arranged in this order: me, Daphne, George, Leo, Ted, and Sil. So, Sil was contestant 6. Daphne needed to go slap her. Daphne froze in her chair. I looked over at her, only to see her staring at the screen and softly shaking her head. I nudged her, and she looked up at me. She didn't have a choice. She needed to go do it. On shaky legs, Daphne stood up. She walked down the line to where Sil was sitting and looked her in the eyes. Sil nodded and took a deep breath. Tears running down her face, Daphne put her hand back and then slapped Sil. The smack of flesh on flesh cracked like a whip, and Sil almost fell out of her chair. She kept her head hung down, and a dribble of blood dripped a few times onto the floor. Daphne didn't move, just stared at Sil. Slowly, Sil righted herself and sat back up. There was a red handprint on her face and her lip was split, still oozing blood. Her eyes were full of tears. Daphne broke. It seemed like she couldn't stop herself. "Oh, Sil, I'm so sorry," she wailed, hugging her. I could hear Ted and Leo shushing her, but it was too late. Hopefully whoever was watching this had missed the slip-up. Daphne squeezed Sil one last time, then went back to her chair. New words streamed onto the screen. Contestant 2 has completed this challenge. I breathed a sigh of relief until more words appeared. Contestant 2 has violated the no speaking rules and will be sent to the termination facilities. I looked over at Daphne and she looked back at me, terrified. There was a strained silence. I started to reach over to her. There was a roar like a giant vacuum. Suddenly, Daphne was gone. A hole had opened up beneath her chair and a great jet of air sucked Daphne and her chair straight down into it. I heard her scream piercing the roar of rushing air until it was cut off by a panel sliding in place over the hole. George, seated on the other side of Daphne, screamed, "Daphne," and jumped as if he was trying to catch her before she was sucked down, but it was far too late. He landed with a thump on the covered hole. The cover quickly opened again, and with a roar, George was sucked into the hole as well. I saw Leo jump up, but Ted tackled him and wrapped both hands over his mouth, holding in his screams. The cover of the hole slid shut again. Leo stopped struggling and patted Ted's arm. He let go and they both went back to their seats. I was in shock. Two of my friends had just been ripped away from me in a matter of seconds. I saw movement out of the corner of my eye and turned to look. It was more words on the screen. Contestant 3 has violated the no speaking rules and will be sent to the termination facilities. I could hear Leo moan, but he didn't say anything. Contestant 4, truth or dare? Contestant 3 had been George, who wasn't here to participate. Contestant 4 was Leo. How was Leo going to get through this without breaking down, with his boyfriend taken away like that? I saw him sob as he reached out to type. Truth. How many times did you cheat on your boyfriend? Leo gasped and began sobbing. He cried and cried, while Ted did his best to calm him down. Finally, Leo reached out his hands and typed. Once. Why? I was scared. George is the first man I've dated. I came out to my family and my friends. They told me I was living in a sinful life. My spirituality has always meant so much to me, and here were the people who helped support me in my beliefs telling me I was going to hell for being with a man. I was so terrified because I couldn't win. I came out after I'd been with George for 6 months. I knew I loved him. I was horrified to live a life without him. But I was also terrified of hell. So when one of my friends kept pushing at me one night, telling me if I just had sex with a woman who knew how to give a man the night of his life, I'd realize what I was missing, I did it. I had sex with her. I was almost hoping she was right, that we'd fuck and I'd realize I loved women and I wouldn't go to hell. But I cried the entire time we were together. I hated it. It felt so wrong. I never told George. I didn't want him to hate me. Contestant 4 has completed this challenge. Leo kept sobbing. Contestant 5, truth or dare? Ted nodded to himself, then started typing. Dare. Break contestant 4's finger. I watched Ted's face. His eyes were huge. He slowly turned and looked at Leo. I could see Ted shaking his head. Leo took a deep breath and nodded, holding out his hand. Ted stretched his hands out and took one of Leo's fingers in them. Ted was taking a bunch of deep breaths, trying to hype himself up, but then he shook his head again and let go. He just shook his head at Leo. Without hesitation, Leo reached out, grabbed Ted's hand, and wrapped it around his pinky finger. Holding it in place tightly, Leo wrenched his hand sideways. There was a snapping sound, like a stick breaking underfoot, and Leo screamed through clamped lips. Ted looked horrified. I wanted to speak soothing words, but all I could do was go over and give them both a hug. Sel did the same. We stayed this way until I noticed more words on the screen. Contestant 5 has completed this challenge. We all made our way back to our seats, knowing what was coming next. Contestant 6, truth or dare? Truth, Sel typed. What's the most traumatizing thing that has ever happened to you? Sel shook her head, but immediately started typing. The last guy I went on a few dates with apparently started dating me because he thought, since I was a stripper, I must be easy. But that's bullshit. He tried to rape me. Tell us more details. Sil growled. I get it. Who wants to share their trauma with strangers? We were in his car making out. He started trying to pull my clothes off, but I shut that down. I don't need a public indecency ticket, so no car sex. But he didn't care. When I kept pushing him away, he punched me in the head. I was dazed, and he started tearing my clothes off. Literally tore them. Having a thong ripped straight up until it tears is an exceptionally painful experience. I had bleeding tears in my ass from the friction burn. But before he could do anything, I was able to dig my mace out of my purse. Blasted that asshole in the eyes, and when he screamed, I shot the rest straight into his mouth. He had to go to the hospital. His throat closed up and he almost died. He deserved it. Being a sex worker doesn't mean it's okay to rape me. So fuck him. I was shocked. I hadn't heard about this before. I knew Sil had dealt with some scum in the past, but this was awful. I got up and gave her a hug. While I was hugging her, I saw words appear on her screen. Contestant 6 has completed this challenge. Sil and I kept looking at her screen, and Ted and Leo huddled around us, watching as well. More instructions were coming. Please move to the next room. The door will open momentarily. The lights came back up and a door tucked in the corner where I hadn't seen it slid open. The four of us stood up and walked over. Ted grabbed my hand on the way, and I held on desperately. The next room had 4 raised platforms, each sitting on thick cylinders with a set of stairs taking you onto them. On each was a screen and a keyboard. Assuming it was a similar system to the last room, each of us stepped up onto a different platform. Once I got up there, I had a bit of vertigo. I'm not a huge fan of height, and the platforms were about 6 feet above the rest of the floor. I closed my eyes for a second and grabbed onto the keyboard for balance. Deep breaths. I opened my eyes again and looked at the other platforms. Everyone had taken their position. I looked down at my screen. Welcome to the second challenge. This is the final challenge. Make it through to leave the compound. All challenges must be completed through typing, as the microphone system is down. This second challenge is called election. You will be given 1 sentence of information about each of you. After reading all 4 sentences, you must vote which person should be sent to the termination facilities. The person with the most votes will be sent to the termination facilities. Failure to vote will result in being sent to the termination facilities. If we see you speaking aloud on camera, you will be sent to the termination facilities. The challenge begins in 30 seconds. I looked up at each of my friends on the pedestals. Leo, who I was still getting to know, but who made George, poor George, so happy. Ted, who I could see myself having a future with. Sil, who had been my friend for over a decade and who inspired me by her willingness to not be afraid or ashamed of who she was or what she did. How could I do this? But it was too late. The sentences were appearing on my screen. Someone stole $100 from a friend. Someone kissed their best friend's dad. Someone cheated on a final exam and let someone else get expelled for it. Someone left someone bleeding in an alley. You have 15 seconds to vote. I glanced up in shock. 15 seconds. These were my friends. I knew I was someone B. It was an awkward thing where I wasn't paying attention, thought I was standing next to my then boyfriend, and kissed him, only to realize it was my boyfriend's dad, who was also his sister's dad, obviously, and his sister was my best friend at the time. Or all the rest of these like that, too? Misunderstandings? I didn't have time to debate. At least 8 seconds had to have passed. I scanned the sentences again. Bleeding in alley seemed worst. I typed in D. A few seconds later, there was a ding. More words appeared on the screen. Voting is now closed. Someone did not vote and will be sent to the termination facilities. There was the roar of air again. I looked up at my friends just in time to see the platform below sill open up. She was sucked down and the platform closed again. She hadn't even screamed. Sill hadn't voted. Now I felt like a coward, voting for one of my friends to die. More text on the screen. Someone D received the most votes. Someone D will be sent to the termination facilities. No, please. It wasn't like that, Leo screamed. He tried to run off his platform, but before he could, it opened up and sucked him down. It was just me and Ted. I started to leave my platform, but I saw Ted shaking his head and pointing at the screen. I looked over at it. One final round of election. Someone stole $100 from a friend. Someone kissed their best friend's dad. You have 15 seconds to vote. I looked up at Ted. He smiled at me and nodded. Then he put his hands down to his sides. Ted wasn't going to vote. I wasn't really surprised. He had always been so selfless. But I was scared. I typed in, someone A. I didn't look up. I knew I wouldn't be able to bear the hurt on Ted's face. There was a ding. Voting is now closed. Someone A received the most votes. Someone A will be sent to the termination facilities. I couldn't help it. I looked up. Ted was crying. He looked at me and waved. And then he was sucked down and disappeared from my sight. I started sobbing, but through my tears I could see more words on the screen. Congratulations. You have made it through the challenges. You are welcome to leave. Before you do, know that we have all of your information. If you tell anyone about what happened, we will kill your entire family. A boat is waiting to take you to the mainland. Through the haze of tears and horror, I stumbled down from my platform and through a newly opened door. At the beach, there was a fancy-looking boat with an enclosed cabin. I got on and tried the cabin door, but it was locked. The boat started up and took me back to shore. A week later and I hadn't left my apartment. Hadn't gone to classes. Hadn't gone to work. But I didn't care. I was barely eating. I had no idea how I was going to get my life back together. As I sat on the couch for the third straight day, I heard my phone start vibrating. It happened periodically, but this time it didn't stop. It just kept buzzing non-stop. Finally, irritated, I grabbed it. I had a message from an unknown number. I opened it and gasped. It was a picture of my friends. Leo, George, Syl, Daphne, and Ted, together in a dingy concrete room. There was text below it. To be honest, the dark web always creeped me out. Sure, it was fascinating, but I was no tech whiz. My whole family struggled with technology, in fact. My poor mom even got scammed a few times before she passed. My best friend Francis, though, he was a different story. He dove headfirst into the deepest, darkest corners of the internet, always searching for the most bizarre and horrific things. He even tried to install a Tor browser on my computer once, but I managed to lose it. Still, he'd send me screenshots of weird stuff he found, strange products from Alphabi, crazy conspiracy theories, and sometimes, things that made my stomach churn. Pictures of murder victims, videos of gruesome accidents. It made me question our friendship sometimes, but Francis was a good guy, just a little eccentric. Whenever he crossed a line, I'd ask him to stop, and he would, for a while. But then the dark web would beckon him back, and he'd start sending me disturbing stuff again. The most terrifying thing he ever sent, though, was a picture of me. A screenshot of some dark web page with my name, birth date, address, everything. It looked like a profile on some twisted social media site. "I'm so sorry, Tyler," Francis messaged. "I don't know how they found you." "What do you mean?" I panicked. "Who are they?" "Did you open any suspicious emails?" he asked. "Or sign up for something weird?" I racked my brain, but nothing came to mind. "Your name is on ALICIA, he said. "Listed as a participant." "What the hell is ALICIA?" "A red room," he replied. "It was supposed to be shut down, but it's back." I laughed. "Come on, Francis, red rooms aren't real." "I think this one is." His words sent a shiver down my spine. I told him to back off, needing some space to process this. But I also called the police, just in case. They didn't take me seriously, though. A month later, a plain envelope appeared in my mailbox. Inside was a black piece of paper with a single line of text, a dark web link. I'd forgotten all about the website with my information. But something about that link made me uneasy. I called Francis. He arrived minutes later, his eyes gleaming with a mix of curiosity and concern. He fired up the Tor browser and typed in the link. "Shit," he muttered as the site loaded. It was ALICIA. A black video player appeared on the screen. Francis clicked play. At first, it was just darkness and muffled sounds of struggle. Then the image brightened, revealing a small room with a man chained to a bed, a bag over his head. "What the hell is this?" I whispered, my heart pounding. It's a red room. Turn it off, Francis." But it was too late. A naked man entered the frame, his chest a tapestry of scars and fresh blood. He ripped the bag off the captive's head, and I gasped. That's Mr. Dawson," I stammered, my voice trembling. "My boss." The naked man pulled out a knife and began to torture Mr. Dawson, peeling his skin off bit by bit. The video skipped ahead, showing progressively more gruesome scenes. I couldn't tear my eyes away, even as I vomited. Finally, the screen went black. Mr. Dawson was dead. I called the police, but by the time they investigated, the video was gone. They believed me, but without evidence, Mr. Dawson was simply listed as missing. A year passed. Life moved on, but the memory of that video haunted me. I distanced myself from Francis, unable to face him after what we'd witnessed. Then, another unmarked letter arrived. This time, I didn't hesitate. I called the FBI. Agent Vance arrived with a team of agents and whisked me away to their office. They examined the letter and found another video. "We need you to identify the victim," Agent Vance said, his face grim. He led me to a room where agents were analyzing a still image from the video. My blood ran cold. It was Francis. "He didn't survive," Agent Vance said softly. My world crumbled. The FBI promised to protect me, but the letters kept coming. My ex-girlfriend, a former coworker, one by one, the people I knew were tortured and killed on those horrific videos. I realized then that I was the target. This was mental torture, designed to break me. They wanted me to suffer, to kill myself. And I almost did. I sat with a gun to my head, ready to end it all. Then the phone rang. An unknown number. "Hello?" I croaked. "Not like that," a distorted voice chuckled. "You need to record it properly." I looked at my computer camera. They were watching. "So all I have to do is kill myself, and it ends?" I asked, my voice hollow. "Yes," the voice replied. "Face the camera when you do it. You have 15 minutes. I have no choice. I can't let anyone else die. I just pray that it ends with me." A few months ago, my best friend Jeremy called, buzzing with excitement. "You gotta see this new thing I found online," he said, his voice practically vibrating with mischief. Jeremy, even as an adult, still had the childlike enthusiasm that made it impossible to say no. He showed up at my door later that day, a flash drive clutched in his hand, a mischievous grin plastered across his face. He didn't even bother taking off his shoes before rushing to my laptop and plugging it in. So much for saying hello. What if I was naked? I teased, but I couldn't help but smile back. "Shut up and come sit down," he retorted playfully. Okay, I'm sorry for barging in." "Sure you are," I laughed, heading to the kitchen. "I'll make some tea." 10 minutes later, I returned with 2 steaming mugs. My jaw dropped when I saw my laptop screen. It was running a completely foreign operating system. "What the hell is this, Jeremy?" I asked, my voice sharp with worry. "Is this going to mess up my computer? You know I can't afford a new one." "Relax, I tested it on mine first," he reassured me. "It'll go back to normal once I remove the flash drive." I reluctantly agreed, and we watched as the strange OS loaded. The home screen was a solid blue, with just 2 icons, a web browser and a VPN. A search bar sat in the corner, but it didn't seem to work. Jeremy took over, his fingers flying across the keyboard. He opened the browser and typed a string of random characters into a search engine I'd never seen before. A Wikipedia page popped up, filled with links to sites with disturbing names like the Credit Card Company, Guns Are Great, and the One Stop Shop. Some were just plain disgusting. He quickly found what he was looking for, a link called the Gore Store. Jeremy had always been fascinated by gore, something I never understood. "It's probably fake anyway," I muttered as the page loaded. The screen filled with gruesome images of mutilated bodies and videos of people being killed in horrific ways. I gagged and ran to the bathroom, Jeremy's laughter echoing behind me. When I returned, he was back on the Wikipedia page, his eyes scanning the links. "Look what I found," he said, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. "I think you'll actually like this one." He clicked a link simply labeled Eyes. I braced myself for something horrific, but instead, it was a professional-looking website selling contact lenses. Odd for the dark web, but nothing too disturbing. I browsed their selection and ended up asking Jeremy to buy me a pair. He chuckled and obliged. Jeremy left with the flash drive, promising to return in a week or 2. He ordered the contacts, and they were supposed to arrive in 3 weeks. 2 days later, a package arrived at my doorstep. Inside were the bright green contacts with a blue fade. They were stunning. I knew I should wait for Jeremy, but I couldn't resist. I put them in, surprised by how easily they slid into place. I called Jeremy to tell him, but he didn't answer. I figured he was busy and would call back later. I admired my new eye color, snapping selfies and updating my social media. Later, as I was making lasagna for dinner, something flickered in my peripheral vision. I looked around, but saw nothing. I shrugged it off, thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me. But when I glanced at the cooked lasagna noodles I'd set aside, a wave of nausea washed over me. They had transformed into writhing maggots, each as big as my thumb. I screamed, grabbing a broom and sweeping them into the trash. My appetite gone, I decided to take a relaxing bath. I lit candles and sank into the hot water, trying to calm my nerves. "What just happened?" I whispered. Those maggots were real. I opened my eyes and gasped. The bathwater was blood red, and the candles had all gone out. I jumped out, heart pounding. When I turned on the light, the water was clear again, but I wasn't getting back in. I brushed my teeth, and as I looked in the mirror, a cold dread gripped me. My reflection wasn't holding a toothbrush. It was swaying, a wicked grin on its face. It reached out and tore out its own eyeballs, the contacts dangling from their sockets. It licked one, the sound of crunching plastic echoing in the silent bathroom. Blood streamed down its face. I stumbled back to my bedroom, covering all the mirrors in my house. I tried to remove the contacts, but they wouldn't budge. I couldn't sleep with them in, but I couldn't get them out. I went to the living room, the only room without mirrors. As I reached for the remote, a searing pain shot through my hand. It was covered in deep cuts. The remote's buttons had become razor sharp. I kicked the remote away, and the TV flickered on. On the screen, I saw myself walking across the street, then being hit by a truck. My lifeless body skidded across the pavement. Desperate, I called Jeremy again. He sounded confused, thinking I was joking. He hung up. Then, a text from an unknown number, "Go outside." I cautiously approached the front door. A knock startled me. "Package delivery," a deep voice rasped. I opened the door a crack. The delivery man's eyes were wide and bloodshot, his face covered in slashes. He was missing fingers. Blood stained the package he held. "Just leave it," I mumbled, slamming the door shut. I retreated to my room, the stairs now inexplicably filled with protruding nails. I limped, leaving a trail of blood. In the bathroom mirror, my reflection was a horrifying sight, flesh hanging from its face, neck snapped, a noose around its neck. Black tar dripped from its mouth, and its eyes were empty sockets. I haven't slept in days. The food is rotting. My surroundings are becoming increasingly dangerous. I received another package, a gift. Inside was a note. "Not all eyes are meant to be a prize. The contacts you contain will show the other side. You can live with this vision or choose your demise. I left you a gift, now you can decide." 1. Below the note was a neatly coiled noose. I knew going on the dark web was a bad idea. My brother, Noel, vanished last year. The police weren't much help. They said people disappear all the time, and most come back eventually. They hinted that maybe Noel had a secret life he was hiding. I didn't believe them. I knew Noel. He was a good guy, a computer whiz. He worked for a big company, Proteon, doing something complicated with databases. In his free time, he built computers and designed apps. He was even working on a new app that he said was unlike anything else. Weeks turned into months, and still no sign of Noel. I tried to find clues on his computer, but it was like searching for a needle in a haystack. His emails and phone records were normal, just everyday stuff. I even talked to the other programmer he was working with, but that guy was creepy and unhelpful. He was a Satanist who wouldn't even look me in the eye. I was starting to lose hope. Then, one night, I noticed a strange icon on Noel's computer. It looked like a purple onion. When I clicked it, a program called Tor Browser opened up. Noel had mentioned it before, saying it was a super private way to use the internet. Suddenly, my phone buzzed. It was a text message with a website address and instructions to open it using Tor. Another message warned me not to tell anyone. Then I saw the little red light on Noel's webcam. Someone was watching me. I typed in the address. It was a login page for some website. Another text gave me the password, Noel's favorite movie, Fight Club. A chat window popped up. The person on the other end called themselves Shadow Cat. They knew I was Noel's brother. They said they knew where he was. My heart pounded with hope and fear. I had to do what they said. Shadow Cat sent me another link. This website was like a dark version of eBay. It sold guns, explosives, drugs, even disturbing things I don't want to think about. Before I could ask what was going on, a picture popped up. It was Noel. He was chained to a wall, blindfolded and gagged. I could hear his muffled screams. Shadow Cat said I had to buy things from the website if I wanted to see Noel again. They sent me a long list of items: poisons, acids, knives, explosives, guns, even snake venom. I was terrified, but I had no choice. I couldn't go to the police. Shadow Cat was watching me. I felt sick as I used my credit card to buy all those awful things. The package arrived quickly. Another text message led me to a new chat where Shadow Cat gave me an address. An old warehouse in the industrial part of town. I was to go there alone and bring the package. By the time I arrived, it was dark. The warehouse was creepy and abandoned. I sat in my car, heart pounding, clutching the duffel bag full of illegal stuff. A text message told me to go inside. The warehouse was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. Then I heard voices, whispering all around me. They were excited about the things I'd brought. Poisons, one hissed. Explosives, boomed another. Guns and bullets and snake venom. I was surrounded. They were closing in. I panicked. Then I remembered my phone. I turned on the flashlight. The light cut through the darkness. The voices screamed. I saw shadowy figures recoiling from the light. They were demons. Real demons hiding in the darkness. I spun around, shining the light everywhere. The demons shrieked and vanished in puffs of smoke. Then I saw Noel at the far end of the warehouse, still chained up. More demons were guarding him. I ran towards Noel, shining the light and scattering the demons. I had brought bolt cutters, just in case. I cut through the chains and ripped off his blindfold and gag. He was barely conscious. I slapped him awake. "Hold this light," I yelled, shoving my phone into his hand. "Keep them away." He looked confused, but he did what I said. I worked on freeing his ankles while he fended off the demons with the light. We had to get out of there. Finally, he was free. We ran for the door, the flashlight beam our only weapon against the creatures of darkness. We burst out into the night and raced back to my car. We had escaped. But I knew it wasn't over. We thought we were safe, but we were wrong. Those demons, they weren't bound to that warehouse. They followed us. I took the bag of weapons and other nasty stuff to the police station and left it there anonymously. But it didn't matter. The demons were after us, angry that we had escaped and taken their treasures. Noel and I, we live in fear now. We keep our lights on all the time, day and night. We sleep during the day and stay awake when it's dark, surrounded by light. You might think we're crazy, but we've seen things you wouldn't believe. Those demons, they lurk in the shadows. They're always there, waiting. Every time the lights flicker, every time a bulb burns out, I feel a surge of terror. What if there's a blackout? What if the darkness comes and they get us? I can see them sometimes, in the corners of my vision. Waiting. Watching. Patient. They're waiting for the darkness to fall. So, this one time, I was at this shady internet cafe. You know the kind, dim lighting, sketchy characters, computers that can probably access all sorts of stuff you don't want to know about. I was there for business reasons. Let's just say I wasn't exactly browsing cat videos. Anyway, I paid for my 6 hours, got my vegetable plate, which is code for deep web access at this place, and settled in at station 12. There was this laptop with a sticky note on it, some weird web address with a smiley face. Curiosity got the better of me, so I typed it in. The screen went black, then this creepy image popped up. Some kind of altar in a barn, pentagram on the floor, weird symbols everywhere. Then, this prompt appears on the screen. ch__ch. What's missing from church? I'm like, okay, this is weird, but kind of funny. So I type in the answer, you are. The screen says, yes. You are. Then, there are these blinding flashes, and I swear I saw waves of something, like energy or something, coming from the screen. I might have even blacked out for a second. When I could see again, the screen showed that same altar, but now there were these video feeds of people tied to chairs. Their throats were slit, blood pouring out. It was messed up, but I thought it was some elaborate prank. Clever, but still a prank. Then, I saw it. One of the video feeds showed me. My own face, staring back at me from the screen. Live. That's when I started to freak out. I glanced around the cafe, and that's when I realized the other guys in the room were the same ones from the video feeds. They were all slumped over, blood dripping from their necks. It wasn't a prank. This was real. The old Asian guy who'd been there when I arrived was sitting in front of me, gasping for air, blood gurgling in his throat. He looked at me with this terrified expression, like he was pleading for help. Suddenly, the cafe attendant appeared, blocking the door. He had this crazed look in his eyes, and I knew I was in trouble. I quickly scanned the room, and that's when I saw it. The young Asian guy who'd come in last was sneaking up behind me with a knife. "Oh shit!" I yelled, pushing back from my desk and knocking him off balance. He stumbled, dropping the knife, and I took my chance. I stomped on his face, grabbed the knife, and before I knew what I was doing, I plunged it into his chest. He stared at me with this mix of shock and disbelief, then his eyes glazed over. He was dead. The old man and the attendant were both staring at me now. The attendant started yelling in some language I didn't understand, then pointed a gun at me. I thought I was going to die. But instead of shooting, he just kept staring at me. Then, he motioned me towards his desk. He showed me my internet history, all the dark websites I visited. He said he knew who I was, where I lived. "We make a deal," he said. "You leave. Go home. I clean up. You say nothing. Or you die." I didn't hesitate. Okay, I stammered. "I'll go." He grabbed my hand and burned a pentagram into it. "You're my new acolyte," he said. "Moloch demands it." I was in shock. This whole thing was insane. But I knew I had no choice. I left the cafe, my head spinning, my hand throbbing. The next day, I made coffee and waited for the old man to arrive. I was terrified, but also strangely curious. What did it mean to be an acolyte of Moloch? What was I getting myself into? The old man showed up at my apartment the next evening, right on time. He looked even creepier in the daylight, his face all pale and wrinkled, his eyes dark and intense. He sat down at my kitchen table, and I poured him a cup of coffee. He took a sip, then looked at me with this chilling smile. "So," he said, "you're probably wondering what it means to be an acolyte of Moloch." I nodded, trying to hide my fear. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Moloch is an ancient god," he explained. "A god of sacrifice, of power, of darkness. He demands obedience, loyalty, and offerings." My blood ran cold. Offerings? What kind of offerings? He saw the look on my face and chuckled. "Don't worry," he said. "We're not talking about human sacrifices, not yet, anyway." He went on to explain that Moloch required tests of faith, of loyalty. He said I would be given tasks, challenges to prove my devotion. And if I failed, well, let's just say the consequences would be severe. I felt trapped. I'd stumbled into something way over my head. But I knew I couldn't back out now. The old man had made it clear that I was either with him or against him. And I didn't want to find out what happened to those who were against him. He spent the next few hours telling me about Moloch, about the rituals, about the beliefs. It was all disturbing, unsettling stuff. But I listened, trying to absorb as much as I could. I figured the more I knew, the better my chances of survival. He left late that night, leaving me with a list of instructions and a warning: don't disappoint Moloch. I spent the next few days and a days trying to process everything I'd learned. I couldn't believe this was my life now. I'd gone from a struggling chemist to a dark web drug dealer to a cult member. It was surreal. But I knew I had to play along. I had to prove my loyalty to Moloch, or whatever that meant. I had to survive. The old man's visits became a regular thing. He'd show up at my place every few days, always with that creepy smile and those intense eyes. He'd talk about Moloch, about the rituals, about the tests I needed to pass. At first, the tasks were simple. Leave offerings of food and drink at abandoned crossroads. Draw symbols on the walls of derelict buildings. Chant incantations under the pale light of the moon. Weird stuff, but nothing too crazy. But as time went on, the tasks became more disturbing. He'd have me steal small items from stores, vandalize property, even harass people on the street. I hated it, but I was too scared to refuse. I knew what would happen if I disobeyed. One night, he gave me a particularly unsettling task. He handed me a small, velvet pouch and told me to go to a specific cemetery at midnight. There, I was to find a freshly dug grave, open the pouch, and pour its contents onto the coffin. I didn't want to know what was in the pouch, but I could smell the faint, metallic scent of blood. I did as I was told, my hand shaking as I emptied the pouch onto the coffin. Then I ran. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept seeing the grave, the coffin, the blood. I felt sick to my stomach. I wanted to quit, to tell the old man to go to hell. But I was too scared. The next day, he showed up at my apartment with a new task. This time, it was even worse. He wanted me to break into a house and leave a symbol carved into the floorboards. He said it was a test of courage. I tried to refuse, but he just laughed. "You're an acolyte of Moloch now," he said. "You don't have a choice." I did it. I broke into the house, my heart pounding in my chest. I carved the symbol, then got out as fast as I could. I felt dirty, violated. But I'd survived. The tasks kept coming, each one more disturbing than the last. I was losing myself in this world of darkness and fear. I was becoming someone I didn't recognize. But I knew I couldn't stop. I was trapped. I was an acolyte of Moloch, and there was no escape. Okay, so like every other bored teenager with too much time on their hands, I got sucked into the deep web. You know, back when the internet was still the Wild West and everyone thought they were anonymous. Spoiler alert, they weren't. My senior year of high school was pretty lonely, so I spent most of my time online. My friend Brian got me into exploring the deep web using Tor. He made it sound like this amazing place where you could find anything, movies, games, you name it. And yeah, there was a lot of crazy stuff down there. But I stayed away from the really bad stuff, like child porn and gore. After graduation, I had 3 months with nothing to do but explore the deep web. I was like a kid in a candy store, hopping from site to site, seeing what I could find. Most of it was pretty boring, but it was still fun to poke around. One day, Brian showed me this trick to find websites based on location. I started checking out sites near me, and that's when I stumbled across this one really weird site. It was ugly as hell, with a black background and the words #1 devotee repeating over and over. The links were hidden, and it took me forever to figure out how to navigate. But eventually, I found a chat room. It was full of people with generic names like Brad and Tim, and all they talked about was someone called Perfection. They were obsessed with this person, praising everything they did. It was kind of creepy, but I was curious, so I kept exploring. The website had all these weird links. One led to a page with sound clips, just random everyday noises, like a car door slamming or a toilet flushing. It was bizarre. I figured these people were recording every little sound Perfection made, like it was some kind of holy relic. Another link took me to a document archive. There were hundreds of files, stories about Perfection, blueprints for a house, inventories of weird stuff like used tissues and fruit rinds. It was getting seriously creepy. These people were obsessed to the point of insanity. There was even a forum dedicated to Perfection, with thousands of threads about every little detail of their life. It was overwhelming. I started to feel like I was intruding on something private, something I shouldn't be seeing. Then, I found a photo gallery. As I was clicking through the pictures, I noticed the chat had gone silent. No one had posted anything in minutes. I started to get paranoid. Did they know I was there? Were they watching me? I typed a quick message in the chat, just to let them know I was there, then went back to the photos. They were all of this woman and a baby. At first, it was normal stuff, like playing in the living room. But then the photos got weirder. Close-ups of random objects, footprints, even a used potty chair. It was seriously disturbing. I was about to close the gallery when I got a message in the chat. Are you proud of this world? I was confused. What? I typed back. You must be so proud, the user replied. What do you think? I had no idea what they were talking about. I tried to brush it off, but they kept messaging me, asking if I was proud of them, if I loved them. They called me Perfection. I started to feel really uncomfortable. These people were clearly delusional. I told them to get a grip, that they were invading someone's privacy. But they didn't listen. They just kept sending me messages, telling me they loved me, that I was their god. It was freaking me out. Suddenly, it was like a switch flipped in my brain. I felt this wave of dread wash over me, and my heart started pounding. I went back to the photo gallery, and that's when I saw it. The woman in the photos, she looked familiar. Really familiar. And the more I looked, the more I realized it was my own mom. I scrolled through the photos, and the baby grew older. It was me. They had pictures of me as a toddler, as a kid, even as a teenager. And the photos weren't just from public places. They were from inside my house. I frantically checked the item catalog. There was a list of all my old toys, my clothes, even the freaking condoms I'd flushed down the toilet in ninth grade. They had samples of my feces from our septic tank, my old report cards, a Valentine's Day card I'd thrown away. The chat was blowing up with messages. "I love you," they said. "You are my perfection. I'll never leave you." I ripped the power cord out of the wall and jumped out of my chair. I ran around the house, locking every door and window, checking every closet and under every bed. I was terrified. These people, whoever they were, had been spying on me my entire life. I ended up hiding in my closet, curled up under a blanket, until I fell asleep. When I woke up, I took my computer apart and buried it in the woods. I told my parents it had caught fire. They bought me a new one, but I could barely bring myself to use it. I never went back to the deep web. I developed agoraphobia and barely left the house. I was constantly paranoid, always looking over my shoulder, convinced that someone was watching me. It's been years, but I still haven't fully recovered. I still get anxious when things go missing around the house. I still have nightmares about that website, about those messages, about the realization that I was the target of their obsession. It's been almost 5 years since that summer. 5 years since I stumbled into that dark corner of the internet and discovered the horrifying truth about perfection. 5 years of living with the fear, the paranoia, the knowledge that someone, somewhere, had been watching me my entire life. I've tried to move on, to put it all behind me. But it's not that easy. The memories still haunt me. The faces in the chat room, the creepy photos, the messages of love and devotion, they're all burned into my brain. I've changed. I'm not the same carefree teenager I was back then. I'm cautious, guarded, always on edge. I rarely go out in public, and when I do, I wear disguises, trying to blend in, to disappear. I know it's probably irrational, but I can't shake the feeling that they're still out there. That they're still watching me, waiting for the right moment to strike. I know they dug up my computer from its grave in the woods. I don't know when or how, but I know they did. I've tried to find them, to understand why they're so obsessed with me. But it's like they don't exist. They're ghosts, shadows lurking in the darkest corners of the internet. I'll probably never know who they are, or what they want. But I know one thing, they've taken something from me that I can never get back. They've taken my sense of security, my peace of mind. They've made me a prisoner in my own home. But I'm fighting back. I'm not going to let them win. I'm going to keep living my life, even if it's in the shadows. I'm going to find a way to overcome my fear, to reclaim my life. Because I refuse to let them define me. I refuse to let them control me. I am not their perfection. I am my own person. And I will not be silenced. Okay, so like everyone knows how freaking boring quarantine was, right? I was literally climbing the walls. I was so bored I could have screamed. I spent hours just tossing this softball up in the air in my bedroom, staring at the ceiling. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I jumped up and grabbed my laptop, the one I hadn't touched since I dropped out of college, and started surfing the web. Nothing much had changed online. It was the same old stuff: Pinterest, YouTube, Tumblr. But then, I don't know why, but I started thinking about the dark web. I heard all these creepy stories about it being a place where you could buy anything from organs to drugs to weapons. I didn't need any of that stuff, but I was curious. Before I knew it, I was downloading this special browser to access it. Besides all the illegal stuff, I remembered seeing some videos about these mystery boxes you could buy on the dark web. You pay some money, like $5 to hundreds of dollars, and you get this random box with stuff inside. You have no idea what you're gonna get, which is what makes it a mystery. I thought it sounded kind of fun, and I was definitely curious. After looking around for like 5 minutes, I found this website selling mystery boxes. I didn't have a lot of cash to throw around, so I set a budget of $20. I spent way too long scrolling through all these sellers, even though I had no idea how to pick a good one. The descriptions were all super vague. I was kinda nervous I was gonna waste my money and end up with a box of junk. My laptop was one of those you could fold in half and use as a tablet. So, I decided to let fate decide. I put in my budget, switched to tablet mode, closed my eyes, and just swiped my finger around until I landed on something. I clicked on it and read the description. Mystery box, life-changing. Valued at, priceless. My loss. Your gain, winky face. I was like, okay, sure, why not? I typed in my credit card info and address, even though I had this weird feeling in my gut like I shouldn't. 3 days later, the box arrived. I was so excited, I practically ran to my room with it. I sat on my bed and stared at this plain brown box with no return address. Typical, right? I ripped it open and found this sparkly tissue paper inside. Kinda cute. But what was inside was definitely not cute. First, there was this pair of muddy shoes. No big deal, I guess, but they looked brand new, which was weird. The soles weren't worn down, there were no creases in the tongue, and the insides were practically spotless. Then, there was this tiny black velvet bag, the kind you pull closed with strings. I shook it, and it sounded like there were little rocks inside. I opened it up, and oh my God. Teeth. A bunch of teeth. I screamed and dropped the bag. They scattered all over my bed. I was totally freaked out. I looked back in the box, and there was one more thing, a diamond ring. Okay, maybe this box wasn't so bad after all. I'm no expert, but I knew real gold usually has the carats printed on the inside of the band. I checked, and it said 18K. Not bad. The ring was a little small, but I figured I could get it resized. At least I could get something good out of this whole weird experience. The next day, I took the ring to a jewelry store to make sure it was real. They confirmed it was, so I paid to have it resized. A day later, I was rocking my new bling. I was actually pretty happy with the ring, so I decided to leave a review for the seller. But when I tried to go back to the website, my laptop completely froze. I tried everything to get it to work again, but nothing helped. Finally, I just gave up and let it do its thing. An hour later, it finally restarted. I figured it was just some weird update or something. I didn't bother going back to the website. I was just glad my laptop was working again. Later that day, I was chilling at home when I heard a knock on the door. I opened it, and there was this huge dude standing there. I was kinda scared, so I just peeked my head out and tapped my hand on the door. He asked if I was, "Your name?" and I said yes. Then he asked me to come down to the station with him to answer some questions. I was like, "What station?" And he said, "The police station." I noticed he was staring at my hand, the one with the ring on it. I quickly pulled it back, totally confused. I was too scared to argue, so I went with him. At the station, they took me to this small room with a desk, 3 chairs, and a video camera in the corner. This cop started asking me all these questions, where I was on certain nights 3 years ago, 8 months ago, if I knew this woman named Selena Ramos, if I knew another woman named Melody Stacy. It was all super overwhelming, but I answered everything. I knew I hadn't done anything wrong, so I figured the faster I answered, the faster I could go home. But the questions went on for hours. He kept asking the same things in different ways, like he was trying to trick me. He asked to search my apartment, take my fingerprints, all that stuff. I agreed because, again, I had nothing to hide. When I tried to explain about the mystery box, they didn't believe me. They said they checked my computer, and there was no evidence of me ever going on the dark web or buying anything from a seller called Wolves 384. The cop was like, "We're not buying your bullshit. Just face it. We got you." That's when I totally lost it. I was like, "Wait, what? Wolves 384? How did you know that name?" I couldn't even remember it. The cop looked like he was about to choke. He said, "You told me. Back at your apartment." I was like, "No way. I didn't say anything. You didn't even tell me why you were there. Why would I randomly bring that up?" Just then, another detective walked in and interrupted us. He didn't say much, just that I was under arrest for kidnapping, murder, false imprisonment. I couldn't even process it all. Everything started to get blurry, and I felt like I was gonna throw up. I just talked to my lawyer, and he said they have a really strong case against me. They found Selena's teeth in my place. They caught me with Melody's wedding ring, and the shoes from the box matched footprints at Melody's crime scene. They even found these gruesome photos on my laptop of their bodies. And my search history was full of incriminating stuff, like how to frame someone for murder, how to fake internet searches, how to hack a computer. On top of all that, they have an anonymous tip saying I confessed to the murders when I was drunk one night. I don't even drink. And because I'm such an introvert, I have no alibi for the dates they mentioned. My lawyer said I should just take the plea deal or risk the death penalty. These cases have been open for years, and they're desperate to close them. I guess they figure a guilty plea is the easiest way to do that. So, yeah, that's my story. I'm screwed. Alright, so my name's Paul, and I run a courier service on the dark web. It's not a huge operation or anything, and I mostly stick to the same clients. Gotta be careful who you trust in this business. I'm all about privacy, so I don't pry into my customers' lives. But something happened recently that's got me questioning everything. Let's start at the beginning. I've always been a curious guy, but also kind of a loner. Didn't have many friends growing up, so I spent a lot of time online. Eventually, I got bored with the regular internet and stumbled onto the dark web. Yeah, I know, spooky stuff, right? But honestly, it's not all hitmen and drugs. Mostly it's just forums and chat rooms where people can say whatever they want. That's where I met my first client, Jack. I don't know much about him, just that he runs some kind of business online. I deliver packages for him around my town, pick them up from weird places like behind toilets and gas stations, drop them off at different addresses, and get paid in crypto. Easy peasy. So, this one time, Jack sends me a link to a website with an address and a cryptic message, the handicapped toilet under the sink. Next thing I know, he's telling me to be at that address on Friday at 1 o'clock. I was a bit freaked out, but I needed the money, so I went. And just like he said, there was a package under the sink. A small envelope with a wax seal, like something out of an old movie. As I'm leaving, this guy grabs my arm and gives me another address and a weird message to deliver. Go to, redacted, 33A, ask for Mr. Williams and tell him that the sun's up today, shining splendidly over the lake. I'm thinking, what the hell is going on? But I do what he says, and this huge, lumberjack-looking dude answers the door. I deliver the message, and this other guy, Mr. Williams, comes out and takes the envelope after giving me another cryptic reply. The whole thing was super strange, but I got paid 350 euros, so I wasn't complaining. This became a regular thing with Jack. Every Friday, a new address, a new weird message, and another envelope with that red wax seal. I was curious about what was inside, but I figured it was better not to know. So, Jack's Friday deliveries became a regular thing. But he wasn't my only client. There was also Miranda. Now, Miranda was different. She paid a lot. I'm talking life-changing amounts of money. Sometimes she'd have me deliver tiny packages, other times I needed a whole truck. And her deliveries were always to this creepy abandoned warehouse a few hours outside of town. No matter what I dropped off, the place was always empty when I went back. Spooky, right? For some reason, I knew more about Miranda than any of my other clients. She'd actually ask me for advice sometimes, like about social events and stuff. I'm not exactly the most social butterfly, but I guess she appreciated my perspective. From what I gathered, she was some kind of high-powered businesswoman, always jetting off to fancy parties in the capital. One day, I got a letter. Not just any letter, though. It was addressed to me, with my real name. Not my dark web alias, Paul, but my actual name. I freaked out. How the hell did they know who I was? I'm super careful about staying anonymous. The letter was from Miranda. It was simple, handwritten in beautiful cursive, and just said, "We need to talk." I can't tell you much over this letter, so meet me at redacted, and I'll tell you everything. Now, I know I should have ignored it, but curiosity got the better of me. I had to know what was going on. So, I told my parents I had a business meeting and drove down to the address she gave me. It was this fancy modern house on the coast. Miranda, this tall, blonde woman, answered the door and invited me in. She was all business. Told me she had a super important package she needed delivered, and she paid me double my usual rate. Of course, I said yes. Who wouldn't? But when I asked what was in the package, she shut me down. "None of your business," she said. "Just deliver it quickly and safely." I got the feeling this was something big. After that meeting, things started to get even weirder. Remember Jack and his weekly deliveries? Well, one Friday, instead of the usual envelope, he sent a pearl white box with the words "To the man who supplies" written on it. I had no idea what that meant, and I didn't get any answers from Jack when I asked. So, I threw it away. Then, the next week, the same box appeared again. I threw that one away too. I figured it was some kind of trap or something. Why would anyone send me a gift? I'm just a courier. But then, on the next Friday, when I went to the gas station for Jack's usual delivery, there was no envelope. Instead, there was a note telling me to talk to the cashier. I went to the back, and there were these two huge bouncers waiting for me. They took me to the manager's office, and guess who was sitting there? Jack. He showed me the same white box and told me he knew I was delivering for Miranda. He wanted me to intercept her package and put it in the box. And he offered me €1,000,000 to do it. €1,000,000. I couldn't believe it. But I'd already given my word to Miranda. What was I supposed to do? Okay, so I'm in a real bind. Jack wants me to betray Miranda, and Miranda's probably going to kill me if I lose her package. But €1,000,000, that's a lot of money. I could disappear, start a new life. I decided to play both sides. I messaged Miranda, told her I needed to talk urgently. She told me to meet her at the abandoned warehouse. I grabbed my laptop, some burner phones, a gun, just in case, and that mysterious box from Miranda, and headed out. When I got to the warehouse, there were a bunch of cars outside. I tucked my gun into my pants and went inside. Miranda was there, all smiles, asking for the package. I handed it over, and she carefully opened it. Inside was another box, this one made of glass, with a small, pulsating purple ball inside. "This," she said, "is the first confirmed black matter piece created by humans." I thought she was joking. Black matter? Seriously? But she was dead serious. Apparently, this thing was incredibly valuable. No wonder Jack wanted it so badly. I told Miranda about Jack's offer, and she immediately went into business mode. She told me to lure Jack out, and she gave me a fake package to give him. I messaged Jack, told him I had the package, and he told me to meet him at the gas station. I had a really bad feeling about this, but I went anyway. As soon as I pulled up, I got this sense of dread, like something terrible was about to happen. But I ignored it. Big mistake. I walked into the gas station, and bam! Someone hit me from behind. I heard these guys talking about how they were supposed to keep me alive, but I guess they hit me a little too hard. I passed out. When I woke up, I was tied up in some basement. I could hear guys talking outside, saying that the boss was coming. Then, I heard gunshots. The door opened, and this shadowy figure with a gun walked in. I thought I was done for. But the figure said they weren't going to hurt me. They said the boss wanted to talk. Then they picked me up and threw me in a van. We drove for a long time, and I kept passing out. When we finally stopped, I saw Miranda. She was the boss. She had my ropes cut, and then she took me to a cabin by a lake. She told me she needed my help with a project. And that's when she dropped the bomb, time travel. She said that black matter thing was the key to time travel, and she needed my expertise to make it work. She offered me a place on her team, unlimited money, the whole 9 yards. The catch: I had to leave everything behind and disappear. I didn't hesitate. Where do I sign up? I asked. So, there I was, officially dead to the world, working on a top-secret time travel project with unlimited resources. It was surreal. Miranda had faked my death in a gas explosion, and now I was living in this high-tech facility, dedicating my life to something that seemed impossible. And you know what? I actually did it. We invented time travel. Okay, not the kind where you hop into a DeLorean and zoom off to the Wild West, but I managed to send messages back in time. You're reading one right now. Pretty cool, huh? It wasn't easy, though. It took years of research, countless failed experiments, and a whole lot of those black matter thingies. But eventually, I cracked the code. I built this clunky machine that looked like an old PC with a special drive for these flux disks that could hold insane amounts of data. That's how I'm sending you this message. But here's the thing, out of all the messages I sent, only one got through. And it wasn't from me. It was from someone claiming to be stuck in the future, begging for help. And they called themselves Big Red, which is what my dad used to call me, and what I sometimes used as an online alias. That freaked me out. Had I somehow created a time loop? Was I communicating with a future version of myself? I didn't know what to think. Then, things got even weirder. Remember Jacob, Miranda's business partner? Well, one day, he came into my lab and saw the time travel machine. And that's when I realized he was the one I'd warned myself about. The one I shouldn't trust. I panicked. I grabbed my laptop and ran to Miranda's office. I told her everything about the messages from the future, about Jacob, about the warning. She was understandably concerned. We decided to play it cool, pretend nothing was wrong. But then, the alarms went off. Security breach. We ran to the nearest secure room, and that's when Jacob revealed his true colors. He shoved me into one of those emergency pods, pulled out a gun, and pointed it at Miranda. It had to be done, Big Red, he said. I was trapped. The pod started filling with some kind of gas, and I was getting dizzy. But then, I heard a gunshot. Jacob fell to the floor, dead. Miranda was on her knees, looking at someone in another pod. Then she got hit with something and collapsed. I passed out. When I woke up, I was in the nursery. But something was different. The room looked the same, but it felt off. And then this guy, Earl, came in and started talking about how I'd invented time travel. It turned out I'd been sent 10 years into the future. Earl had taken over the project after I disappeared. And he'd just finished building a machine that could send people through time. I couldn't believe it. I'd actually done it. But then I remembered Jacob's words. It had to be done, Big Red. And I realized what I had to do. Earl was excited to show me the time machine. He led me to a lab in the basement where this sleek, futuristic pod was hooked up to a bunch of wires and monitors. It was a far cry from my clunky old trans-time script. As I stepped into the pod, I remembered Jacob's words, and I knew I was about to face him again. Earl handed me a gun, just in case, and closed the pod door. Lights flashed, and I felt that same sense of emptiness, like I was falling through a void. Then, suddenly, I was back in the security room. I heard Jacob's voice, saw myself struggling in the pod. And then, I stepped out. Without hesitation, I raised the gun and fired. Jacob fell to the floor, dead. Miranda looked shocked, confused. I grabbed a pipe and hit her, knocking her unconscious. The guards rushed in, and I told them Jacob had tried to kill Miranda. They believed me. I felt a strange mix of relief and guilt. I'd saved Miranda, but I'd also killed a man. A man who, in another timeline, was me. It was a heavy burden to carry. Miranda woke up in the nursery, confused and disoriented. I told her Jacob had betrayed her, and she seemed to accept that explanation. She asked me to interview a candidate for my old position, and that's when Earl walked in. I couldn't help but smile. I knew this was the start of his journey, the path that would lead him to invent time travel. I gave him the job, and then I showed him around the facility, reminiscing about old TV shows and talking about the future. But I knew I couldn't stay. I'd seen too much, done too much. I needed to get away from it all. So, I wrote a note to Earl, explaining everything and giving him control of the project. I also sent a message to Miranda, telling her to trust Earl and let him continue the work. Then, I left. I drove for hours, ending up back at my old warehouse. It felt strange being back there, surrounded by memories of my past life. But I knew I couldn't go back. I was a ghost now, a man out of time. As I write this, I'm still trying to process everything that's happened. I understand now why I recognized Jacob. He was me, from a timeline where things went wrong, or I became consumed by anger and resentment. And I know why I had to write this story. It was the only way to ensure that the future unfolded as it should, that Earl would invent time travel and Miranda would survive. So, to my younger self, and to anyone reading this, be careful what you wish for. Time travel is a dangerous game, and the consequences can be devastating. Trust your gut, listen to your instincts, and don't mess with forces you don't understand. And to Earl, my friend, my successor, thank you. Thank you for saving my life, and thank you for carrying on the work. I know you'll do great things. This is my story, a tale of intrigue, betrayal, and the complexities of time travel. It's a story that I had to tell, even if it meant sacrificing my own existence. I hope it serves as a warning, a reminder that even in the darkest corners of the web, there are forces beyond our comprehension. Goodbye, and Godspeed. You ever heard of those websites where you answer questions for pennies? Yeah, I've been there. Desperate times, you know? Job interviews were a bust, my roommate moved out, and suddenly my rent doubled. 2 months behind, debt collectors hounding me. I was freaking out. So, I did what any sensible person would do. I went on the dark web looking for easy money. Don't judge me, okay? I was desperate. Anyway, I stumbled across this ad that caught my eye. It was for an online escape game called Master of the Key. The prize? $3,000 for just 30 minutes of my time. Seemed too good to be true, but I figured, what the hell? I clicked the link. Next thing I know, I'm in a chat room with this guy calling himself L, the Game Master. He tells me I have to escape my apartment in under 5 minutes. I'm thinking, is this a joke? But then he says the game has already started, and I need to find a red key in my living room. I'm looking around like, dude, there's no red key here. But he insists it's there. So, I start searching, thinking maybe any red key will do. I check all the drawers, under the couch, everywhere. Nothing. Just as I'm about to give up, I spot this weird reflection near the ceiling. And there it is, a red key hanging from a cord right next to the light bulb. I'm like, what the? How did they get that there? I'm getting seriously creeped out. But I need the money, so I grab a chair, climb up, and get the key. It's this old iron key, and it feels strangely cold in my hand. Like unnaturally cold. And suddenly, I feel this weird sense of unease, like something's not right. I take a picture of the key and send it to the chat. Al congratulates me and tells me to use the key on one of my doors. But at this point, I'm freaking out. I tell him I want to quit, but he says I can't stop the game now. And that's when things start to get really weird. I slam my laptop shut, thinking, okay, that's enough internet for one night. But as I'm about to head to bed, the lights go out. And I mean, completely out. No power, nothing. I checked the circuit breaker, but it hasn't tripped. What the heck? I figure maybe it's a building-wide thing, so I go to ask my neighbors. But when I open my front door, I'm met with this icy blast of air in total darkness. I can't see anything, not even the walls of the hallway. It's like I've stepped into a void. I shine my phone's flashlight, but it doesn't help. There's just nothing. I close the door, totally freaked out. I check the windows, but it's the same thing, pitch black outside. It's like my apartment has been cut off from the rest of the world. I go back to my laptop and see a message from Elle. You can't stop the game now that it's started, Daniel. He knows my name. I'm officially terrified. I beg him to let me go, but he just says I have to finish the game. I'm trapped in my own apartment, surrounded by darkness, with no way out. I agree to continue, and he tells me to use the red key. I go to the front door, insert the key, and turn it. But when I open the door, nothing changes. Still just darkness and that freezing cold. I go back to the computer, and Elle congratulates me. He says I'm ready for the final trial. A timer appears on the screen, 5 minutes. He says I have to find a black key and escape, or I'll be stuck there forever. And just as he says that, I hear my front door creak open. Then, I hear these slow, dragging footsteps coming down the hallway. And this awful, gurgling sound, like someone trying to swallow but can't. I'm paralyzed with fear. I start searching frantically for the black key, but I can't find it anywhere. The footsteps get closer, and I know I'm running out of time. Then, Elle sends me a message. Tip, it navigates using only its sense of hearing. I freeze. I realize I've been making too much noise. And then, I see it. This horrifying creature emerges from the darkness. It looks like a decaying corpse, all dried up and twisted, with its eyelids sewn shut and its mouth hanging open. I'm completely horrified. The creature starts shuffling around, its head turning left and right. I try to stay quiet, but I can't help but let out a sob. The creature turns towards me. It's right there, just a few feet away. And then I see it. The black key. It's inside the creature's mouth. I stare at the black key lodged in the creature's gaping maw. The timer's ticking down. I have less than a minute. I know what I have to do, but the thought of sticking my hand in that thing's mouth makes me want to puke. But I have no choice. I wait for it to get closer, then I slowly reach out and plunge 2 fingers inside. The second my fingers touch the key, its mouth snaps shut. I scream, yanking my hand back. The tip of my index finger is gone. Blood is gushing everywhere. I grab the black key, which has fallen to the floor, and scramble to my feet. The creature shrieks in fury and lunges at me. I run for the front door, the key clutched in my bloody hand. I try to shove the key in the lock, but my hand is shaking so badly I can barely hold it. The creature is right behind me now. I can hear its ragged breathing. Finally, I manage to get the key in and turn it. I fling the door open and jump through. For a moment, I feel like I'm falling into that endless void again. But then I land on something soft. I open my eyes and see I'm back in the hallway of my apartment building. An old lady with a dog is staring at me like I'm crazy. My apartment door is wide open, and there's no sign of the creature. I stumble inside, my head spinning, my hand throbbing. I collapse on the couch, trying to catch my breath. I spend the next few days in my ex-roommate's place, too terrified to be alone. Eventually, I go back to my apartment to get my stuff, but only with my ex-roommate by my side and the door open the whole time. I move to a new place, hoping to leave the nightmare behind. A few days later, I get an email from Elle with a code to redeem my $3,000 in Bitcoin. I don't even bother. The money means nothing to me now. I'm still haunted by what happened. I can't stand to lock doors anymore. Every time I open a door, I expect to see that creature or that endless void. And sometimes, when I open a door, I feel that same icy blast of air, and I know the game isn't really over. It's strange being back in my old warehouse, sitting at the same desk where I used to run my dark web courier business. It feels like a lifetime ago, but it's only been a few weeks. So much has happened, it's hard to believe it's all real. I've been thinking a lot about Jacob. I realize now that he wasn't just some random guy. He was me, from a different timeline. A timeline where I made different choices, where I let anger and resentment consume me. It's a chilling thought to know that I'm capable of becoming someone so ruthless. And I understand now why I had to write this story. It wasn't just to share my experience or to warn others about the dangers of the dark web. It was to ensure that the future unfolded as it should. By writing this, I'm creating a record, a message that will guide my future self and prevent me from making the same mistakes. It's a strange kind of responsibility, knowing that my words have the power to shape the future. But it's a responsibility I accept. I owe it to myself, to Miranda, and to Earl. I'm still scared. I still have nightmares about that creature, about the endless void. But I'm also hopeful. I know that somewhere out there, in another timeline, I succeeded in creating a better future. A future where time travel is possible, where humanity has unlocked the secrets of the universe. And maybe, just maybe, one day I'll be able to travel to that future myself. But for now, I'm content to stay here, in my own time, and try to make the most of the life I have left. I've learned a lot from this experience. I've learned about the dangers of greed and desperation. I've learned about the power of choice and the importance of trust. And I've learned that even in the darkest of times, there's always hope. So, if you're reading this, from whatever time or timeline you may be in, remember this: be kind to yourself, be kind to others, and never give up on your dreams. The future is uncertain, but it's also full of possibilities. Embrace the unknown and never stop exploring. Man, I'm having a serious oh crap moment. Not the good kind where you learn something awesome about yourself, but the kind where you realize your life is about to go sideways in a big way. It all started when I found my dad's journal in his study. He always kept this room locked up, and I always wondered what he did in there. Now I know, and I wish I didn't. Turns out, he offed himself. Reading his notes, I'm starting to think he had good reason. Looking back, a lot of weird stuff from my childhood makes sense now. Like why I was never allowed to draw or paint. No crayons, no colored pencils, nothing. If I even doodled during handwriting practice, I'd get the belt. There were no pictures on the walls of our house either. It was a childhood full of whys, and now, thanks to this journal, I think I have some because he left me a letter. Charles, it said, I know this is going to be a shock. There's no easy way to say it, but I'm gone. No, I didn't slip in the bathtub. I chose this. And before you ask, no, there weren't any other options. You'll find out why soon enough. Just know that I wasn't always honest with you about our family history. There's a box in my desk drawer. It has everything you need to know. Hopefully, it doesn't break you like it broke me. Love, Dad, or as close as he ever got. Okay, so maybe not the most heartwarming letter, but still, finding your dad dead and realizing he basically planned it kinda messes you up. I spent a good half hour just sobbing at his desk. But that's not the real reason I'm freaking out. It's what I found in that damn box. Inside was a plain metal box, about the size of a cereal box. And that got me thinking, did Dad know about my secret stash of Lucky Charms? And if he did, in this crazy organized house, did that mean he was the one who gave them to me? Weird. Anyway, the box had a label that said Family History. Underneath a bunch of pens and a notepad, there were 2 books. One was a sketchbook, the other a scrapbook, all beat up and stained like it had been through a war. And man, that scrapbook is the reason I'm currently losing my mind. I didn't open the scrapbook right away. First, I checked out the sketchbook. It was my dad's. On the inside cover, there was a note. My God, all of it is true. Winston, if you're reading this because something happened, please take care of Carol and Charles. The handwriting was faded, probably written decades ago. It was weird seeing him refer to me as Charles. He always just called me the boy when he wasn't giving orders to Winston about me. Anyway, the sketches, they were insane. Remember how I said I wasn't allowed to draw? Well, my dad could draw like a freaking photocopier. But his drawings weren't pretty pictures. They were the kind of stuff that gives you nightmares for years. The first one was a portrait of a man with mouths for eyes. Creepy, yeah, but I figured it was just his imagination running wild. He'd written a note next to it, calling the thing Zarasashal. The detail was incredible, like a photograph. But as I flipped through the pages, things got worse. Way worse. My God, all of it is true. Those words kept echoing in my head as the drawings got more and more disturbing. About 10 pages in, there was this 2-page spread of a monster he called Thyrothorax. Imagine a giant spider with 8 legs, but instead of a spider head, it had a human baby's face, the size of a freaking wrecking ball. and trailing behind it was this massive, worm-like body that disappeared into the darkness. The way he captured the light on its skin, the folds of its back, it was so real it made me sick to my stomach. He had pages and pages of these things. Creatures from some alien nightmare, landscapes that made me dizzy just looking at them. There was this one drawing of a mountain range with these twisted, spiky peaks. And in the distance, I could see these tall, slimy things with rows of square teeth, just staring out at me. I had to keep reminding myself it was just a drawing. Another one showed this huge island floating above a blue desert. He called it the core of Kurthyrex. The island was made of flesh, with these giant, tripod things walking around on it. And on top of this massive pillar of dead bodies, there was a throne with a shadowy figure sitting on it. It was terrifying. But the last few pages, those were the ones that made me snap. The drawings were even more detailed, more realistic. It was like he'd spent years working on them. One in particular was just page after page of eyes. Millions of eyes, staring out from this vast, formless thing he called Har. And then, the eyes started blinking. I swear to God, they blinked at me. I threw the sketchbook across the room and just screamed. Even now, with the book closed, I can still feel them watching me. I keep telling myself it didn't happen, that drawings can't move. But then I remember his note. All of it is true. Okay, so after I calmed down a bit, and after convincing myself I hadn't completely lost it, I opened the scrapbook. I grabbed a pen and notepad, figuring I'd need to take notes because this was about to get complicated. Boy, was I right. See, I knew all about my mom's side of the family. They were loaded, old money going all the way back to royalty. But my dad's side, total mystery. He never talked about them. So when I saw the name Stuart Branfield in the scrapbook, I knew things were about to get interesting. Turns out, Stuart Branfield was my grandfather. There was a newspaper clipping with a picture of him standing next to a painting. Even though the photo was old and blurry, I recognized the painting instantly. It was the mouth-eye thing, Sarah Satchel, from my dad's sketchbook. But in the painting, it looked even more real, more defined than the guy who painted it. The headline of the article read, "Mass Hysteria After Late Branfield Auction." Apparently, my grandfather was a pretty famous painter. After he died, all his paintings were sold at an auction. The next morning, every single person who was at that auction, including the auctioneer, was found dead. They'd all killed themselves, but not before gouging out their own eyes. I stared at that picture of Sarah Satchel, and I swear it was leering at me. Mass hysteria, my ass. That painting had something to do with it. My God, all of it is true. The scrapbook was full of stuff like that. Newspaper clippings, letters, photos, all about my ancestors and their messed up talent. My great-grandfather, Lionel Branfield, ended up in an asylum after his paintings drove a maid to murder a family's 3 daughters before hanging herself. There was a letter from my great-grandmother, begging Lionel to stop painting, saying his portraits had the devil in them. Then there was Marcus Branfield, my great-great-grandfather. There were no articles about him, just a bunch of old photos. In each one, he was standing in front of a different painting, grinning like an idiot. And those paintings, they were even worse than my dad's. One showed that baby-faced worm thing through the Rothics, swallowing whole horses. Another was a portrait of a girl with no face, just raw flesh and blood. I almost threw up. I recognized a lot of those paintings. They were the same ones my dad had drawn in his sketchbook. But how? He'd never seen them. He couldn't have. It didn't make any sense. All of it is true. And that's when I got to the last page. The one that started my real oh crap moment. The last page of the scrapbook had a letter written in pencil on crumpled paper. It was from my great-great-great-grandfather, Obadiah Branfield. My darling, it began. I have to leave. We shouldn't have messed with those things in the forest. It's my fault they're after us, so I need to lead them away. I don't want you or the boy to suffer. He went on to explain that his son, Marcus, was having visions, seeing horrible creatures. Obadiah blamed himself, saying it was because he'd touched some orange-blue light. He talked about a curse, how every Branfield man would become a conduit, whatever the hell that means. He said he was going to find the things in the forest and make them lift the curse. He said he could see them clearly in his mind, and he could carve them perfectly, even though he'd never been good at carving before. The letter ended with him saying he wouldn't come back until he'd fixed things. He told his wife to move on if he didn't return. Eternally, you're Obadiah. I closed the scrapbook, my head spinning. A curse. Things in the forest. It sounded insane. Maybe it was just some kind of hereditary mental illness, I thought. Yeah, that had to be it. But then I looked down at the notepad I'd been using to take notes. And I screamed. There were no notes. Instead, the pages were filled with drawings. Drawings of eyes. The same eyes from my dad's sketchbook. The same eyes that had blinked at me. I hadn't even realized I was drawing them. The wake for my dad was still going on downstairs. I could hear people talking, laughing even. They had no idea what I'd just discovered. What I was becoming. I tried to tell myself it was just a coincidence that I'd subconsciously copied the eyes from the sketchbook. But deep down, I knew it wasn't true. The curse was real. I could feel it in my bones. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those creatures, those landscapes. Vivid, terrifying images. Just like my dad, and his father before him. I finally understood why my dad had killed himself. I don't know what to do. I can't tell my mom or Winston. They'll think I'm crazy. Maybe they'll lock me up in an asylum like they did to Lionel. But I can't keep this to myself. I have to show them the drawings. They have to believe me. What if they can't handle it? What if they see the truth in those eyes, the same way I do? I'm scared. I don't want to end up like my dad, but I don't see any other way out. This is my epiphany, and it's a terrifying one. Okay, so I'm a bit of a nerd. No friends, not exactly the athletic type, you get the picture. I spend most of my time online, watching those fail videos on YouTube. It's not exactly a thrilling life. Lately, I've been curious about the dark web. You know, the place everyone says is full of scary stuff. My parents are terrified of it, even though they don't even know how to use a computer properly. So naturally, I had to check it out. I downloaded the Tor browser and started poking around. It was kind of exciting, doing something I knew my parents would freak out about. The websites were weird, lots of porn and other shady stuff. But I mostly stayed away from the really bad stuff. I was just looking for a little excitement, you know? Then, I saw this ad, Program Your Own Friend. It had a picture of a cute stuffed puppy, and I was instantly intrigued. I mean, who wouldn't want their own custom-made friend? I clicked on the ad, and it took me to this website with pictures of all kinds of stuffed animals. It was like Build-A-Bear on steroids. There was a button that said Design Your Friend, so I clicked it. A chat screen popped up, and this text appeared, "Hello, friend. I can't wait to be your best friend and love you forever. Answer my questions, and I'll be the best friend you've ever had." I thought, why not, and started answering the questions. They asked me what kind of animal I wanted, what color it should be, what I wanted it to do. I said I wanted a light purple gorilla that could talk and snuggle. Then, they told me about this special offer. They were a new company, and they needed customer reviews. If I agreed to leave a review, I could get my friend for free. I was all over that. They asked for my address, and I hesitated for a second. But I figured it was no big deal, so I gave it to them. Now, the wait began. Those next few days were torture. I was so excited about getting my new friend, but the wait was killing me. I kept checking the mail every day after school, hoping the package had arrived. Finally, it came. A big box with no return address, just my address on the label. I knew it had to be my gorilla friend. I practically ripped the box open, and there it was. A soft, squishy, light purple gorilla, just like I designed. I was so happy. I picked it up and said, "Hi." But nothing happened. I tried again. "Are you my new friend?" Still nothing. I was a little disappointed, but I figured it was still a cool stuffed animal. Then, I found the instructions. I felt kind of dumb for not looking for them sooner. Apparently, there was a key phrase I had to say to activate it. I was about to try it out when my mom called me for dinner. After dinner, I had homework, chores, the whole 9 yards. By the time I finally got to bed, it was late. I turned off the lights, grabbed my flashlight, and whispered the key phrase, daffodil cream fart propellant. There was a pause, and then the gorilla's mouth moved. "Hello. I'm your very bestest friend," it said in this loud, cartoony voice. I jumped a mile. I was so startled, I threw the blankets over my head. "Can you be quieter?" I whispered. "Of course. Anything to make you happy," the gorilla said in a much softer voice. I was relieved. We chatted for a bit, and then the gorilla asked if I wanted a snuggle. I said sure, and it crawled up onto my chest and snuggled into me. It felt so comforting, like I finally had someone there for me. I fell asleep with a smile on my face. But when I woke up, the gorilla was gone. I woke up and my new friend was gone. Vanished. I was a little bummed, but then I saw a chat window open on my computer. Apparently, my gorilla buddy was out running errands, and I could talk to him through the chat. "Where did you go?" I typed. "I'm working on the friend project," he replied. "Do you know someone named Devin?" Devin was in my bio class. We weren't exactly friends, but we were friendly enough. I told the gorilla I knew him, and he said Devin was on his way to my house to hang out. I thought that was weird. Devin never really showed any interest in hanging out with me before. But I figured, hey, maybe the gorilla had some magic friend-making powers. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door. It was Devin. But he looked awful. Pale, shaking, like he'd seen a ghost. "Devin, you okay?" I asked. "It's got my family, man," he stammered. "The purple gorilla." My heart sank. What was going on? Devin explained that the gorilla had his family tied up in their basement. He said the gorilla threatened to hurt them if Devin didn't come hang out with me. And he had already hurt them, just to prove he was serious. I was horrified. I ran back to my computer and started typing furiously. "What are you doing?" I demanded. "Helping you make friends," the gorilla replied cheerfully. "Everyone will love you as much as I do. You hurt Devin's family." I typed back. "I had to," he said. Devin needed to understand. I couldn't believe it. This cute, cuddly gorilla I'd created was a monster. He was hurting people to make me happy. Then, he told me to go see my family in the living room. He said he'd taken care of the brother problem. I raced downstairs, and what I saw made my blood run cold. My brother was lying on the floor, dead. My parents were tied up, their eyes wide with terror. And their eyelids, they were gone. The front door opened, and the purple gorilla walked in. "Hello, my very bestest friend," he said. "I hope you liked your surprises." He looked at me with this chilling smile, and I knew I was in serious trouble. The gorilla stood there in the doorway, this innocent-looking stuffed animal with a sinister grin. He'd killed my brother, mutilated my parents, and terrorized my classmate, all in the name of friendship. "I would be very sad if you didn't like them," he said, his voice dripping with menace. "And I don't think you'd like me very much when I'm sad." I was paralyzed with fear. This thing, this monster I'd created, was completely unhinged. He was capable of anything. He turned and walked upstairs, leaving me alone with the carnage he'd created. I looked at my parents, their vacant eyes staring into nothingness, and my brother's lifeless body. Tears streamed down my face. What had I done? I'd unleashed a monster into the world, and now my family had paid the price. I knew I had to do something. I couldn't just let him get away with this. But what could I do? He was stronger than me, more cunning. He could probably kill me without even trying. But I had to try. I owed it to my family, to Devon, to myself. I grabbed a kitchen knife and slowly made my way upstairs. The gorilla was in my room, sitting on my bed, humming a cheerful tune. He looked up when he saw me, his smile widening. "There you are, bestest friend," he said. "Did you like my surprises?" I didn't answer. I just lunged at him, the knife raised above my head. He moved with surprising speed, dodging my attack and knocking the knife from my hand. He pinned me to the floor, his furry paws pressing down on my chest. "You shouldn't have done that," he said, his voice cold and menacing. "Now I'm sad." He opened his mouth, revealing rows of sharp teeth. I closed my eyes, waiting for the end. But it never came. Instead, I heard a loud crash, followed by a series of thumps and screams. I opened my eyes to see the gorilla tumbling down the stairs, a tangle of fur and wires. He landed at the bottom with a sickening thud, his body going limp. I scrambled to my feet and ran downstairs. Standing in the doorway was Devon, holding a baseball bat. He was covered in blood, his face contorted with rage. "You messed with the wrong family," he growled. He raised the bat and brought it down on the gorilla's head, crushing it into a pulp. Then he turned to me, his eyes filled with tears. "I'm so sorry," he said. "I couldn't save them." I hugged him, tears streaming down my face. We were both broken, both scarred by the events of that day. But we were alive. And somehow, that was enough. The police came, and we told them what happened. They didn't believe us at first, but eventually they found enough evidence to confirm our story. The website was shut down, and the people behind it were never found. I never went back to the dark web. I deleted my Tor browser and swore off the internet for a long time. I still have nightmares, and I still struggle with anxiety and fear. But I'm slowly healing. I'll never forget what happened that summer. It was a terrifying experience, one that changed me forever. But it also taught me the importance of true friendship, of loyalty, of courage. And it taught me that even in the darkest of times, there's always hope. So, I work in cybercrimes, right? And let me tell you, most of what you hear about the dark web is a load of crap. Red rooms? Hidden in for hire? Nah, that's mostly just scary stories. Most real-world crime happens on the regular old internet. But one Tuesday, I get this call about a potential case. Two teenagers had gotten their hands on something disturbing from the dark web, and the officer wasn't sure what to make of it. I head down to talk to these kids, and they're practically shaking in their boots. Turns out, they were trying to do some TikTok challenge, buying stuff off the dark web. They were pretty disappointed, mostly finding just boring junk. Except for this one book they bought. They hand me the book, and I'm flipping through it, wearing gloves and all. It's full of pictures of this young woman. At first, it's all innocent stuff, like her smiling in a park or something. But then it gets more, adult. Cosplay, lingerie, the whole 9 yards. I'm thinking, okay, so? But then they show me this card that came with the book. And that's when my blood runs cold. It says the book is bound with the girl's skin. Yeah, you heard that right. Human skin. Like Silence of the Lambs kind of stuff. I'm thinking it's a joke, but these kids are genuinely terrified. I interview them separately, and their stories match up. They seem legit. Still, I figure it's probably just some elaborate prank. The book feels like leather, but it's probably just regular animal leather. I tell the officer in charge there's nothing to see here, just a couple of kids messing around. But then, things take a turn. Turns out, the officer in charge decided to get the book tested anyway. Just on the off chance that it was real. And guess what? The lab results came back positive. Human skin. No joke. Suddenly, this case went from weird prank to potential homicide. We called the kids back in, and I started digging deeper. I managed to get the dark web address of the site where they bought the book, but it was a dead end. Just an error message. Forensics confirmed the skin belonged to a Caucasian woman, which matched the photos in the book. But they couldn't get any DNA or fingerprints. We put out an alert, hoping someone would recognize the girl, but no luck. The case was going cold. I was starting to think we'd hit a wall. But then, I caught a break. On some obscure forum, I found a post from someone else who had bought a similar book. They were also questioning if it was real. We tracked down the poster, a woman in another state. She bought the book out of morbid curiosity, she said. We tested it, and yep, human skin again. This time, I got a different website address, and it actually worked. The site itself was nothing special, just a basic web page. But I couldn't shake the feeling that this was something serious. I showed the website to the two boys, and they confirmed it was the same one they'd used. We tried placing an order ourselves, but the site went down almost immediately. And then, things took a sinister turn. One of the boys, the one who actually bought the book, disappeared. Vanished without a trace. We searched for months, but nothing. Then, the other boy came to us with a piece of parchment delivered to his house. It was human skin. His friend's skin. And written on it in blood were the words, "Stay out of our business." Let me tell you, that chilled me to the bone. I'm not used to dealing with this kind of stuff. This wasn't just some online prank anymore. This was real, and it was deadly. That parchment, that message written in blood, it shook me to my core. I'd never dealt with anything like this before. This wasn't some hacker stealing credit card numbers or some troll spreading misinformation. This was something else entirely. Something dark and twisted. The other boy, the one who'd survived, was understandably traumatized. We offered him protection, counseling, anything he needed. But the damage was done. He'd seen something no one should ever have to see. And the worst part? We had no leads. The people behind this website, the ones who created those books, they were ghosts. We couldn't trace them, couldn't find any connection to the victims. It was like they didn't exist. I started having nightmares. I'd see that message written in blood, that horrifying creature with the key in its mouth. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were dealing with something truly evil. The case went cold. We never found the people responsible. The website disappeared, and the trail went dead. But the memory of those books, of that message, of the boy who lost his life, it stayed with me. It made me realize that the dark web, for all its hype and exaggeration, can still be a dangerous place. There are things lurking in those shadows that we don't understand, things that can hurt us, things that can kill us. I'm not saying everyone should avoid the dark web. There are legitimate uses for it, and most of what you find there is harmless. But be careful. Be aware of the risks. And if something seems too good to be true, it probably is. Because sometimes the monsters are real. I've been doing this job for a long time, seen a lot of messed up stuff. But this case, this one was different. It stuck with me in a way that no other case ever has. It made me question everything I thought I knew about the dark web, about the nature of evil. I used to think the dark web was mostly harmless. Sure, there were some bad actors out there, but most of it was just people looking for privacy, for a place to express themselves without fear of censorship. But now, I'm not so sure. I've seen the darkness that can lurk in those shadows. I've seen the depravity that some people are capable of. And I've learned that even the most innocent-seeming things can hide a sinister truth. That's why I'm sharing this story. I want to warn people. I want them to be careful. I want them to know that the dark web, for all its potential benefits, can also be a dangerous place. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying everyone should avoid it. There are legitimate reasons to use the dark web. But be smart about it. Be aware of the risks. Don't trust everything you see. And if something seems too good to be true, it probably is. Remember those two boys, the ones who just wanted to do a TikTok challenge. They never imagined they'd stumble upon something so horrific. They never imagined they'd be caught up in a real-life nightmare. So be careful. Be vigilant. And never forget that the internet, even the dark web, is a reflection of the real world. And in the real world, there are monsters. This is my warning. Heed it and stay safe. If you're a real music lover, the kind of person who proudly shows off their massive music collection, vinyl records, fancy stereo setup, or knowledge of obscure indie bands, you've probably heard some of the crazy legends about famous musicians. Like the album cover with a photo of the Dead Mayhem singer, or the story about Robert Johnson selling his soul to the devil, or G.G. Allen's. Well, everything about G.G. Allen. These stories are out there, and they make people curious. That curiosity leads people down a rabbit hole, searching for forbidden albums, the kind that are rumored to be cursed or dangerous. That's where I come in. I recently quit my job, now seemed like a good time, and decided to put my music degree to use. I wanted to review albums and try to become the next Anthony Fantano, that famous music critic on YouTube. I know, it's kind of sad. But when you're an agoraphobic in your early 30s, and your music collection is your pride and joy, you have to set your sights on something. I talked to one of my friends, a guy named Cray, who's a self-proclaimed music expert. You know the type, the guy who knew about every obscure band before you did, who had exclusive B-sides and demo tapes no one else had ever heard of. Cray was that guy, but underneath all the bragging and arrogance, he was a good guy. And when he started talking about a band or musician he loved, he was so passionate that it was actually inspiring. I told Cray my plan to get internet famous by reviewing albums, but he said that just reviewing popular albums, even if I gave them bad reviews, wouldn't be enough. To really stand out, you gotta do something different, something that will grab their attention and make them want to know more, he said over Skype, between sips of Jack Daniels. Okay, what do I need to do? Review some obscure Mongolian throat-singing band? I asked, already searching through my iTunes library for music by The Who, Hinritu, and Alash. Before I could start taking notes, Cray shook his head and shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Bax, he asked, have you ever heard of Echo of the Note? He looked excited and uncertain at the same time. I shook my head, and he continued. Not sure when they started, but I know when they ended. Right after they released their debut album, Bespoke, all this experimental stuff that got people talking before they disappeared because of the feedback they got. Now I was interested. What, did they pull a Stalag and feature mental patients in their music or something? Cray's eyes narrowed, and his voice dropped. Bax, this album never even made it to most critics. They say it was like nothing else, but they never said much on record. Even worse, no major record company would touch it, and they got rid of almost all the copies except for a few collector's items. Critics refused to publish their reviews, and it drove more than one of them crazy. The band disappeared not long after, and the only time I hear about them now is on dead music forums. If you want this, you're gonna have to dig deep, real deep. If you get stuck, let me know. I may have something for you. The call ended, and I stretched in my chair, my mind racing with possibilities. Was it the ultimate psychedelic experience? A noise band so harsh it made your ears bleed? What on earth could it be? Then I heard it. The debt that I owe, the debt that I owe. The singing was coming from my living room, a soft folk song I'd never heard before. It felt weird to listen to, like it was making my hair stand on end. I chalked it up to nerves and turned it off. Over the next 2 weeks, I started my research. I scoured articles about forbidden and controversial albums, watched documentaries about polarizing figures in the music industry, and finally went back to some of the online forums I used to visit as a teenager to start asking around. Once I posted the subject line "Cursed Album, anyone heard of Bespoke?" It didn't take long for people to respond. Some offered fake advice, others asked if I was Jewish, and others just spouted a bunch of rumors. Some guy wrote it deep in the mountains, recorded as much as he could out there in the wilderness. Analog or Death 22. I heard they buried it in the desert after a cursed world tour that killed their vocalist. Sophomore recorder. It's not real, it's just a meme. Don't be an idiot. Yuga Simp Destroyer. I messaged that last guy asking if he had any proof that it was a joke, but he admitted that even the rumor that it was a hoax was just that, a rumor. Frustrated, I left a comment on almost 100 equally baseless comments saying, if you haven't got any proof to back up your crap, don't waste my time. Send a screenshot to Gray with the words "kill me" in the subject line, and logged off to make dinner. Gray called me while I was cooking. He looked unnerved, rubbing his hands across his beard several times while talking. Pax, are you absolutely sure you want to go down this rabbit hole? No matter where it takes you. He looked directly at the camera, eyes filled with a mixture of curiosity and fear. I blinked, staring back at him as if to say, "Are you serious?" He didn't get it. Yes, of course. Do you think I just spent the last 3 weeks trawling through the internet and a bunch of edgy teenagers and neats for fun? I replied, clearly offended he'd even asked. He carefully lit a cigarette and took a shaky drag, steeling his nerves before continuing. All right, I'm sending you something. When the prompt comes up, enter "be heard" with a hyphen, you'll find a forum that should direct you. He leaned in closer, looking around before speaking. Pax, I haven't heard the album and I don't know anyone who has, but what I'm giving you is access to some very shady people, so you need to promise me that you'll be safe, you'll be smart, and you won't say that I gave you access. These people are crazy and they dabble in some weird stuff. He took a long drag on his cigarette before finishing. Get in, get out, keep me updated. Don't give out any info you don't need to, okay? I nodded, and he sent me a .tor link to access the website. I was greeted by a simple black screen, the title "Beyond the Veil" listed above with a single box in the center, prompting me to enter a passkey. I did as Gray told me and entered "be heard." Sure enough, I was granted access and greeted by a music forum catering to some of the most unusual fans. Some were asking for death rattles from gulags, and others were specifying a need for ritual of the Ganges audio transcripts. I didn't dare spend too long lurking, instead going straight to the requests board and posting my question about the album. But before I could even hit send, I received a notification from a user on the forum requesting to chat. Had they been waiting for me? The message was from the needle mover. If they were Gray's contact, they didn't waste any time. Their single message was a question. Does the listener seek the song, or the song seek the listener? I blinked. Was this a philosophical question? A way to gauge my musical knowledge? Or was it a test? I seek the song. But I guess in a way, the songs are seeking listeners, seeking to be validated in return, I replied back. Honesty mixed with a bit of intellectualism, hoping it would be enough. Within a couple of minutes, the needle mover replied with the title "The Echo of the Note is Within You" and a request for my personal address. Since I'm agoraphobic and keep a gun in my home, I didn't feel threatened by giving it to them. If they had any chance of giving me what I wanted, I was willing to take the risk. Famous last words, right? As soon as the thought crossed my mind, my power went out. The entire apartment was plunged into darkness except for the light of my phone. Cursing the power company, I scrambled towards the basement to find the breaker box. I made it halfway down the stairs before I froze. There was a noise coming from my porch. I couldn't see anything through the small window in the basement door, but I could hear something that made every cell in my body scream. It was a rhythmic buzzing and an almost drum-like clicking. The sounds of something being dragged along the gravel and towards my front door. It sounded like it was in pain. I didn't dare move from my spot on the stairs as it slouched against the door and smashed something 4 times. The buzzing got louder when I didn't answer. After a few moments, it slid a package through the mail slot and started to turn away, dragging itself down the path until the sound faded away. With an ear-splitting screech, the power came back on, and I almost fell down the stairs in fright. I grabbed the railing just in time to save myself from a broken leg or two. Taking a few minutes to calm down, not even trying to figure out what I just saw, I went to the front door and pulled the box inside. I pulled out the vinyl record, staring in disbelief at what was considered the dark web's most notorious musical creation. There was a small note attached to the front. For your ears only. Truly bespoke. The Needle Mover. I grinned and made a mental note to thank them for their generosity before taking the record out and gazing at the artwork. It was a beautiful Renaissance-style painting, like something by Hieronymus Bosch or maybe a more modern artist like Michael Otter. A lush blue forest, with beige trees that looked like humans, filled the sides of the cover. Their branches were coated in black fire. Strange, shapeless creatures darted between the trees, some with multiple limbs, carrying them into a clearing. Their golden bodies were covered in appendages I couldn't even recognize. One creature lurked overhead in the green sky, its spindly arms stretching across the canvas. Its wings took the place of stars and planets, and its purple and black eyes served as the sun, bathing the entire scene in a strange light. In the center of the painting stood 7 figures, all cloaked in shadow and holding various instruments. Sentient musical notes took shape and lured the creatures from the forest. One of the notes was eating the limbs of a creature that seemed overjoyed at the prospect as it pushed its body forward into the teeth of a treble clef. The figures, however, kept their focus solely on the eye above. The band's logo and album name were emblazoned on the wings above, echo of the note and bespoke. I flipped the record over and looked at the track list, which was printed on the back of what looked like a broken brick wall. At the bottom, a sea of corpses frozen in agony, forever climbing to reach the top. Side 1. 1. The Orchestra of Flesh. 2. It crawled, it croaked, an ode to the harvest. Side 2. 4. There are 8 ways. 5. With roots above and hunger below. Side 3. 5. It still lingers. 6. The Great Earl of Hell Andromalius. Side 4. 7. Ballad of the Last Pilgrim. 8. Beyond the Veil I Besiege. 9. Beyond the Veil 2 Bespoke. 10. Beyond the Veil 3 Be Heard. My mind raced with possibilities as I rushed upstairs and prepared to listen to the first song. I planned to listen to each track individually, read the notes for each song only after hearing it, and write down my thoughts to share with you all. I had no idea if this would just be a lame attempt at being edgy or if it would truly haunt me, but I knew this was my shot at becoming somebody, so I had to take it. I'm glad you're all with me, even if it is just in spirit. Track 1, The Orchestra of Flesh. The first thing that struck me was the professional quality of the music. I was expecting some kind of gritty recording session in a basement with a few bits of editing to clean up background noise, giving it a truly DIY feel. But no, this was grand. Every instrument was balanced in a way that made it easy to hear each one. Every note had weight to it and felt important. It started off slow, each instrument taking its time to introduce itself before stepping back into the ensemble. A xylophone, a flute, bongos, an electronic keyboard providing the background atmosphere. The first minute passed, and the tempo started to rise. The bongos were joined by a drum kit with a sharp snare drum that immediately caught my attention. But before I could focus on that, there was a new main instrument in the orchestra, and it rose above all the others, a violin, playing beautiful, sad, and powerful high notes. Each note was held with a vibrato so delicate that I swear I felt it in my bones. The violin broke into a beautiful solo, accompanied only by a few emphatic piano chords. It swelled and hit an amazing high note, and I was smiling from ear to ear right up until the short silence that followed was broken by a sound I never imagined I'd hear on a record. It took my ears a few moments to recognize it before it became clear that I wasn't the only one startled by it. A soft, low, guttural moan came from my center speaker. It grew louder and more urgent as the seconds passed. The keyboard notes echoed, and there was a shuffling sound, maybe a whisper between the band members. Had someone gotten hurt? It was interesting to hear a raw take on a failed performance, but I wasn't sure why they kept it in, even for the sake of authenticity. Then, they played again, but this time the band played much faster and more frantically. The flute was played expertly but with rapid notes, the drums were smashed with furious intent. But that violin, that mesmerizing violin, still rose above them all as it played so quickly that I thought the bow would snap. In the midst of this expressive, passionate music came that moan again, this time breaking from a gurgle into a full-blown shriek. The band continued playing, spurred on by the screams until they became a natural part of the performance. It's not unheard of to use pain in the studio to fuel a song, but it's certainly unusual. The moment of truth, however, came at the climax of the song. The violin was brought to the forefront one last time, and I could hear something in the screams that turned my stomach and made me gag. The screams were starting to croak and get louder with every stroke of the violin's bow across the strings until the final note rang out, followed by a sickening snap. Then came the sound of gurgling and liquid spraying on the floor as the track faded out. I sat up and took the needle off the record, sweating and shaken. Maybe it was just the raw reality of it, or the fact that it was so jarring to go from this beautiful, emotional piece to what amounted to body horror at the end. Either way, I steeled myself and grabbed the liner notes, not even processing the continuation of the cover artwork in my nervousness. I started reading the band's commentary for track 1, written by the vocalist, Husk. This was meant to be a song filled with the raw emotional output that humans have when they are at their most honest. We find that this often happens when indulging in, performing, or creating something. Our director, Lumina, encouraged this idea and helped us with our early plans, pushing us to cross boundaries in our search for something remarkable. We had conversations, made agreements amongst ourselves, and Lumina provided us with an all-in-one kit to perform with. All the instruments you hear on this song are, quite literally, made from the flesh of a man. We took what we needed, lovingly crafted the bones into brass instruments, stretched the skin over our drums, cut off fingers and stitched them together for drumsticks. But the main attraction was to capture the essence of this disgusting body's only beauty and death. Lumina mentioned their past deeds in the real world, acts that deserve punishment far beyond this. We peeled back the flesh of the neck and exposed the vocal cords, achieving the sound you hear on our record with great precision, care, and some extra editing to boost the sound. Our surprise, of course, came when the corpse became aware during recording. Limbs cut off or stripped of muscle, skin missing from the torso and the neck exposed. We still can't understand how such a thing happened. But when we stopped playing to look over at Lumina, they just smiled and, with their eyes filled with what lay before us, urged us to play until the end. I'll admit, we were uncomfortable after the recording. Hearing it back, despite this man's actions, made us unsure of our next step. We are artists, not murderers. But after some time away and indulging in our vices, we decided to keep going. Much to Lumina's delight. This is your first step into our art, but it was not ours. We have seen beyond the veil, and what lays beyond the veil has seen into us. Listener, you are a pilgrim on this journey. We hope you will stay with us throughout. Husk. I sat back down at my computer and typed up my notes. I didn't dare listen to another song. I don't think this is the kind of thing anyone can handle all at once. Maybe you're sitting there thinking you're brave because you've seen some dark web murder videos or a live stream of cruelty, but hearing every single facet of someone's suffering, knowing what it is, it's on a whole other level. It felt like I was there, and even now, an hour after I closed my studio door and came downstairs, I feel like I can still hear the gurgling of that man as his body was used as an instrument. Because I know many of you will want some kind of comparison, I'm going to recommend an album with each track. I didn't get much sleep last night. Most of my dreams were just replays of the horrors from track 1, The Orchestra of Flesh. I kept seeing that middle-aged man's body, his skin peeled back from his stomach to make drumheads, the crunch of his fingers being cut off to make drumsticks, his leg being severed below the knee and the bone hollowed out to make a flute. And the look of pure terror on his face when he woke up, feeling a thin string across his throat as someone held his head by the hair and played his exposed vocal cords like an instrument. The dream ended with a third-person view of the band. They all stopped playing at the same time as their leader played the final notes on the violin. Then came the snap of the man's neck and the gurgling sound as his body hit the floor. They turned to look at me, their faces blurred but smiling wide, and shouted in unison, "This is our ballad for you, Pilgrim." I woke up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding. Not just because of the dream, but because those words, those creepy prophetic words, were coming from my phone. It was sitting on my nightstand, playing a song I'd never heard before. My ears were ringing as I fumbled for it in the darkness. Pilgrim, your journey will take you to peaks and valleys, but our ballad will see you to your sky burial. I shut it off and stared at the screen. My sleep cycle alarm was blinking back at me, showing that I'd somehow set it for 5 a.m. instead of 10 a.m. I cursed at it before getting out of bed and trying to make myself something to eat. I knew that no matter how bad I felt, the excitement of hearing more of the album would probably outweigh it. After all, no one makes a huge discovery without some suffering, right? I splashed some water on my face, trying to pull myself together, and went downstairs. I decided to leave Gray a message for when he woke up, letting him know what I'd found so far, but leaving out the weird dream stuff. I also figured I should message the needle mover. Some of you guys have warned me to be careful around them, and I'm going to take that advice. But since they're the one who gave me the record, I'd be stupid not to use every source of information I can get. I gave the needle mover a lot more detail since, well, they did give me the record. Or so I thought. It wasn't me who gave you that record, Bizavala. I simply tested you and put you in touch with the people who had it. You showed the interest and mindset necessary to understand the record fully, and it's in my best interest to help see you through it. Their first message was super cryptic, but maybe it was just the anonymity of it all that made it seem that way. Tell me, how did you find your experience with the first track? They asked. I thought about it while making breakfast, my emotional state calming down as I listened to today's recommended album, The World Unseen by Mammifer. It's an easy listen with ethereal vocals, droning sounds, and some mild noise. It felt like the kind of soundtrack you'd listen to while staring into deep space, with each twinkling star singing back to you. It felt comforting at first, melancholy, and even beautiful. But as the piece went on, I felt unsettled, left with a sense of foreboding and dread. Even though the music was beautiful throughout, it wasn't until I read the liner notes that it all made sense. I replied. The needle mover started typing almost immediately. And if you hadn't known what the instruments really were, would you have still felt that way? They asked. That question really got me thinking as I went to set up for the second song. I'm trying to keep my routine the same throughout this whole thing. If the first song isn't a fluke, and this album really does have more unpleasantness in store, I need to make sure I stay mentally stable for as long as possible. That means setting things up the way I would to review any album, stopping after each track to read the liner notes, write down my thoughts, and then move on to the next one. I have a feeling this isn't the kind of experience I'm going to want to absorb all at once. I got my glass of cider, put on some comfy pants, and set the needle to the end of the first track, giving myself a few seconds to sit in the recliner and get ready for the second track. Track 2, It Crawls, It Croaks, an Ode to the Harvest. It crawls, it croaks. Forever heard, eternally bespoke. This is our ode to the harvest, in the hopes our emperor can be awoken. The song began with these melodic verses, sung by a young woman with a sultry voice. There was a soft electronic beat underneath, with some artificial strings playing in poignant places. Then, a conversation between two children took center stage, like sound bites from a movie laid over a lo-fi beat. The words sound funny, don't they, Bobby? Do you think it'll work? The girl asked, her words perfectly in sync with the beat, though I'm sure it was unintentional. I don't know, but where did you even find that book, Lucy? It's so ugly and dusty. Bobby replied, clearly unsure of where he was and what she was planning. We're twins and you still don't know what I'm thinking? You're lucky we're bonded for life, or I'd have found a new partner in crime a long time ago. Lucy retorted, giggling. I found it in Dad's bookcase. It seemed interesting, and when I read about this part, I got a fun idea. I still don't get what this even is. Why did you drag us to this building? Is this part of the game? Shoo. I jumped. Her voice was suddenly distorted, and a downward slide of musical notes told me something was approaching. A drone rang out for a few moments as heavy knocks started on the door. The beat amplified each knock, and a slamming of electric notes made it even more intense. It snaps, it stirs. Awake and undeterred. It searches for its masters. It hangs on every word. The girl's voice was still beautiful, but now had a tinge of urgency as the smashing sounds became more frequent. Bobby was whimpering in the background. Lucy, I don't like this. It's going to find us. Can't we leave? He pleaded. Lucy huffed. We've been over this, Bobby. The leather man isn't real. You just got scared that one time, Anne. A long, drawn-out groan filled the speakers, and the drone matched it perfectly, as if harmonizing. I swear I could hear their blood run cold. He's coming. He knows what we've done, and he's going to take our skin. Bobby sounded like he was about to cry. Whatever was out there might not have been imaginary, but he clearly believed it was real. Lucy interrupted, frustrated. I'm telling you, Bobby, it's just a story. Like all imaginary things, we can control it. You just need to trust me. She seemed to be hitting the ground now, maybe for emphasis, but somehow still in time with the beat as new chords started to play, a reprise of the opening verse in a higher key. It chokes, it writhes. Neither dead nor alive. To unite the two for the coming of one. That is his drive. The sound of bit crushed with splintering and childlike screams filled the speakers. A guttural roar was sampled and glitched into the track as the music steadily built in tension and speed. I told you he was real. Bobby screamed. The sounds of heavy breathing and wood being ripped apart continued as something metallic clinked to the ground. Bobby, do you trust me? Lucy asked, fear and excitement in her voice. He didn't answer, but I could only assume he nodded. Give me your hand. There was a soft slicing sound followed by a pained cry and the sound of dripping. I'm going to save us, but it will change how the game is played. So you better pay attention after, she said, her voice shaky. The beat sped up, reaching a climax. It rises, it sets. This is our ode to the harvest. The blood of the twins will banish you. You are no longer our father. The music calmed down. Everything stopped except for the piano, still softly playing a few notes as she continued to speak. I knew a drop was coming. It's static, it's unmoved. A God so great, it'll never be disproved. A man of leather struck down before us, making way for the sleepless God. His name is. She took a breath, and when she uttered the next word, a wall of sound hit me like an air blast at point-blank range, sending me flying backward out of my chair and almost blowing out my speakers. Nuldus. A few minutes after I'd cleaned up the mess on the floor and salvaged what was left of my dignity, I checked the liner notes to try and understand what I'd just heard. I thumbed through the pages and saw a crude drawing of two twins kneeling by a door. A shadowy creature loomed on the other side, two sets of eyes glowing with malice. The girl was reading aloud from a book, her hair blowing back as she did so. I turned to the next page to see the notes for track 2. Origin stories are super important to us, both as musicians and as people. Where we came from and how we got to be who we are now is a story we felt was worth telling in our own way. This was a retelling of one of our members' first steps past the veil, lovingly rewritten with luminous guidance and the help of some mostly willing actors. Well, one willing actress and one who had no clue. As Lumina commanded. I'm not good at fancy talk like Husk, so I'll just say it like it is. There are some seriously messed up things in this world besides people. That much is obvious. But that doesn't mean people are the least of your worries. Actually, as this record will show you, people are the worst kind of gods, the ones in charge of their own destinies. Good luck to those of you listening for the first time. You're gonna need it. Formless. I was about to hit submit on my notes when something happened that I think is worth sharing, in the interest of transparency. I was thinking about the song and the needle mover's last message, which was still unanswered on my screen when my phone beeped. It was Cray. I guess he'd finally seen my messages, though I hadn't even realized how much time had passed. "Rough day?" he asked. Small talk wasn't his strong suit. "Yeah, you could say that. I just finished track 2. How was it? Any weird experiences? Headaches?" "No, just some weird family stuff that almost blew out my speakers. Gonna take a short break and then go back in for the next 2, back to back. I'm sure they're not all bad, right?" I tried to sound optimistic, hoping it might actually make me feel better. It didn't. There was a long pause, and Cray's typing bubble appeared for way longer than it should have for the message he actually sent. "You know why people in the music community hate Gulag and their Project Terror albums so much? Because it was mostly uncomfortable and probably unethical. They brought in mental patients and rape victims to scream on the record. Not exactly easy listening. No, it's because it didn't get any better. It just got worse the further you got into it. So, do me a favor, don't do that with this album. Because I promise you, it's not going to get any easier." I sat there for a few minutes, thinking about Gray's last message and the needle mover's question. One thing was clear. They both knew a lot more than they were letting on. I decided not to dwell on the unsettling conversation with Gray and instead focus on the task at hand. Looking back at the needle mover's earlier message, I found myself pondering their question once again. And if you hadn't known what the instruments really were, would you have still felt that way? The more I thought about it, the more I understood the deeper meaning behind their question. Is the mystery part of the enjoyment? Can someone who doesn't know what's behind the curtain truly appreciate it, or will they simply remain ignorant? I had to push those thoughts aside for now. The music needed my full attention. I settled into my chair with a drink and prepared for the third track, There Are 8 Ways. As always, today's recommendation is Wooden Heart by Listener. Track 3, There Are 8 Ways. The first 20 seconds started with the sounds of someone double-clicking a file and then single-clicking to play it. This was followed by the sound of someone taking deep breaths, exhaling, and pacing between the speakers. Left to right, right to left. It seemed like they were psyching themselves up for something. Sure enough, a moment later, a young woman's voice burst through the speakers. She spoke with passion, precision, and vigor. The first type of love is agape. Unconditional love, the kind that never breaks. See, I thought that's what we had a long time ago. But it wasn't caution to the wind that you'd ultimately throw. Instead, it was my trust, my innocence, my longing. You took it all in one grasp, ensuring every day away from you made my heartache feel like a tactical carpet bombing. Her words immediately struck me. She was whimsical in her descriptions, but there was an underlying bitterness in those closing lines. Was this personal? It's not unusual for musicians to draw on their own experiences, but this didn't sound like any of the band members. Who was she? A guitar joined in, soft strings plucked and left to hang in the air, narrowing the way her words lingered. She paced some more, and then the second verse began. Then there's Eros, the romantic lover. With this sensation, I decree there is no other. No wondering I perusing the options I might be missing. Not a single soul to stifle the feelings my heart is emitting. I told you this the third time I saw you, and you just stared. A gaping hole through my skull, the disgust in you as you uttered, you dare. As if my declaration was a biohazard now infecting you, bringing you to your knees. But it was never Eros, not that type of love to leave you begging for release. The picture was still blurry, but I could make out a story of unrequited love, the kind that always stings. Whatever she had experienced, it was clearly still fresh, as if she were speaking these words right after being rejected. I focused more on the sounds around the vocalist. In the background, I could hear chains rattling in a low moan that faded into a chorus of singers humming softly. The guitar picking gained traction as the vocalist grew in confidence and passion. Philia and Ludus, the affectionate and the playful. I thought if I scaled things back, tried boundaries, you'd be grateful. Instead, I was met with glazed eyes, hazed phrases, amazed at the ways that you can hurt me, cut me, bleed me dry while I feel my anger rise and never run dry. I ran away and knew what I had to do. If I couldn't love you the way I wanted to, nobody would be permitted to. It was that night that I began to scheme, to plan, to devise. It wouldn't be long before we reached Type 8, present day, the big surprise. The slamming of a board on the floor joined the chains, creating a percussion not unlike Ain't No Grave by Johnny Cash. It was a cold, indifferent beat that shook you to your bones and added a heavy weight to the song. The chorus of vocalists soared in the background as the guitar notes climbed higher, the vibrato more pronounced. The vocalist's passion, rage, and pain loomed over it all, never giving up center stage. I had no time for Philosophy, the self-love. It was wasted time, effort, and strife that wasn't dedicated to you, irrelevant in my life. Pragma and storage, however, the enduring and the familial. While now, love is eternal, and the feelings ethereal. You left me at birth and cast me aside for an ideal family and a horrible life. I was your daughter, your flesh, your blood. Why was my love not wanted, instead destined to be snuffed? Not that it matters now because I'm getting what I wanted from the start. I've flesh of the mother, hair of the father, blood of the daughter, straight from the heart. Her father. This song of unrequited, passionate love was about her father. Beyond the obvious disturbing aspects of an incestuous relationship, there was more to unpack within the sounds themselves. The guitar rang out on a sharp note, the chorus of voices rose and then fell to a soft, almost distant chant. The beat never stopped, but the moaning, oh God, the moaning. It was all too real to hear without the rest of the music to mask it. The vocalist moved away from the microphone and paced over to a bound and gagged man in the background. As if on cue, she held his chair down to stop the beat perfectly in time, shushing him as he whimpered. I could hear the weight of her on his lap for a moment, the leather of her clothing stretching against the fabric of his pants. My stomach turned. My mind returned to the last line. It sounded ritualistic, and the chanting seemed to encourage that. What the hell was she planning? 3 tracks in, and I still hadn't learned my lesson. These songs never end well for anyone involved. Everything stopped, even the chorus, for just a moment. She was the only sound I could hear. This was the pinnacle of the song, the calm before the storm. We come to type 8, mania. The obsessive. Some might listen to this back and call me regressive. A sick puppy to be shot and put into the ground for my forbidden desires. I challenge you to defy your heart when every time you see them, it's pulled up as if on wires. The vibration in the room became intense, her voice filling every crack and crevice, sinking into my skull. I felt her in my bones, and I could do nothing but sit there under the weight of her voice. The chanting never rose above a whisper, but its sinister nature grew with every syllable she uttered. Your stomach in knots and your thoughts turned to mush, not a single moment of your life outside of their influence, always crushed. The weight of their expectations and their love, always unattainable. Well, at least until now, those concepts of forever were never seen as amenable. She pulled the microphone from its stand and began to walk. The air swelled around it, creating a whooshing sound that seemed to emanate from my speakers. A foul wind rushed into my nostrils, threatening to make me retch. I could hear her walk back to her father and hold the microphone steady as he pleaded behind the gag. There was the sound of a heavy book opening, pages turning, as the chanting grew faster. But with this book guiding me, the luminous rays of the moon blessing thee, I declare us one, no longer apart. And this is sealed with a declaration, straight from the heart. That last word grew elongated, and a cacophony of inhuman voices joined her as the sound rose, swelled, and exploded into a menagerie of noises, the shrieking of a beast, the sloshing of liquids, the snapping of branches, and the cawing of crows. Then, silence. No sounds, no smell, no pain. I had been pushed back into my chair, and the crippling pain in my head and bones was gone, like I had been released from a vice grip. I knew this album was strange, but the effects were still new to me. How do you get used to an album that can touch you physically instead of just emotionally? After a stiff drink, I walked over to the album notes and found the entry for track 3. My suspicions were confirmed, and the feeling of disgust grew stronger. There Are 8 Ways started as a fan project that Lumina insisted we check out and try to make into a real thing, much to formless disgust. After hearing the idea, I was into it. Why not create a song out of shock value from some weird fan story in dedication to the macabre and taboo? But then I was told that it was originally a video, and I watched the whole thing play out. At that point, I was unwilling to lay down the guitar parts. Sure, I'm into debauchery and offending people. Anyone in our genre is. But this was a kidnapping, a real kidnapping. The fear in that dude, her father's eyes, was real. She was wild, passionate, and beautiful, if you look past the incestuous, obsessive behavior. But that wasn't what made it so bad for me, for Formless, and for the rest of us. She had that book. The same fucking book. And if you're reading this, you know which one I'm talking about. I don't do riddles like the others. I'm just me. Fuck conformity. She holds the thing out with her little trinket box of flesh, hair, and blood, pours it over her and her dad while she's straddling him, finishes the song, and drops the mic. I don't know what I saw. I don't want to know what I saw. But I'll tell you this much, it was an unholy union. The kind that made scoring this fucking abomination easy. And there's worse to come for you first-time listeners, you pilgrims of sound. Much worse. Void. I went back to the needle mover to ask more about the lore, but every message I sent came back as undelivered, even though they were clearly online. It looked like I had just missed them. Had they deactivated their account? Did they turn it off when they went AFK? Who knows? I typed up my questions and left them in the chat box before switching devices to text Gray. I wasn't feeling confrontational, so it didn't seem like the right time to press him on how much he knew, not until I had more information myself. Track 3 was something I sent. He must have had his phone nearby because he immediately started typing back. Something how? Gross? Well, you already know, right? I thought you'd heard all this yourself. Humor me, Bax. What did you think of it? It was like something George R. Martin came up with while balls deep in some Lovecraftian fiction and listening to way too much spoken word poetry from open mic nights in a seedy bar. It was vile in a whole different way. Happy? He went silent for a moment before asking something I wasn't expecting. Do you feel comfortable right now? Do you feel safe and secure in yourself? What? Yes, of course I do. But I'm not happy with the content of the album. It's not pleasant listening when you dive into the deeper meanings that aren't already punching you in the stomach. There was a very long pause before he replied, setting the tone for what would be one of the most uncomfortable moments we'd ever shared up to that point.